Chapter 51. Unfortunate. "Let me see your jade box," said Su Yang without needing to ask if they had one. "Here you go." The old lady in red robes retrieved a red box and handed it to Su Yang, who was kneeling in front of the blue flower. The jade box in his hands was similar to the one the white pearl treasury handed him his pure yang flower in. When herbs or medicine with profound kai are uprooted from where they grew, their quality would degrade as time goes, so cultivators would use these jade box for storage to slow down the decaying process. The more expensive jade boxes could even perfectly preserve medicines and allow their quality to remain the same even after hundreds of years. Although I was doubtful at first, this is indeed the extreme yin flower. They normally grow in the coldest of cold places, yet one managed to appear in this Thunder Valley. Su Yang pondered as he casually reached for extreme yin flower, which greatly shocked the four figures watching. These four figures had been trying to figure out a way to pluck this flower since many days ago, however, because the extreme yin flower would retaliate with its profound kai. None of them have been able to touch it. Sometimes, when a herb has enough profound kai, it could give birth to its own conscious. Albeit rather little, this extreme yin flower has enough awareness to protect itself when it senses danger. Wait, that's... However, just as the four figures expected to witness the extreme yin flower attack Su Yang with profound kai, Su Yang casually plucked the flower as though he was plucking a normal flower. It was effortless and smooth. Extreme yin flowers emits this profound aura that will easily chase away all beasts, leaving only beasts with a naturally strong yin body like the lightning cats to nourish itself. This Thunder Valley should return to normal within a few weeks. Su Yang explained to them why the Thunder Valley only has lightning cats as he placed the extreme yin flower inside the jade box. How did you pluck it without it attacking you? When we tried, it would shoot out profound kai equivalent to a cultivator at the heavenly spirit realm," asked one of the four figures with a baffled expression on his face. Su Yang looked at them with a calm expression and said, "It is the same as courting a girl. If she doesn't like you, then she will obviously shoo you away. However, if you approach her properly, then she will obediently follow you home." Su Yang's explanation nearly caused the four to choke on air from the sheer ridiculousness. How could he compare plucking a divine medicine to courting girls? However, as crazy as his words sounded, it sounded sane when it came out of his mouth. Perhaps it was his handsome face or his graceful appearance, but the four did not continue to question him. "Very well. Now I will deliver this to Lady Zai." "Wait a moment." Just as Su Yang began to walk away, one of the four stopped him. "I will be sure to mention your divine sword sect when I pass this to Lady Zai," Su Yang suddenly said without even turning around. "Thank you, Senior." Although dumbfounded at first, the one who called for him bowed to his disappearing back with respect, and the other three soon followed. Although Su Yang looked young enough to be their grandchildren, there was a certain feeling he was emitting that made him feel more ancient than his actual appearance, which made the four feel as though they were in the presence of some profound expert. Lady Zai's family is profound and unfathomably deep. To think they have an expert who could pluck divine medicines with a heavenly spirit realm cultivation base as though he was plucking weed. The four sighed with reverence as Su Yang disappeared from the Thunder Core. Senior. When the Divine Sword sect's disciples noticed Su Yang's figure appearing from behind the tree lines, they all cleared the way for him without saying a single word. "I have heard good things about the Divine Sword sect from Senior Zhang, but I thought he was only patting himself in the back. I'm sure Senior Zhang will be exhilarated once I mention to him how respectful his disciples are." Su Yang laughed as he walked the clear path. His words caused the disciples there to feel elevated. Senior Zhang was a figure with an extensive background within the sect and was hailed basically as a hero. To have their presence mentioned in front of such a hero was something to be proud of. However, little did these disciples know that if Senior Zhang really found out what Su Yang did today with his command jade slip, he would surely puke blood due to anger. While Su Yang was not the type to hold grudges, if he has the chance to return a favor, he will not be humble. After Su Yang left the place, the Divine Sword sect also left soon after, and over 100 figures could be seen standing on swords while soaring across the Thunder Valley into the horizon. Flying swords. I should also get myself a flying sword once I sell these monster cores. Su Yang thought to himself as he returned to hunting lightning cats. As for the extreme yin flower that could be considered a divine medicine in this mortal world, he doesn't have a single clue as to how he should use it. As a man, Su Yang couldn't use the extreme yin flower for himself, as he would only be courting death. However, he also has very little hope that he could find a female in this mortal world, where the heavenly spirit realm is considered the apex, to be powerful enough to consume this extreme yin flower without exploding into 1,000 pieces from the tyrannical yin kai within the flower. Even if I give someone at the heavenly spirit realm the method to consume this extreme yin flower, their cultivation base would not be enough to fully resist it. Yeah, to think I'd be fortunate enough to come across this extreme yin flower in this lacking world. Yet the chances of finding someone worthy and able to consume it is near non-existent. How unlucky. Truly unfortunate. Chapter 52. What if I refuse? Inside the medicine hall, Lan Liking calmly walked down the stairs with her usual nonchalant expression. When the disciples saw her, their face radiated brightly. Master, you are finally out of your room. One of her disciples ran up to her and handed her a jade slip. Master, the patriarch visited yesterday, but he quickly left when we told him that you were in closed cultivation. He also left behind this jade slip for you before leaving, said the disciple as she handed Lan Liking the jade slip. The patriarch. Lan Liking wondered what he wanted from her. Thank you. I will head to the Yin-Yang Pavilion to see the patriarch now. Lan Liking suddenly stopped by the exit and turned to ask. By the way, have you heard anything about Su Yang as of lately? The disciples shook their heads. Su Yang left the sect for a mission a week ago, and we haven't heard anything about him since then. He left the sect. Lan Liking has been cultivating alone in her room ever since Su Yang plucked her flower, so it wasn't weird that she didn't know about it. After leaving the medicine hall, Lan Liking went directly to the Yin-Yang Pavilion, where the current patriarch and matriarch lived. Unlike normal sects, the Profound Blossom sect had 2 sect masters instead of one male and 1 female. This way, if any of the males or females had a problem with each other, they would have their own representative without being afraid of being treated unjustly simply because of their gender. Disciple Lan greets the patriarch. Lan Liking bowed to the handsome, middle-aged man with long black hair who was calmly sat on his bed before her. While she was a sect elder, she was also considered a disciple of the sect, and under the sect master's presence, all elders are still disciples. Relax. The patriarch casually waved his hand and continued. Do you know why I called you here? He asked. No, this disciple doesn't know. It has been over 25 years since you joined the Profound Blossom sect as a disciple, all the way back when I was a mere elder, and as far as I am aware, you are the only elder within the sect that has yet to truly experience dual cultivation. The patriarch then sighed. You were an excellent disciple with a bright future when you first joined, and everybody was charmed by your appearances. But because of your stubbornness that refused to dual cultivate, your talents never really sprouted. Although the sect does not force the disciples to dual cultivate against their will, you are now over 40 years old, yet you are still a pure maiden. Tell me, disciple Lan, for what reason did you join the Profound Blossom sect when you do not wish to dual cultivate? He continued with an expression of pity. When Lan Liking was still in her prime years, she was one of the most promising disciples within the Profound Blossom sect with superior looks and great talent that captivated countless disciples. Her charm was so great that it had even caught the attention of a few core disciples. However, despite so many people courting her, Lan Liking coldly refused to cultivate with anyone, even the core disciples, which had caused the previous sect masters endless headaches. The previous sect masters may have allowed you to do whatever you wanted because of their kindness, but I am not as lenient as them. Disciple Lan, you are a disciple of the Profound Blossom sect, so you have an obligation to follow its teachings and dual cultivate. Lan Liking, who had been standing there silently, finally opened her mouth and said, "What if I refuse?" "Then you will either be forced to cultivate or forced to leave the sect," said the patriarch in a cold tone. "But it would be a waste to throw you away after spending so much resource on you, especially when you still have your yin essence. The sect rules forbids forced dual cultivation, even if it is ordered by the patriarch." Lan Liking calmly replied without revealing the fact that her yin essence was already stolen by a mere disciple, as she has been through many similar situations. "You are right, but being a disciple of my profound Blossom sect, you are obligated to serve me, as that is one of the many privileges being the sect master," said the patriarch, his narrowed gaze filled with lust as he scanned Lan Liking's refined figure. Lan Liking frowned at his words. He was right. As long as she was a disciple of the profound Blossom sect, she was obligated to serve the sect master if demanded. However, out of respect for the previous sect master who doted you as if you were his own grandchild, I will give you one last chance you have until the end of the month to find yourself a partner among the current elders before I call you to my room again. And it will not end with just a few words like today. Do not force my hands, disciple Lan. Lan Liking left the yin-yang pavilion immediately after the patriarch's last words. When she returned to the medicine hall, her complexion was pale, causing the disciples there to look at her with worry. "Master, are you all right? You look awful." "I am fine, I just need to rest in my room for a bit." The disciples there silently watched as Lan Liking slowly walked upstairs, looking as though she was in despair. What happened to her? Did she get scolded at by the patriarch? Probably. Lan Liking was a disciple at this profound Blossom sect only because of the previous patriarch, who brought her in and raised her as his own after he saved her moments before being kidnapped by bandits that had brutally killed her parents. If she wasn't attached to this profound Blossom sect that she saw as her home, she would have long left the place when the previous patriarch died. Inside her room, Lan Liking silently sat on her bed, her muddled gaze staring at a small piece of cloth in her hands that was stained by a few blood spots. "Su Yang," she mumbled, feeling perplexed by the situation. Chapter 53, Burning Lotus Auction House. After conning the divine sword sect the extreme yin flower by acting like someone that worked for Lady Zai, Su Yang continued to travel the Thunder Valley hunting lightning cats for their monster core. And because of a profound technique he'd learned in his previous life, he was able to easily distinguish those with monster cores from those that don't. Su Yang casually sliced the lightning cat's forehead with the tip of his sword and removed the pebble-sized monster core that was inside, and he threw it into his pockets that were already filled with monster cores. "I really need a storage ring. All this weight on my body feels weird and uncomfortable," mumbled Su Yang, who was used to having all his valuables in storage rings. Storage rings are magical rings with a space of its own inside, like a pocket dimension, that allows its owners to store things within, making it easier for them to walk around while carrying things that would normally require effort. Cultivators would normally store their all treasures within their storage rings, as they are easily accessible when needed and are always safe by their side. All-seeing celestial eyes. Su Yang's eyes suddenly flickered with a profound light that quickly disappeared. So this was the last one that had a monster core, huh? Su Yang gently patted his bulging pockets that contained more than a dozen monster cores. It felt as though he was carrying many rocks in both sides of his pockets, making it quite uncomfortable for him, as it would rub on his legs whenever he moved. Although I made this trip from pure coincidences, I managed to obtain quite a decent amount of wealth. An extreme yin flower and a bunch of monster cores of the yin lightning element, all that would benefit females but harm males. Su Yang sighed. In this world, there exists a version of either yin or yang in almost everything, even in elements such as fire, water, wind, and earth. Hence why there are yin lightning elements and yang lightning elements. After clearing out the Thunder Valley, Su Yang did not wait for another second to leave the place, as he did not wish to stay there any longer. When he walked out from the Thunder Valley, The people camping outside that recognized him from a few hours back stared at him with wide eyes. Not only did he return with all his limbs attached, he even managed to come out unscathed. As Su Yang walked away, he glanced at those few individuals that were loudly sneering at him before and showed them a slight smile alongside an expression filled with mockery, causing the veins in their head to bulge like roots. They wanted to pounce at him at that moment, but because they were all heavily injured while Su Yang was in a perfect condition, none of them dared to approach him. After leaving the Thunder Valley, Su Yang traveled back to the Swift Feather City. And although it had taken him nearly a week to travel to the Thunder Valley from the Swift Feather City, he was able to return to the Swift Feather City within the same day. He left the Thunder Valley because he decided to run at full speed instead of walking at a strolling pace like he did last time. Once he reached the main gates, the guards allowed him inside without any trouble once they saw the elegant white robes on him that identified him as a disciple of the Profound Blossom sect. "Please enjoy your stay, young master," they bowed to him as he entered. And unlike his first visit, Su Yang walked a straight line through the middle of the city without stopping his legs, as he had no reason to linger around in this place. However, when he reached the center of the city, he suddenly stopped his steps to look at a massive group of people trying to enter the large red building in front of them. They were all dressed in wealthy attires with expensive accessories all around their body, looking as though they were on their way to some party for nobles. There was also a few individuals within that group that looked like disciples of certain sects, but they were in the minority and was barely noticeable. "What is that place?" Su Yang stopped a random pedestrian and asked. "The Burning Lotus Auction House." "It's an elite auction house that opens only once a year. It's for those who are wealthy and are looking to buy or sell rare treasures," said the pedestrian. "An auction house, huh?" Su Yang looked at his bulging pockets and nodded, looking as though he had decided on something. "Thank you," he said before approaching the crowd. Once he reached the crowd, Su Yang focused his ears to listen to the people around him talking. "Noble Chen, what are you trying to buy from the auction house this year? Are you looking to fight me again this year? If so, then you can screw off." "Ha ha ha, don't be like that, Noble Chen. If it wasn't for my son who really needed that 70-year-old ginseng, I wouldn't have fought you for it. HMP. Because of you, my son nearly destroyed the house out of anger because he wasn't able to break through without that 70-year-old ginseng. I have heard rumors that the Burning Lotus Auction House might be auctioning a few of their famous handmade pills this year. The Burning Lotus Pill. That profound pill that increases the chance of someone entering the profound spirit realm by 90%. Really? If they are really selling Burning Lotus pills this year, then I must get my hands on one. My son, who is at the peak of the elementary spirit realm, will finally reach the profound spirit realm if he had its assistance. I can't wait to see Madame Wang again. Are you here to look at girls or treasures? Aren't they the same thing? Noble Chen, you are also here for the low-grade storage ring. What, don't tell me that you are also here for that. Well. Ha ha ha, good, today will be a good day for revenge. Upon hearing that this place would be auctioning a storage ring, Su Yang decided to stay around to see if he could earn enough from the monster cores to buy it. Chapter 54. Madame Wang. After standing around for some time outside while people slowly entered the Burning Lotus auction house, it was finally Su Yang's turn to head inside. When he approached the door, a beautiful young lady wearing a red cheongsam stopped him and asked, "Excuse me, are you selling or buying today?" "I would like to sell a few elementary grade and profound grade lightning cat monster cores," he replied while patting his pockets. The young lady's eyes widened with astonishment when she saw how he was carrying so many monster cores in his pockets, as though they were candies, making her wonder why he'd carry them like that, and how many were in his pockets. How many monster cores are you trying to sell today?" she asked him with a stiff smile. "I have 36 of them," replied Su Yang in an indifferent voice. 36 of them? The young lady nearly fell on her butt cheeks when she heard the amount of monster cores he was carrying. How did he manage to obtain so many of them? Despite their over 100 years of business, Not even their burning Lotus auction house has ever sold so many monster cores at once before. Esteemed guest, please wait a moment, said the young lady in a hurried voice. She then beckoned one of the assistants inside the building to go to her. Bring this esteemed guest to the guest room and notify Madame Wang of his presence. Tell her that he has 3 dozens of lightning cat monster cores that he'd like us to sell for him. The young lady whispered directly in the assistant's ear, who was also a pretty young lady wearing similar clothing. Since Madame Wang would only meet with guests that have extremely rare and valuable items to sell, or when they have a profound background, the assistant instantly became alert of Su Yong's presence. The assistant glanced at Su Yong's handsome face and blushed. Such a good-looking young man, he must surely be someone with an exalted background. Please follow me, esteemed guest. The assistant gracefully beckoned him to enter. When the other guests saw how the servants from the burning Lotus auction house treated Su Yong with such respect, they all intensively looked at him, looking as though they were trying to engrave his face into their memories. After Su Yong entered the building, he was led to a large room with expensive furniture. Esteemed guest, please wait a moment while I call for Madame Wang, said the assistant before walking away in a fast pace. While the assistant went to call for this Madame Wang, Su Yong retrieved the 36 monster cores from his pockets and laid them on the table made from exquisite wood in front of him, all in an orderly fashion and separated by their grades and quality. Monster cores are graded by the cultivation base of its owner before death. When a beast at the elementary spirit realm dies, it would normally leave behind an elementary grade monster core, whilst a profound spirit realm beast would leave behind a profound grade monster core. However, not all beasts drop monster cores with grades similar to their cultivation base, as there are times they would leave behind monster cores with a lower grade than their actual cultivation base. Monster cores are also graded by its size. So small-sized monster core are considered inferior in quality, while the larger ones are of superior quality, such as inferior elementary grade monster cores and superior elementary grade monster cores. There are also higher qualities than superior, but those are usually only available from profound beasts above the heavenly spirit realm. A few minutes after Su Yong finished organizing the monster cores, the door to the room slowly opened, and an extremely beautiful woman wearing a revealing black cheongsam entered the room. Su Yong glanced at the woman who just entered. She had short black hair with a small red lotus hair accessory in her hair. Her eyes were sharp and clear, and her naturally seductive figure was undoubtedly alluring enough to halt the steps of any man in the streets that looked at her. When this beautiful woman saw the amount of monster cores laid out on the table, her eyes flickered with an excited light. However, when she noticed Su Yong and his robes, her eyebrows unconsciously raised itself, and a glint of delight flickered in her eyes. To be honest, when I heard that someone wanted to sell lightning cat monster cores at our burning Lotus auction house, I did not expect that someone to be a mere outer court disciple from the infamous Profound Blossom sect. She sat down in front of Su Yong and said to him in a calm voice, "This many lightning cat monster cores, did you personally slay them, or did you obtain them from another source?" Madame Wang continued to speak as she picked up one of the monster cores to play with it without giving Su Yong any space in her view. Seeing Madame Wang's arrogant demeanor and lack of manners, Su Yong smiled and said, "I like doing business with honest people like you, as it makes the transaction much more straightforward and less complicated. So, what is the share like for doing business in your burning Lotus auction house?" Madame Wang's eyes widened with surprise when Su Yong outright ignored her questions while asking his own. Who does this brat think he is talking to? Does he even know where he is? Is this how you speak to your seniors? She stared at him with a frown. Don't even bother trying to use your status to take advantage of me, surnamed Wang. Su Yong suddenly leaned forward with a serious expression on his face, his sharp gaze staring directly into Madame Wang's eyes. If you are trying to act your age by looking at me as a mere junior, then I will also act my actual age. Who are you? How dare you speak to me in such a tone? Do you know who I am? I am a sect elder from the Burning Lotus. When Madame Wang, a cultivator at the peak of the true spirit realm, sensed the overwhelming aura emitted by Su Yang that gave her the feeling that she was in the presence of an experienced senior, her heart skipped a beat. Even if you are the sect master of my sect, if you talk to me in a distasteful tone, I will make you change that tone. Su Yang rudely interrupted her in a calm voice, which sounded more oppressive than being loud. Although Su Yang has the appearance of a young man, he was still mentally older than anybody living in this world. He was an existence who was revered no matter where he traveled. Even if nobody in this world was aware of his exalted existence, he would not allow anyone to disrespect him in such a fashion. Now let's put a halt to this silliness so we can start doing business. How does that sound? He said with a smile. Chapter 55, Offer. Madame Wang sat there with a dazed expression, her trembling gaze filled with disbelief and bewilderment as she stared at Su Yang, who was calmly sitting there with a slight smile on his face. She was a sect elder of one of the few prestigious sects within this eastern continent, the Burning Lotus Palace, yet a mere junior from the indecent profound Blossom sect actually dared to speak to her with such arrogance and disrespect. She had never faced such a situation before, hence her perplexion. However, as much as she wanted to flip the table and slap Su Yang in the face, there was something in her that silently told her to calm down and not act so recklessly. So she closed her eyes and took a deep breath to recollect herself. She didn't want to admit defeat, much less to a junior, but the 3 dozens of monster cores on the table greatly helped her calm down. While they were only elementary grade and profound grade monster cores, they are still considered very valuable resources, as they are always in high demand, and could never seem to satisfy the never-ending flow of orders. Customers who wish to sell at our Burning Lotus sect will receive 70% of the total amount for the item sold, while the Burning Lotus auction house takes the remaining 30%. If it doesn't sell, then you will pay us 10 gold coins for using our service, said Madame Wang with an annoyed voice. I want 80%. Su Yang said immediately after. Madame Wang instantly frowned at his words. Are you purposefully trying to anger me? Don't forget you're standing here as the customer. This is not a negotiation. You either take it or leave it. Of course, this is not a negotiation. This is my offer. You either take it or leave it. Get out, before I assault a guest inside this place for the first time ever since I became the manager here, said Madame Wang with clenched fists, her gaze narrowed in a threatening way. However, Su Yang remained sitting there, and he said, Are you sure about that? You won't be seeing any more lightning cat monster cores being sold for at least a few more years after these. Madame Wang's frown immediately deepened. What did he mean by that? Although lightning cat monster cores are indeed rare and hard to come by, they are not as rare as Su Yang made them sound. You seem confused. Are you aware of the situation at the Thunder Valley? Su Yang suddenly asked. The Thunder Valley. Madame Wang recalled how there has been an abnormally large amount of lightning cats appearing within the Thunder Valley for the past week. It was to the point where there was only lightning cats and nothing else. Almost as though everything else that had lived there had suddenly vanished or driven away. Because of the subjugation happening there, even as we are currently speaking, the lightning cat's population there will evidently plummet. They might even get hunted to the point of extinction. What do you think will happen once that happens? Madame Wang's eyes widened upon realizing where Su Yang was trying to get at. However, before she could even open her mouth to speak, Su Yang continued. The monster cores you see on the table are the only lightning cat monster cores left. There are no more within the Thunder Valley, so I want to sell them at 3 times its original price. HMPH. How can you be so sure about that? Whether I am right or not, you will know in a few months. So here is my offer. You can help me sell these monster cores now and jump in joy later, or you can force me out that door today and regret your decision within a few months' time. Either way, even if I don't sell them here today, I will still have many other uses for these monster cores. Madame Wang became silent. She was pondering his offer. If what he says about the lightning cats is true and I let him leave now, then we will lose out on a potentially massive profit. However, If we help him sell his monster cores for 3 times its original price without any solid proof regarding his claims, then it will upset the guests, and our Burning Lotus auction house will definitely lower in reputation. No, we can just tell the guests that the seller insisted on selling it 3 times the original price no matter what. Even if it doesn't sell, we will not lose anything because we didn't spend any resources on it, even profiting from it. After thinking to herself the situation, Madame Wang finally decided to help Su Yang sell his monster cores. If it sells, then even if they have to lose 10% of their normal shares, they would still profit because the monster cores would be sold at least 3 times its original price. I will let you know right now that I do not like you and that my decision was made purely thinking for my Burning Lotus auction house. Business is business, so I will help you sell your monster cores. Su Yang nodded with a smile and said, "Good, now let's move on to my second offer." Huh. Madame Wang looked at him with a dumbfounded expression on her face, looking as though she couldn't understand his words just now. She wondered what else did he has to offer. "I happen to hear that your Burning Lotus auction house has the recipe for this pill that increases the chance of someone entering the profound spirit realm by 90%. My second offer is this. I have a method to make that pathetic 90% into 100%, and I am willing to sell it to you." "You can what?" Madame Wang directly cried out loud from the shock of hearing his abrupt offer. Even though it was only a mere 10%, the difference between 90% and 100% is incomparable because one guaranteed success and the other didn't. Hell, forget about 90%. Even if it was turning 99% into 100%, she would still be as shocked. Chapter 56. I want you. You are an expert in the Tao of alchemy, an alchemist. Madame Wang asked Su Yang, her voice sounding dazed and her face still expressing strong disbelief. Alchemists or alchemy masters are cultivators in the cultivation world, with a profession in medicines and creating pills. They are all highly respected and valued people in the cultivation world because of their ability to create pills that could significantly assist others, whether it'd be their health or cultivation. However, not everybody can become an alchemist as they wish. Just like cultivation, one must be born with the talent to become an alchemist, as they are required to memorize the countless numbers of plants and medicines that exist in this world. It is said that only 1 in 100,000 people are born with the capabilities to become an alchemist, hence their rarity in this world. Additionally, most alchemists in this world are at an old age because they had to spend the majority of their life studying the Tao of alchemy just to become a full-fledged alchemist. So for Su Yang, who was still so young, to be an alchemist was something almost unbelievable in Madame Wang's eyes. "No, I am not an alchemist." Su Yang immediately denied her suspicions, and he continued, "But I happen to know a thing or two about the Tao of alchemy, as I used to have a friend who was decent in that field." "If you're not an alchemist, then what the hell could you possibly know about the profound Tao of alchemy?" Madame Wang frowned. She was someone who deeply revered all alchemists, as she was an alchemy apprentice herself, someone who just started her path to becoming an alchemy master. So when Su Yang, someone who was not even an alchemist, claimed that he knew a thing or two about the Tao of alchemy, it had greatly annoyed her. In her eyes, he was not any different than someone claiming to know about sewing when he'd never sewed before. "Whether I know anything or not, why don't you see for yourself? Do you have one of those Burning Lotus pills on you right now?" he suddenly said. "What are you going to do?" she asked with a doubtful expression. "I have never seen this Burning Lotus pill ever in my life before, but I will be able to guess its recipe if you give me a minute with it." "What a joke. If you can tell a pill's recipe just by looking at the pill, then I'd be willing to kiss your feet and call you my master." Madame Wang sneered at his ridiculous claims. "Then why don't we have a bet on whether or not I can do it? If I cannot guess the pill's recipe, then I will give you all of these Lightning Cat's monster cores for free. However, if I win—" A profound light flickered within Madame Wang's eyes halfway through Su Yang's sentence, and she quickly interrupted him. "If you win, then you can do whatever you want with my body," she said to him with a seductive look. Su Yang lifted an eyebrow at her offer, and he said a second later, Why would I want your body? His words instantly dumbfounded Madame Wang, who was extremely confident in her charming figure and beautiful appearance. How could he refuse her offer that was a dream of countless men out there? Could he even be considered a man at this point? After hearing Su Yong's direct rejection, Madame Wang awkwardly cleared her throat. "Then what do you want?" she asked with a slightly blushing face, feeling embarrassed about what had just happened. "I want you," Su Yong said in a nonchalant voice, dumbfounding her once again. "What did you just say?" Madame Wang couldn't help but feel that he was truly trying to make a fool out of her by now. Where did he get the courage to ask for her after refusing her just seconds ago? "I want you. Your status as a sect elder for the Burning Lotus Palace, to be precise. I will clearly win this bet, as that's the only reason I'd even bother making this wager in the first place. Did you really think that I'd be stupid enough to make an expensive bet that I wasn't confident in? Or did that not come across your mind at all? How laughable," Su Yong chuckled. Madame Wang's jaw dropped slightly from shock. She'd only realized that after Su Yong mentioned it. Because he had used so many monster cores as his wager, it had caught her off guard and made her mind muddled for a moment. After the realization, her body began feeling hotter than before, almost as if the room's temperature skyrocketed. Just thinking about how she'd almost gave away her body for free made her entire body sweaty. "Why are you doing this, me? Do I really look that easy to make fun of? You may be a customer here, but force in my hands and I will kill you." Madame Wang gritted her teeth in anger, and her eyes narrowed at Su Yong, her urge to beat him up resurfacing and stronger than ever. Ever since the beginning, nothing had made sense to her. She felt as though she was being thrown around by Su Yong at the back of his palms, that she was just his plaything, seeing her cultivation base at the peak of the true spirit realm leaking out of her. Su Yong casually shrugged. "You are an honest woman, so I did not bother coding my words with you. I did not intend on making fun of you, I promise." Hearing his words and seeing his sincere face, Madame Wang slowly calmed down. "Continue," she said a moment later. "Before I continue, allow me to show you my credibility." "The Burning Lotus pill, you have one, right?" he said. Madame Wang turned silent again, and a minute later she stood up and walked to the back of the room, where she retrieved a small glass bottle inside one of the drawers. Inside this glass bottle, there rested one red-colored medicine pill in the shape and size of a perfectly small, round pebble. "This is the Burning Lotus pill. Make any funny movements and I'll instantly kill you." Madame Wang placed the glass bottle on the table right beside the monster cores. Su Yong casually picked up the bottle and inspected the pill inside. "I will open it to smell it." Su Yong smiled when Madame Wang frowned at his words. "Don't worry, it will only take a second and the pill's quality will remain the same," he said to her as a reassurance, since these glass bottles were made to keep the pills inside fresh or else they'd degrade, just like jade boxes. After saying that, Su Yong barely pulled the cap off the glass bottle and gave it a quick sniff before closing it immediately. He then placed the glass bottle back on the table and closed his eyes with a pondering expression. This pill was made only recently, precisely 5 days ago. The ingredients used to create this pill was... Su Yong, still with his eyes closed, began naming a dozen different names for herbs and other things, causing Madame Wang to stare at him with her delicious-looking mouth and beautiful eyes wide open. Chapter 57. Profound Advancement Pill. This Burning Lotus pill is almost the exact same as the Profound Advancement pill, except it has a few ingredients missing, hence its inferior quality and pathetic 90% chance of success. Su Yong thought to himself as he was naming the recipe to Madame Wang. The Profound Advancement pill was a common pill in his previous life in all 4 great worlds that had the exact same effect as the Burning Lotus pill. But instead of 90% of success, they were all known to be effective 100% of the time. However, the way Madame Wang treated the Burning Lotus pill was as if it were some sort of valuable treasure. This made Su Yong wonder what had happened to the Profound Advancement pill, or if it still existed in this world. He really managed to guess the recipe just by smelling the scent of the pill. Madame Wang mumbled to herself with a dazed voice, seemingly in a state of great shock. Forget about her limited knowledge. Even the alchemy masters in her burning lotus palace would not be able to do what Su Yang just did. Not to mention that she has never heard of anybody in the history of alchemy that had managed to achieve similar feats. How about it? Did I guess correctly? Despite knowing that he was right, Su Yang still asked her with a cheeky smile. I. Madame Wang was so shocked that she couldn't even open her mouth to speak properly, so she decided to nod her head instead. After taking a long moment to calm herself down, she asked with a serious expression, "How'd you do it?" Only a selected few from the Burning Lotus Palace could possibly know the recipe for the Burning Lotus Pill, so the chances of you already knowing prior to coming here is right beside zero. I told you that I had a friend who was decent in the Tao of alchemy, right? After being beside that person for many years, even if you don't like alchemy, you'll still learn a thing or two about it. Su Yang said with a smile that carried a feeling of affection. When Madame Wang saw his expression, her heart began throbbing faster. What could he be thinking about that would cause him to make such an expression? Who was this friend of his? Her interests were piqued, but she didn't open her mouth to ask, as that would be an awkward thing to do when they've only met today, not to mention the unpleasant first impression they had of each other. Now that I've shown you a little of what I can do, let us continue our business. The reason the Burning Lotus Pill has a 90% success rate and not a 100% success rate is simple. It is missing a few key ingredients. Su Yang continued. This is my second offer. I will give you the missing ingredients, but you will not share it with anybody, not even to those within your sect. Additionally, you will become mine. But I don't want your body, only your assistance in a few things along with your undivided loyalty. Su Yang believed that making her the sole holder of the recipe would greatly boost her ego and loyalty towards him if she accepted his offer, hence why he did not want her to spread the recipe. And in all honesty, he couldn't care less about a mere pill that was only useful for those at the elementary spirit realm. Also, judging from the faint smell of medicine and herbs in your scent, I can tell that you are studying the Tao of alchemy. If I am pleased with your assistance, then I might even share with you a thing or two about the Tao of alchemy, which will guarantee you great success as an alchemy master. Madame Wang silently stared at Su Yang with wide eyes as he spoke. She didn't know what to think about the situation, nor how to react. This is her first time listening to someone who didn't even look half her age talk to her in such a way. After a moment of silence, Madame Wang suddenly stood up. Unbelievable! You are a really absurd existence. I have never seen or heard of a person like you until today. Do you really think I will agree with your ridiculous offer just because you were able to sniff out the Burning Lotus Pill's recipe? She said with a loud voice, causing the air in the room to tremble. A pity. Su Yang shook his head and also stood up. If you do not accept my offer, then you can forget about it and just help me sell my monster cores. Wait a moment. Who said anything about refusing your offer? Madame Wang then cleared her throat and continued with a blushing face. What kind of assistance do you want from me? Despite her annoyance with Su Yang, she was able to see the profit of shaking hands with him. The Burning Lotus Pill was already considered a top-tier pill in the cultivation world, with its 90% success chance. So what kind of reaction would the world receive if Su Yang really had the recipe for a 100% success rate pill? It would surely shock the world to its core. It was now Su Yang's turn to be dumbfounded by her words, as he did not expect her to say such a thing right after sounding offended by his offer. It's simple, really. In return for fame and respect, I just want you to supply me with resources and create a few pills for me using the recipes I will be giving you later. He said a few seconds later. Madame Wang closed her eyes to think. When she opened her eyes again, uncertainty flashed within. It's a captivating offer, really. However, unfortunately for both of us, I am only an alchemy apprentice, so concocting the Burning Lotus Pill is simply impossible for me, let alone whatever you want me to make. And if you don't mind me asking, why did you choose me to assist you despite our unpleasant encounter? If you really need someone to help you concoct your pills, then there are many other better choices out there. She said to him in a dispirited tone, clearly unhappy about her status as an alchemy apprentice. And you are clearly more educated than me in the Tao of alchemy, so why don't you do it yourself? Hearing her question, Su Yang smiled. Because I have more important things to do. And I am not someone to hold grudges, especially not against a beautiful woman such as yourself. I chose you simply because I can see talent in you. What? I am talented. Madame Wang blushed after being called beautiful by Su Yang, which she found quite baffling, as she was long adapted to people complimenting her appearance. Furthermore, she would normally not act so bashful in front of others, yet why is she doing that exact thing right now, much less in front of such a young man? It was as if there was something about Su Yang that made her react differently. Others may be unaware, even you may be unaware, but I can see talent in you when it comes to the Tao of alchemy. He said to her with a mysterious smile, and deep within his gaze flickered a profound light. Chapter 58. A Gift from the Heavens. As long as you cultivate the technique I give you, you will surely become one of the best alchemy masters in this eastern continent, if not the very best in this world. Su Yang continued. You plan on giving me a technique. What kind of technique is it? She asked with extreme curiosity. It's a technique that will help you understand the Tao of alchemy faster and better. It will aid you in becoming an alchemy master within months, if not weeks. So, what about my offer? Are you willing to accept it? Madame Wang rubbed her temples and began pondering extensively. Everything Su Yang offered her sounded too good to be true, yet something about it gave her a feeling that it was all real. Just to be clear, if I accept your offer, you will help me become an alchemy master, and in return, I will give you resources and help you make pills. That's the gist of it, yes. Su Yang calmly nodded, confirming her thoughts. After a moment of dead silence, Madame Wang released a long sigh. To think there'd be a day I would lower myself to the point where I have to rely on a youngster to help me achieve my dreams in becoming an alchemy master. She stared at Su Yang in the eyes and continued. I, Wang Shuren, accept your offer. Su Yang laughed at her words. Youngster. Despite my appearance, I am actually older than you, believe it or not. As a cultivator yourself, you should know very well that one's appearance can be very deceiving in our world. Wang Shuren looked at him with wide eyes without feeling too shocked, as she had a feeling that he was actually older than he looked due to his demeanor, but without confirmation, she didn't dare to believe it at first. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door to the room. Madame Wang, the auction is about to begin, said one of the servants from behind the door. I will be there in a moment, Wang Shuren loudly replied. We can continue this after the auction. Su Yang said a moment later. Wang Shuren nodded at his suggestion, and she stored all the monster cores that were on the table inside a large leather pouch. I will bring this to where the rest of things are being auctioned today first. After cleaning the table, Wang Shuren led Su Yang out of the room, where she proceeded to direct a beautiful lady to bring Su Yang to one of the VIP guest rooms and to serve him for the day. The VIP guest room was a single large square room with a few furniture along with a luxurious chair, seated a few steps behind the large glass wall that showcased the entire view of the auction room, where the auction will be taken place. When taken to this room, the beautiful lady appointed to him said, Esteemed guest, if you see something you wish to make an offer on, just say it out loud and your voice will be broadcasted into the auction room for everybody to hear. Additionally, your privacy when inside this room is a top priority, so your voice will be disguised and the glass wall can only be seen through from your end. How thoughtful, Su Yang smiled. If esteemed guest requires any assistance at any time during the auction, you can call for me, as I will be standing here by the door until the end of the auction. Any kind of service is fine, Su Yang said with an enchanting and seductive smile, dumbfounding the beautiful lady for a good second. Yes, anything is fine as long as it is with the esteemed guest, she said a moment later, her face quickly reddening. Naturally, the Burning Lotus auction house did not provide that kind of service, not even to its esteemed guests. But seeing how handsome and noble Su Yang was, the young lady willingly lied about her services, as she could only see benefits from this situation. After all, What kind of servant wouldn't want to create a close connect with an esteemed guest as handsome as Su Yang to earn a few favors? Even if he wasn't an esteemed guest, the young lady was positive that she would still willingly serve him. After a moment of silence, Su Yang suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, I am joking with you. It was a habit of his to tease others, especially young maidens. Hearing that it was only a joke, the young lady felt her face flushing from embarrassment, yet there was also a hint of disappointment in her heart, as she was expecting this year's auction to be a bit different and more exciting. HM. Don't tell me you actually looked forward to serving some stranger you've just only met, even though you are a pure maiden. Su Yang decided to poke at her more after seeing her reactions. The young lady showed surprise when Su Yang called her a virgin. How did you know that I am still pure? She asked. A gift from the heavens, I suppose. Su Yang said with a slight smile before taking a seat in the luxurious chair. From his view, there was at least 100 people already seated in their seats, all whom are waiting for the auction to start. There was also a large stage in the auction room, where a few servants were setting the stage up. Esteemed guest, the young lady suddenly mumbled from behind him. Although esteemed guest may be joking, I am very serious about my services. Su Yang slowly turned around to look at her, who had a reddened face, looking like she'd just ate something spicy. Chapter 59. Behind the glass wall, the young lady stood behind Su Yang with her hands clasped tightly together, looking like a nervous child waiting to be scolded. But despite her embarrassment, her eyes did not waver, and she continued to stare at his face with a firm expression on her reddened face. In her 20 years of life, this is her first time acting so bold. What is your name? Su Yang suddenly asked her. Zhang Ziu Ying, Burning Lotus Palace's outer court disciple, she replied. You are a disciple of the sect that owns this place? Su Yang was pleasantly surprised to learn of this information. Almost everyone working here today is from the Burning Lotus Palace, with most of us being outer court disciples. It is an annual thing, and disciples get selected randomly for the task. Was your sect elder, Madam Wang, also randomly selected to come here today? No. Elder Wang is a permanent personnel here, so she will appear here every year. Su Yang nodded. Thank you for the information. As for your services, I do not need them, nor will I request for them from you. The moment Zhang Ziu Ying heard this, her heart somewhat plummeted. To think that even after throwing away all of her shame and pride, she was still turned away, not to mention this was also her first time doing the courting, however, as tears began to appear in Zhang Ziu Ying's eyes. Su Yang continued to speak. Though if you still wish to serve me, I will not stop you, he said in a calm voice. Huh? Zhang Ziu Ying seemed dazed for a second, as her mind could not comprehend his words fast enough for any reaction. Su Yang did not say anything else and continued to watch the people from the glass wall from above. The room quickly became quiet. After a few more moments of silence, Zhang Ziu Ying suddenly moved. She slowly walked to stand in front of Su Yang, blocking his view. Please excuse me, esteemed guest. Her figure slowly lowered until she was kneeling before Su Yang, right in front of his crotch area. She moved her hands toward the robe sash around Su Yang's waist and proceeded to untie it. While Zhang Ziu Ying undressed the lower part of his robes, Su Yang remained unmoving, his gaze still at the auction room beyond the glass wall, looking as though he wasn't even aware of Zhang Ziu Ying's movements. When Zhang Ziu Ying lowered his pants enough, her eyes widened from shock by the sight of his sleeping brother. This is what a man's nether region looks like, she said to herself inside her head as her trembling hands slowly approached the sleeping dragon. Upon feeling the warmth from Su Yang's penis, Zhang Ziu Ying began caressing it, as she didn't know what else to do. But why isn't it erect? Is he not feeling any excitement from this kind of situation? After thinking for a while, she decided to put it in her mouth. The moment Su Yang's unawakened beast entered Zhang Ziu Ying's mouth and felt the tenderness of her tongue, it began growing in size. So big. The sudden growth startled Zhang Ziu Ying, whose small mouth was barely big enough to fit Su Yang's awakened dragon. However, Despite the awkward feeling of having a man's penis in her mouth for the first time in her life, her body began feeling aroused. MMM. Zhang Ziu Ying began to slowly move her head back and forth a few seconds later, creating faint, vulgar noises in the background. It was at this moment the lights in the auction room dimmed, and Wang Xuren appeared on the stage, stunning the crowd with her bewitching beauty. Welcome to the Burning Lotus Auction House's 156th opening. Normally, one of the auction house's servants would be doing the auction after my welcoming speech, but I have decided to change it up for this year by being the one to stand on the stage today, she said with a bright smile on her face, causing the audience to scream from excitement. As the crowd roared loudly, Wang Xuren glanced at the VIP guest room that was slightly above them. As always, we have many exciting and valuable things to be auctioned off today. But before we start, I'd like to give a shout-out to the esteemed guest who is currently residing within that room right there. Wang Xuren casually guided the audience's gazes towards the VIP room, where Su Yang was getting his sword cleaned by Zhang Ziu Ying. Luckily for the two, the glass wall was blacked out and looked like a room without any lights to the audience, so they weren't able to see the spectacular scene currently happening inside. But if they knew that they were actually looking at a man feeding creamed soup to a woman with his extra-large straw, then they would surely be shocked out of their minds. As for Wang Xuren, she might even go crazy, but fortunately for both parties, that was not the case. Meanwhile, inside the VIP room, Zhang Ziu Ying's movements suddenly froze with cold sweat all over her body when she heard Wang Xuren's unexpected shout-out. And upon feeling many gazes looking at her direction, her heart nearly exploded from anxiety in addition to her guilt. However, a few moments later, when she finally remembered how they couldn't see what she was doing, she began moving her head again and continued sucking Su Yang's personal straw as if nothing happened, slowly becoming more addicted to the sweet taste in her mouth. Chapter 60. Spiritual Treasure. After giving the welcoming speech, Wang Xuren proceeded to signal a servant to come on the stage with a steel sword in her hands. The servant then placed the sword on the stand that was in the middle of the stage. The sword looked like any more steel sword, however, unlike normal swords, there was faint profound kai that surrounded the blade. I welcome you the first item for today, a spiritual treasure, the spirit sword, Wang Xuren said with enthusiasm behind her voice. Besides normal weapons, there are weapons with profound kai embedded into them, giving them tyrannical and unrivaled powers that normal weapons could never hope to compete with. And these kinds of weapons are called spiritual treasures. Spiritual treasures are only available to cultivators with a sufficient cultivation base, as it requires an enormous amount of profound kai just to control it. However, once a cultivator has the ability to wield a spiritual treasure, they can even split mountains and seas with a single strike. The spirit sword being showcased was such a spiritual treasure, but it was only a spiritual treasure at the lowest grade, the spirit grade. It's really a spiritual treasure. The rumors were true. The crowd instantly became hyped, as this was the first time most of these people have ever seen a spiritual treasure in person. The starting bid for this spirit sword will be 75 spirit stones. Spirit stones are similar to monster cores and are capable of assisting cultivators in their cultivation. Though, cultivators also use them as a currency in the cultivation world, especially when it came to buying expensive items that would require an enormous amount of gold. 80 spirit stones. 82 spirit stones. 85 spirit stones. Instantly, the crowd began shouting their offer one after another. After a few minutes of fierce fighting with offers, the spirit sword was sold to a wealthy-looking young man who looked to be a disciple for some sect, for 137 spirit stones. Although that amount didn't seem much, it should be worth mentioning that someone from a common background would normally not be able to afford a single spirit stone, even if they worked for 10 years straight. In this world, 1 gold coin would be able to feed a normal family of 4 for many years. Yet a single one of these spirit stone would cost at least 10 gold coins. This showed the difference between cultivators and mortals and the world they live in. And, that even if you have the ability to become a cultivator, you may not be able to sustain yourself afterward for long. The requirement to become a cultivator and grow as one would require a large amount of resource and wealth, or else they would never truly grow, hence why all cultivators would join sects, as they are wealthy and powerful organizations that have the ability to provide them with such resources. However, it should be obvious that one would still be required to work relentlessly for these resources, unless they are some kind of super genius that would unconditionally receive the sect's assistance even if they refuse the help. Inside the VIP room, Su Yang barely reacted to the spirit sword. It was not even worthy enough to be in his sights, let alone worth his attention. Instead of paying attention to the auction, he was more focused on the young lady who was still earnestly sucking his divine rod, seemingly bewitched by some sort of spell that made her continuously thrust her head. "Are you done yet?" Su Yang suddenly said. "I know this may be your first time doing this, but you really suck at it," he sighed and continued. "If you continue like this, then I will have no choice but to stop you, as it's beginning to hurt from your techniques." Hearing his heartfelt complaints, Zhang Ziying instantly stopped her movements. I apologize to the esteemed guest for my lack of skills, even causing the esteemed guest pain when I am supposed to do the opposite," she said to him with a stiff expression after removing her wet lips from his crotch area. "Please allow me a chance to redeem myself, esteemed guest," Zhang Ziying said with her head lowered, her voice sounding passionate. This caused Su Yang to raise his eyebrows. Why was she exerting so much effort just to pleasure him? What could she possibly want from him? Surely she couldn't be crazy enough to do all this just to obtain his attention, right? "Go on," Su Yang said after a moment of silence. Upon hearing his approval, Zhang Ziying instantly raised her head and smiled brightly. "Yes." Zhang Ziying slowly stood up and began undressing in front of Su Yang, who watched without uttering a single sound. From the top to bottom, Zhang Ziying uncovered her private parts for Su Yang to feast his eyes on. Her hairless figure was slim and well-balanced, with her breasts being neither big nor small, and her pink buds were popping and solid. She had glossy white skin that reflected light, despite being inside a room with dimmed lights that was nearly dark. Although her body was not as mature and as well-portioned as Lan Liking's body, it still had a charm of its own, and would easily excite any men with enough karma and blessing to see such an elegant sight. A few moments later, when Zhang Ziying finished undressing, she slowly closed her distance to Su Yang. "Esteemed guest, please excuse me in advance for blocking your view of the auction." When Zhang Ziying was close enough to feel Su Yang's calm breath, her bottom lips were already directly on top of his stiff rod. Time seemed to have stopped for Zhang Ziying at this moment, as she was preparing herself to give away her purity to Su Yang, someone she'd just met today and without a proper relationship, if there was even any at all. Regret is a bitter feeling, and you might have to live the rest of your life with this feeling if you continue any further, Su Yang suddenly said to her, giving her one last chance to change her mind. "It is better to willingly give my first to someone as handsome and charming as you than to unwillingly lose it to that bastard Wang Ming," she said with a bitter smile and glistening eyes, and she slowly lowered her body until her bottom lips touched the tip of Su Yang's penis. "Wang Ming." Su Yang raised an eyebrow at her words. Chapter 61. The Struggles of the Weak. Zhang Ziying bit down on her bottom lip as an intense feeling of pain appeared in her nether region. It felt as though she was pierced by a sharp sword. She looked down at her stomach where there was a slight bulge, and a wave of inexplicable emotions surged through her mind. Although she knew that she would one day lose her virginity, she had never imagined that it would be lost this way, to some random, esteemed guest within the burning Lotus auction house. "You really are a foolish woman." Su Yang sighed inwardly upon seeing the tears that had been resisting to fall in Zhang Ziying's eyes finally fall down her face. This Wang Ming is an inner court disciple at the burning Lotus Palace, and he is in the process of becoming a core disciple. He is a genius with no equal within the inner court, and he is the cousin of Elder Wang, but he is also an individual whose heart is rotten to its core. There are many rumors of Wang Ming abusing his status to force outer court disciples to serve him in bed. Zhang Ziying explained her situation to Su Yang without needing him to ask, almost as if she knew that he would eventually ask. And prior to coming to this burning lotus auction house, under the guise of needing to speak to me of private matters, he requested that I visit his living quarters alone when I return. Zhang Ziying trembled upon recalling the wicked smile this Wang Ming had when he spoke to her. At that moment, it felt like she was standing before a bandit with a prestigious status. I have a few friends within the outer court that have already fallen victim to this Wang Ming's vicious hands, and knowing that he would soon become a core disciple, an undeniable existence within the sect, I would not be able to escape from him. Su Yang silently listened to her story that was very common within the cultivation world, where those without status or power are always under the pressure of someone stronger. Incidents of someone of a higher status or rank pressuring those with a lower status to do unethical deeds are a common occurrence not just in this world, but also in his previous life in all four worlds. Though, it also happens in the mortal world, where there are noble ranks and social classes. Su Yang understood very well the cruelty of this world, even experiencing the feeling of powerlessness himself a few times while being pressured by those who used to stand above him. I would go to the sect elders, but I already know the outcome of such meaningless actions. Zhang Ziying closed her eyes and tightly embraced Su Yang with her face directly on his chest. I am just an ordinary outer court disciple, whilst Wang Ming is a genius with a bright future ahead of him. They will most certainly rather allow him to perform a few immoral acts than to cause a commotion for someone like me, who has no noteworthy background, not to mention that he is also the cousin of Elder Wang. After crying silently on Su Yang's chest for a few minutes, Zhang Ziying slowly released her embrace on him and smiled. I apologize to the esteemed guest for the unsightly display, and I greatly appreciate the esteemed guest for listening to my boring story. Please allow me to serve you to the best of my abilities. Zhang Ziying, who was sitting on Su Yang's laps, began to move her hips slowly. She covered her mouth with one hand to prevent herself from filling the room with her moans while the other held onto Su Yang to support her balance. Although it was extremely painful at first, she quickly familiarized herself with the feeling, soon finding only pleasure within that pain. Her body was heated, and her stomach felt like it was burning, but she continued moving her body, looking like she was doing squats. At this moment, the only thing that could be heard by Zhang Ziying was the sound of her muffled breathing mixed in with moaning, and the vulgar noises coming from her soaking wet cave, with the rowdiness from the auction room completely removed from her perceptions. While Zhang Ziying enjoyed herself, Su Yang silently recalled all the injustice he had experienced in the earlier years of his past life. As someone from a common background, he knew very well the sorrow and suffering those without power or status had to endure from those who did. Su Yang gazed at the dazed face of Zhang Ziying, who seemed to be lost in pleasure, and then he looked at Wang Shuren, who was still on the stage, seemingly pondering about something. By this time, the auction had already sold a few items, and there were 36 monster cores currently displayed on the stage. When the guests saw how many monster cores were together in one place, their eyes bulged with surprise. There are so many monster cores. How many is that? Wang Shuren smiled upon seeing the crowd's surprise. These are all yin lightning monster cores from the lightning cats that have recently been running rampage at the Thunder Valley, and they were all obtained by a single powerful individual. There are 36 of them to be auctioned today. Someone managed to obtain 36 monster cores alone. Whoever is auctioning this must have killed at least 1,000 lightning cats. The crowd was shocked after the exact number of monster cores was revealed. The chances of obtaining a monster core were 1 in 100. So for there to be 36 monster cores of the same beast, someone would have needed to slay thousands of lightning cats. At least that was what the guests believed. and they could not imagine the massacre that must have happened at the Thunder Valley for there to be so many monster cores in one place. Chapter 62. A Wealthy Guest. There are 28 elementary grade and 8 profound grade monster cores here. But before I start the auction, I have to mention that the seller had personally stated that the starting price for the elementary grade would be at 15 spirit stones, whilst the profound grade would be 30 spirit stones. Normally, an elementary grade monster core is worth anywhere from 5 to 10 spirit stones depending on its quality, and a profound grade monster core is worth twice as much. When the crowd heard the outrageous price of 30 spirit stones for one monster core, the auction room overflowed with complaints. 30 spirit stones for a mere profound grade monster core. There is a limit even to robbery. One of these monster core is almost a fourth of what I paid for my spirit sword. Wang Shuren could only smile bitterly at the complaints, but such reactions were expected from the crowd and considered natural, as she also complained about tripling the price. I understand your frustrations, but hear me out. Almost as though her voice carried traces of magic, Wang Shuren's gentle voice instantly calmed the entire room. Due to the constant hunting at the Thunder Valley for the past few days, nearly all of the lightning cats there have been massacred, so there will surely be a scarcity for lightning cat monster cores for at least a few years, hence their increased price. When the guests realized the reason for the absurd price, their eyes radiated with a certain light. The majority of the people there were rich people, so when there was a chance to make money, they were all able to sense it. Now that I have explained the reason for their price, let's start with the elementary grade monster cores, shall we? The first one will be an inferior quality monster core with the starting price at 15 spirit stones, 16 spirit stones, 17 spirit stones, 18 spirit stones. The crowd began offering their price one after another. 30 spirit stones. Suddenly, someone almost doubled the previous offer, surprising many people there. Was there an idiot within this auction room? Why would anyone pay so much for one monster core, when there are still so many monster cores left? And the people there turned to look at the person who had called out the offer. Their eyes widened with surprise upon seeing that the individual was actually a striking beauty. However, when the crowd noticed her unique white robes, their expressions instantly stiffened with some even frowning. Aya, of course, someone as beautiful as her would be a disciple of that despicable Profound Blossom sect. Fuck, why do they have all the beauties and handsome ones? This isn't fair. The crowd began complaining inwardly, but for a different reason. After the female disciple from the Profound Blossom sect won the first bid for the monster core, the second one instantly started. 20 spirit stones. The female disciple was the first to announce her offer, dumbfounding many people there. 21 spirit, 25 spirit stone. Without even allowing the second offer to finish, the female disciple offered an even higher price. Her actions caused the auction room to turn silent, as everybody there wondered why she was being so domineering over a few monster cores. Wang Shuren smiled slightly when she saw the situation. Su Yang was also from the Profound Blossom sect, so the possibility of them having a connection with each other was relatively high. Then onto the third monster core, 20 spirit stones. The same female disciple was the first to offer again. Her actions now shocked the crowd. Just how many monster cores does she plan on buying today? Could she be trying to buy all of the monster cores so she could control their value? A few came to the conclusion that she was trying to hog all of the monster cores so she could sell them at an even higher price later on, so they also began to bid. 21 spirit stones, 30 spirit stones, 31 spirit stones, 35 spirit stones. Holy shit, just how rich is this girl? How could she possibly afford to spend so much on these monster cores? The auction continued, and within the span of several minutes, over half of the monster cores were sold. However, unlike the female disciple from the Profound Blossom sect, no one there was willing to spend recklessly on monster cores, hence she won every single bid, spending over 400 spirit stones for 18 elementary grade monster cores. Additionally, The way this female disciple tossed around her wealth caused everybody there to sweat profusely. Just who was this female disciple from the profound Blossom sect, and how could she have so much wealth to spend? Meanwhile, Su Yang suddenly stood up from his seat, taking along with him a startled Zhang Ziying, whose body was still connected to him. He carried Zhang Ziying in his arms, with his hands on her soft buttocks, and he approached the glass wall, where he laid her back against it. "For your courage and boldness, I shall answer your plea." "My plea?" Zhang Ziying looked at him with a confused expression. Since when did she request him for anything? Su Yang suddenly began moving his hips for the first time since they connected bodies, his violent dragon fiercely thrusting into Zhang Ziying's tight hole. His sudden actions caused an incomprehensible feeling of pleasure to overwhelm Zhang Ziying's body, causing her to moan loudly. "Esteemed guest, wait." Zhang Ziying felt not only pleasure but also fear at this moment. Her back was tightly pushing against the glass wall, and that gave her an insecure feeling. Although it was near impossible, what if the impossible happens and the glass wall shatters? What if, because her body was directly against the glass wall, the view of her naked back and round buttocks would suddenly be revealed to everybody within the auction room? All these insecurities and unnecessary worries began appearing in Zhang Ziying's head. But a profound pleasure that continuously surged through her body kept her mind occupied and helped her throw away all those thoughts, enabling her to focus on the feeling of Su Yang's soft skin and the warmth of his body. This unprecedented pleasure that Zhang Ziying was feeling lasted for a few more minutes before Su Yang inevitably pulled his penis out of her body. And the instant his thing unplugged itself, a large amount of liquid shot out like an erupting volcano, covering Zhang Ziying's body with white, sticky substances. After ejaculating, Su Yang gently laid Zhang Ziying's twitching body on his seat. However, before he could leave her side, she grabbed him by his hand and said, "Esteemed guest, please allow me to clean you up." Su Yang said nothing and allowed Zhang Ziying to clean his penis with her mouth. Chapter 63, Storage Ring. Now that we are done with the elementary-grade monster cores, let's begin with the profound-grade monster cores. The starting bid for the first one will be 30 spirit stones. 40 spirit stones! Once again, the female disciple started the bid, increasing the price by 10 spirit stones. She still has the wealth to buy more monster cores? By now, the guests there nearly gave up on trying to outbid this female disciple. Although they are all wealthy people, there was a difference between rich cultivators and rich mortals, as the cost of their resources was just too vast. Soon, the bidding for the second profound-grade monster core began, and unsurprisingly, the female disciple managed to outbid everyone there without any troubles. The third profound-grade monster core was next, but once again, it was also quickly snatched by the female disciple. The fourth, the fifth, all the way to the last profound-grade monster core, this female disciple bid on them without fail. At the end of all this, the female disciple ended up spending over 800 spirit stones for all 36 Yin Lightning monster cores. It was an unimaginable amount of wealth by most people there. After the end of the monster cores auction, the female disciple walked up to the stage in graceful steps that emitted a feeling of proudness to collect her monster cores. When she held the monster cores in her hand, a slight smile appeared on her beautiful face. When the people there saw her smile, their hearts began throbbing faster and harder. Although they were aware of the fact that she belonged to the profound Blossom sect and was most definitely a slut, they couldn't help but admire her beauty. After the female disciple received the monster cores and went back to her seat, the auction resumed. A couple more items later, Wang Shuren revealed to the crowd a small steel ring. This is a spirit-grade storage ring. It has the ability to store many items within and retrieve them at will. Not only is it a great addition for those who wish to travel without the need to carry luggage, but it also has enough room to fit 2 large beds inside. The starting bid will be 75 spirit stones. 80 spirit stones, one of the guests shouted. 81 spirit stones, another shouted. 82 spirit stones. 83 spirit stones? 84 spirit stones? The auction became heated with the appearance of the storage ring, as it was also considered a spiritual treasure, just like the spirit sword. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed in the room. 100 spirit stones. When the deep voice resounded, Wang Shuren looked at VIP room, her face expressing surprise. He's finally decided to buy something. And here I thought he was only here to sell his monster cores, she thought herself. After Su Yang offered 100 spirit stones for the storage ring, the place suddenly became quiet. However, the stillness lasted only for a few seconds, until a familiar-sounding voice resounded, breaking the silence. 125 spirit stones. When the people looked to the sound of the voice, they saw that it was the female disciple from the profound Blossom sect. She's finally set her eyes on something again. It's over, she's already won this. The people sighed after seeing the female disciple start bidding again. 150 spirit stones. Su Yang's disguised voice resounded a second after the previous offer. 175 spirit stones. The female disciple glared at the glass wall to the VIP room and offered. A few seconds passed after the female disciple's offer, yet Su Yang did not make a counteroffer. Some more seconds passed, and right when the female disciple became confident that it was her victory, Su Yang's disguised voice resounded once again. 250 spirit stones. The crowd nearly cried out loud when they heard the new offer. A spirit-grade storage ring would cost at most 100 spirit stones, so the previous offer of 175 spirit stones was already considered an exaggerated amount. Yet this individual was willing to add another 75 spirit stones. To dare throw so much money, no wonder why this individual was in the VIP room. When the female disciple heard Su Yang's new offer, she bit her lips out of frustration. Because she had already spent the majority of her wealth on the monster cores, she was unable to outbid this new offer. Is there anyone else who'd like to try to surpass the esteemed guest's offer? Wang Shuren asked everyone there after waiting for a few moments without any new offers. The auction room turned dead silent. Nobody there was able to beat Su Yang's offer. Hell, even if someone there had the wealth to outbid Su Yang, that individual wouldn't be stupid enough to pay such an overwhelming amount for a mere storage ring. Then this storage ring will be sold to the esteemed guest for 250 spirit stones. Congratulations. Wang Shuren announced with a bright smile. Inside the VIP room, after he won the bid for the storage ring, Su Yang stood up from his seat and approached the door. Esteemed guest. Zhang Ziu Ying, who is now fully dressed and elegant-looking again, called for him when she noticed his actions. I have gotten what I came here for. There is no longer any need for me to be here. I understand. Zhang Ziu Ying nodded and began leading him back to the room where he first met Wang Shuren. Upon arriving at the room, Su Yang sat down on the couch and closed his eyes to cultivate the tiny amount of yin essence he'd obtained from Zhang Ziu Ying. Although the amount was meager and was barely able to help his cultivation base, it was still better than nothing. After meeting her, I have finally reopened my eyes and was able to see my own foolishness. I am no longer the revered immortal I once was, but a mere profound spirit realm cultivator, a level considered less than an ant in my previous world. I really need to step up my efforts in cultivating. He silently sighed to himself. Chapter 64. Zhang Ziu Ying. Inside the VIP room, Zhang Ziu Ying silently stood beside Su Yang as he cultivated. Her gaze was fixated on him, seemingly in deep thoughts. Although she didn't hold any emotions towards him in the beginning, her heart was showing clear affection for him at this moment. Though she was also aware that her love would never be realized, as she could tell that their embrace held no meanings and was mostly due to her imposing herself on him. Time passed quickly, with an hour of time disappearing within the blink of an eye. However, for Zhang Ziu Ying, who was constantly thinking about Su Yang and their little embrace, it felt like many hours had passed. The door to the room suddenly opened, and Wang Shuren walked inside with a bright smile while saying in a loud voice, "Congratulations, esteemed guest. You have managed to sell all of your monster cores for a grand total of 1,082 spirit stones." Su Yang slowly opened his eyes to look at Wang Xuren, but his gaze was not filled with joy, something she had expected. Instead, his gaze was filled with a slight sense of anger. When Wang Xuren noticed his serious gaze, her bright smile instantly disappeared from her face, and she turned to look at Zhang Ziying and said a single word: "Leave." "Yes, Madam Wang." "No, she will stay." Su Yang interrupted them with a clear and domineering voice, causing the both of them to look at him with surprise. He continued, "Sit down, Wang Xuren. I have an important matter I'd like to speak to you about." "Does this matter require the presence of a lowly servant?" Wang Xuren asked with a frown. Su Yang did not answer her, and only continued to look at her with a serious expression. Wang Xuren glanced at Zhang Ziying with an unpleasant gaze and wondered what happened while she was away before sitting down. "So, what happened? Did she do something that had offended you?" she asked the moment she sat down. Su Yang did not answer her question and instead mentioned a single name: Wang Ming. Hearing the name of her cousin coming from his mouth, Wang Xuren's eyes widened from shock. How'd he learn of that name, and what did he have to do with this weird situation? Realizing what he was trying to achieve by making her stay, Zhang Ziying also stared at Su Yang with wide eyes. "Esteemed guest, there's no need to." She hastily tried to speak before getting cut off by Wang Xuren. "Shut up. We are talking here. Since when did you obtain the privilege to join in on our conversation?" Just Zhang Ziying's presence being in this room was already more than enough to annoy her, let alone jumping into their conversation with a status as a mere servant. "What does my cousin, Wang Ming, have to do with this?" Wang Xuren asked Su Yang after scolding Zhang Ziying. "I have recently learned of a few unsettling rumors about your cousin, Wang Ming, and getting straight to the point, I find his very existence very unpleasant," Su Yang said with a calm yet cold voice, sending chills all over Wang Xuren's body. Wang Xuren finally understood the situation when he mentioned about these rumors of her cousin, Wang Ming, as he was a known troublemaker within his sect. Why you want to kill him over a few rumors?" she asked him with an anxious expression on her face. "I have tried many times to change his character, but even if he is my cousin, I cannot do much if he doesn't listen, not to mention that the top figures within sect are also protecting him." Su Yang, still with a nonchalant expression, said, "No, I will not kill him. But if he, from this point forward, so much as touch even a strand of hair on her hair, or anyone for that matter, I will not only pay him a visit, but I will also hold you accountable." When he mentioned her, his gaze was on Zhang Ziying, who was standing beside him with her head lowered in distress. "You..." Wang Xuren looked at Zhang Ziying with wide eyes and an opened mouth. "I do not care how you will deal with him, but if you tell me again that you, a sect elder, cannot even control your cousin from your own sect, how can I trust you to deal with my personal problems?" Wang Xuren silently cursed at Wang Ming in her heart at this moment. To think that because of his unsightly actions within the sect that she'd lose the chance to become an alchemy master, she will have to force him to listen to her even if it kills him. After taking a moment to calm herself, Wang Xuren took a deep breath and nodded. "I understand. I will take care of Wang Ming the moment I return to the sect. I hope my decision to trust you today does not bite back." Su Yang then turned to look at Zhang Ziying, who was profoundly dazed from watching the situation. "You do not have to worry about this frog called Wang Ming trying to pressure you anymore. If he continues to bother you, I'm sure that your honorable sect elder here will quickly and efficiently deal with it, correct?" he said as his gaze casually glanced at Wang Xuren, who obediently nodded to confirm his words. Seeing this, tears began falling from Zhang Ziying's face. To think that he'd go through the effort to help her, who was feeling helpless and desperate all this time, she didn't know how to react or what she could do to repay him, as her embrace was only a selfish act that was acted upon desperation. Thank you. The only thing she could do at this moment was to speak her heart, which ended up causing her tears to fall even faster. Wang Xuren's jaw dropped. Although she understood the situation, she was still puzzled as to how it came to this point. Chapter 65. Who did it? A few moments later, when Zhang Ziying finally calmed down, Su Yang returned to doing business with Wang Xuren. I have already deducted the Burning Lotus Auction House's 10% share along with the 250 spirit stone you spent on the storage ring, leaving you with a total of 724 spirit stones, said Wang Xuren as she handed Su Yang the silver ring in her hands. Upon accepting the storage ring, Su Yang took a peek inside the silver ring, and within his mind appeared a clear and realistic scenery of a square room with hundreds of shining azure-colored rocks piled in a corner. Using his spiritual sense only available to cultivators, Su Yang accurately counted all of the spirit stones in an instant. Very well. Now onto our agreement. I shall part to you a technique that will allow you to become an alchemy master. Give me your forehead. Wang Xuren leaned forward while Su Yang copied. The instant their foreheads touched, a faint golden light glowed between their forehead that emitted a profound feeling. This is... Upon seeing the technique in her head, Wang Xuren nearly shouted out loud from shock. This is an immortal-grade technique? Though she still screamed inside her heart. When she heard that Su Yang was going to give her a technique, she was expecting anything but a peerless technique at the divine immortal grade. Yet inside her head right now, there was exactly an immortal grade technique. Furthermore, not only the immortal grade technique, but he also gave her the complete recipe for the profound advancement pill along with a few other recipes. After Su Yang finished transferring the technique to her, Wang Xuren stared at the empty space in front of her with a dumbfounded expression, looking like a frozen statue. A few moments later, when she finally returned to her senses, Wang Xuren stood up and walked beside Su Yang just to bend her knees to kowtow to him. "Disciple Wang greets master," she said loudly. Her actions bewildered Zhang Ziying, who has never witnessed a sect elder kowtow before, much less a sect elder at her own sect. "When did I become your master?" Su Yang asked with his brows raised. The act of passing down a technique to another individual is also considered an act of acceptance between masters and disciples. Hence why Wang Xuren decided to accept Su Yang as her master, when he parted her a technique that she considered as peerless and priceless. "Get up. I did not give that to you so you can become my disciple," Su Yang quickly reminded her, who was clearly still affected by the shock of seeing an immortal-grade technique. Hell, even the pill recipes alone were almost enough to send her into a coma, let alone an immortal-grade technique that would create great chaos within the world if they found out. Wang Xuren smiled bitterly when Su Yang rejected her. Because of his extensive knowledge regarding alchemy, she really desired to become his disciple. But alas, if he does not want to accept her, then there was really nothing she could do. Don't forget about our agreement, Wang Xuren, and most importantly, do not disappoint me. Yes, Wang Xuren suddenly realized that she has yet to hear his name after all this time. "What's esteemed guest's name again?" she asked in an embarrassed manner. "Su Yang," he replied. "Su Yang." Both Wang Xuren and Zhang Ziying simultaneously mumbled his name. "My business here is done. If you need to find me, come to the Profound Blossom sect. However, if it's not urgent, I will make you learn that I do not like to be bothered by small things." "I understand," said Wang Xuren. After she said that, Su Yang turned to face Zhang Ziying, who was looking at him like he was a dazzling hero. He then retrieved a large handful of spirit stones from his storage ring and approached her. "Esteemed guest." Zhang Ziying cried out when he suddenly shoved a handful of spirit stones into her embrace. Su Yang smiled and moved his lips to beside her ears and whispered, "While this is as far as our relationship can go, there will always be a bond between us. And although your services were laughable, you deserve praises for the way you carried yourself. Take these spirit stones and cultivate yourself properly, and if you ever need anything, as long as I am in this world, you can seek me for assistance." The dried-up tears in Zhang Ziying's eyes began to form once again. "Thank you," she said while trying her best not to hiccup from her tears. Su Yang then embraced her gently and kissed her forehead, shocking Wang Xuren, who have been wondering their relationship since the beginning. This slick woman? No wonder why I sensed a mature aura from her body, something that wasn't there prior to today. Wang Shuren silently cursed Zhang Ziying for her actions. Yet she felt some jealousy towards her, since Zhang Ziying was able to do what she couldn't despite having a lower status and a less captivating appearance overall. If anything, Zhang Ziying was actually closer to Su Yang than herself, who had received an immortal-grade technique from him. After Su Yang was finished with the burning Lotus auction house, he continued to travel back to the Profound Blossom sect. Meanwhile, at the center of the Thunder Valley, the Thunder Core, a female with long silver hair hovered many meters above the ground without the assistance of a flying sword or anything of that sort. Her silver eyes were staring intensively at the small hole in the ground right below her, looking surprised by the view of the empty hole. This small hole was where the extreme yin flower used to be, before Su Yang plucked it. Who did it? Who in this lower world could possibly have the knowledge and ability to harvest the extreme yin flower that I'd planted? She pondered to herself, feeling more surprised by the find than anything else. Chapter 66. Returning to the sect. The silver-haired figure descended to beside the empty hole on the ground. She had planted the extreme yin flower at this spot many years back, and would occasionally return to check its growth. And because of the harsh requirements that are needed to pluck the flower, something that she deemed impossible for the level of cultivators in this world, she didn't need to worry about it being stolen. Yet, when she returned today to check on the extreme yin flower, the flower that she deemed to be impossible to steal was nowhere to be seen. She expected herself to get angry at whoever stole it, yet she found herself more interested in the individual who managed to pluck the extreme yin flower. The heavenly spirit realm is considered the apex here in this world, but there are a few cultivators above that level, being at the sovereign spirit realm. However, even those at the sovereign spirit realm shouldn't have the ability to harvest the extreme yin flower, unless that individual managed to master that technique. Thinking to this point, the silver-haired figure became even more puzzled. Why would someone here have that technique, let alone fully comprehend it? HMPH. There's no point in trying to guess the culprit when I can personally visit this individual. The silver hair quickly ascended to the sky and closed her eyes. A few moments later, she opened her eyes and looked at the direction to the Profound Blossom sect. Even if you store the extreme yin flower in a storage space, there are plenty of ways to find you. The silver-haired figure began flying towards the direction of the Profound Blossom sect, looking like a real fairy in the sky. Inside the white pearl treasury, Elder Zhao casually sat behind the counter with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Elder Zhao, he's returned. Suddenly, another sect elder came running into the white pearl treasury while shouting loudly. "What the hell are you shouting about? You nearly gave me a heart attack," Elder Zhao exclaimed after nearly falling out of his chair from surprise. "Ah, I apologize." The sect elder showed an apologetic smile and continued. "Right, that outer court disciple you told me to keep an eye on has finally returned to the sect." "What, Su Yang is back?" Elder Zhao instantly stood up from his seat and asked, "Where is he right now?" "He's currently reporting back to the mission hall." Before the sect elder could even finish speaking, Elder Zhao disappeared from the white pearl treasury with his last words being, "Take care of this place while I am gone." Within the mission hall, Su Yang casually retrieved a few dismembered lightning cat's tail to prove that he'd completed the mission. "You managed to slay 4 lightning cats by yourself. Not bad for an outer court disciple." The sect elder taking care of Su Yang praised him for his efforts. "I have transferred 22 premium points to you for the completion of the mission." "Thank you," said Su Yang as he turned to leave. When he reached the exit, a familiar-looking old man stood in front of him. "Su Yang, right? Come with me, I have a few questions for you." Elder Zhao said to him in a stern voice. Seeing someone approach so quickly when he'd just returned to the sect, Su Yang smiled and said, "Is this about the pure yang flower?" Upon hearing his question, Elder Zhao's eyes widened with surprise. "You knew that I would be coming to you about that? How?" he asked. "Naturally, I would know when someone is always looking at me from a distance ever since I obtained the pure yang flower." Su Yong's response further shocked him. He's even aware of that, and he's known about it since the beginning. Elder Zhao cried inwardly. Since you know what I want, this will make things easier for the both of us. Follow me to where we can speak in private. Su Yang nodded and followed him out of the mission hall. Once they left, a few individuals within the mission hall that knew of Elder Zhao's status within the sect began whispering to each other, as they were pleasantly surprised to see him appear there. Not to mention the reason he appeared was because of this outer court disciple. Inside one of the private rooms within the White Pearl Treasury, Su Yang and Elder Zhao sat around a small round table with 2 old-fashioned teacups sitting on the table. I will get straight to the point. How did you do it? How did you consume the pure yang flower and still be in one piece, even skyrocketing to the 1st level of the profound spirit realm from the 3rd level of the elementary spirit realm? Elder Zhao asked him with a serious expression. Are you the curious one, or is there someone else who is curious? Su Yang said as he calmly sipped on the teacup. Elder Zhao narrowed his eyes at such words. I could tell since I first met you, but you really are a sharp kid, aren't you? Completely contrast to the rumors I've been hearing about you. To think there'd be such a crafty little brat within the sect, and nobody had an idea. You seem quite talented in manipulating people. Su Yang lowered the teacup in his hands and smiled. The pure yang flower, I didn't consume it entirely, only a tiny portion of it. Huh. Elder Zhao was caught unprepared when he suddenly started talking about the pure yang flower. If I had consumed the pure yang flower entirely, I wouldn't be alive right now, and we both know that. After grinding the pure yang flower until it became powder, I consumed only just enough so that my body would not break down. That's it. Elder Zhao looked at him with a suspicious gaze. How could it be that simple? Knowing his crafty nature, surely he must have done something else to consume the pure yang flower. But what? What about the rest of the pure yang flower? What did you do with it? Although Elder Zhao wasn't convinced that it was this simple, he decided to play along with him. However, no matter how prepared he was, when he heard Su Yang's answer, he couldn't help but cry out loud, nearly flipping the table in rage. I threw it away, Su Yang calmly replied. You what? Elder Zhao stood up while yelling. How could you throw away such a valuable resource? Do you have any idea how much of the sect's effort you've wasted by doing that? Su Yang shrugged and said, So what if I wasted it? I have already paid the sect for it, so why does it matter to the sect what I did with it? You little rascal. Elder Zhao said as he pointed at Su Yang with a trembling finger, Chapter 67, seemingly distressed. I call bullshit. You do not seem like the type to waste resources like this. Tell me, how'd you consume the pure yang flower? Elder Zhao said. He knew that Su Yang was trying to hide his secret, but the patriarch had ordered him to figure out his secret so that he too could consume the pure yang flower. I have already told you everything you wanted to know. I only consumed a tiny amount and threw the rest away, as I had a change of heart after tasting it once. Even though I'd only tasted a little bit, the troubles that came afterward is just too much. I do not ever want to experience something like that again. Su Yang sighed in an earnest voice. What happened? Elder Zhao asked out of curiosity. Su Yang then patted his crotch and said, Just that tiny amount had forced my thing to stand up like a stiff rod for many days without rest, to the point where I was fearful that it might explode from the endless blood flow. It was a torturous experience that is still haunting me right now. After listening to his story that would frighten even the toughest of man, Elder Zhao asked with his forehead full of sweat, How'd you manage to make it go away? By relieving myself, obviously. But even that took days of effort before it started showing any real results. By now, Elder Zhao's eyes were wide open with shock. Su Yang had to spend days relieving himself. Why didn't he just go find a partner to help him relieve his pain? I was aware that the pure yang flower had such side effects, but to think it'd be this severe. I apologize. Elder Zhao didn't know why he apologized to Su Yang, but it came out regardless. Perhaps he felt guilty for being the one to hand Su Yang the pure yang flower, or maybe because he forced him to remember unpleasant memories. As ridiculous as it sounds, it is the truth. I threw away the remaining pure yang flower out of anger and fear from what it had done to me. Su Yang said in solemnness, and he continued, "Whether you believe it or not, that is not my problem. I have told you everything I know, so I will be taking my leave now." Just as Su Yang stood up and prepared to leave, Elder Zhao stopped him and asked, "Now that you are at the profound spirit realm, will you be taking the inner court disciple exam?" "Naturally." Su Yang replied as he stepped out of the room, leaving Elder Zhao to ponder about a few things. That rascal is really slick and mysterious. Not only was he able to act so calmly when in my presence, but he also had the guts to lie straight to my face. If only his surname wasn't Su, fuck. Elder Zhao cursed loudly, his face feeling an invisible heat, almost as though someone had recently slapped him in the face. To think that he'd allow a mere disciple to leave so easily after being taken as a fool, it felt worse than a slap in the face. Right after leaving the White Pearl Treasury, Su Yang traveled to the medicine hall, where he was warmly welcomed by the medical disciples there. "Junior apprentice brother Su, it feels like it has been forever since I last saw you." "Junior apprentice brother Su, where have you been for the past week? Do you have any idea how quiet it has been around the sect without your presence here?" Su Yang was flooded by the sisters upon arrival. Everybody there seemed to want to speak with him. Everyone except a single young lady who was sitting in a corner and staring at them with an annoyed expression. "Chi, why'd he have to come back? I was just beginning to forget about him, too." The disciple named Xiao mumbled to herself, feeling irritated just from seeing Su Yang's face. "I am here to see Elder Lan. Is she here right now?" Su Yang suddenly asked them. When he mentioned Elder Lan, the place there quickly became quiet. Ever since Master went to speak with the Patriarch, she has locked herself in her room and would refuse to come out." Su Yang raised his eyebrows upon hearing the news. "What happened while he was away? Let me try speaking to her, and I will see what I can do." Inside her room, Lan Liking sat on her bed in the lotus position, silently cultivating. Ever since the talk she had with the Patriarch, there has been at least a dozen sect elders that had approached her with the intent to become partners. And since every sect elder within the sect was aware of her desire to remain alone, the unusual occurrence was most likely due to the Patriarch pulling a few strings from behind the scenes. However, Lan Liking wasn't willing to allow herself to be pressured by the situation, so she decided to enter closed cultivation until a certain someone returns to the sect. Suddenly, the door to her locked room opened without any warning, causing Lan Liking to snap open her eyes. "Who dares?" She stood up and grabbed the sword that was by the bed and faced the figure that slowly walked into the room, her heart beating erratically. However, when Lan Liking saw the handsome face of the intruder, her eyes widened with surprise and joy. "Is this how you greet your partner who has been gone for only a few days?" Su Yang said with a smile as he walked into the room. "Su Yang, you're back." Lan Liking threw the sword to the side and directly jumped at him. Seeing her unexpected actions, Su Yang opened his arms and welcomed her beautiful figure into his embrace. When he hugged her, he instantly noticed the changes in her body. "You have lost weight." Su Yang's voice was gentle when he spoke to Lan Liking. Yet inside his heart, there was a feeling of anger that was increasingly growing fiercer the more he realized the stress Lan Liking had to experience while he was away. In order for her to have lost such a noticeable amount of weight, and in such a short time at that, she must have really been distressed about something. "Tell me what is troubling you, and I will immediately deal with it," he said to her in a low and assuring voice. Chapter 68. Comforting her worries. After Lan Liking calmed down from being embraced, she began explaining the situation to Su Yang. She told him everything from her talk with the Patriarch, and how she's being pressured into finding a partner. Additionally, she used this chance to reveal her position within the sect along with her connections to the previous sect maters as an adopted child. Now fully grasping the situation, Su Yang felt relieved that the situation wasn't as troublesome as he'd expected. Although the Patriarch had a cultivation base at the Earth Spirit realm, he wasn't at a level that would cause Su Yang to feel pressured. "Su Yang, let's leave this sect," Lan Liking suddenly said in a solemn voice. While she didn't want to leave this place she called home for many years, it would still be better than being forced into a relationship with someone she didn't desire. Su Yong's eyes slightly widened upon hearing her words. You want to leave the sect? He asked her just to make sure he was hearing correctly, as he felt that there was really no need for such actions over something this small. As long as I am a disciple in this sect, the patriarch will continue to pressure me until I become partners with another sect elder. With my cultivation base and your talent, there will be plenty other sects that will accept us, if that is what you are worried about. Upon hearing her words, Su Yong couldn't help but laugh. As bad as it may sound, I hold no feelings towards this sect. If I decide to leave, then I will do it without any hesitation, and I will most certainly have no doubts after I leave, he said. Then let's leave this. However, liking, will you be able to say the same? Su Yong said to her as he stared at her eyes with a serious expression. If you truly want to leave this place because of your own will, then I will not stop you. But alas, that is not the case right now. I can see the reluctance in your eyes. They are telling me that you do not wish to leave this place you call home. Su Yong's words dumbfounded her. He was right. She didn't want to leave this place because that was what she desired, but because of the situation and pressure that was bearing down on her, which left her with no other choices but to leave, seeing her eyes turning wet. Su Yong gently combed her soft hair and said with a smile, Have you forgotten about my presence here? I will ensure that you will not leave this place because of some idiot, but because you truly wish to leave. Although Su Yong's words gave her a feeling of comfort and relief, she cannot just ignore the overwhelming presence of the individual who was the main cause of her stress, the patriarch. But the patriarch? Chemph. So what if he's the patriarch? Su Yong coldly snorted. A mere earth spirit realm cultivator, just leave him to me. I have not just one, but many ways to deal with people like him. Lan Liking suddenly went silent. Despite Su Yong's ridiculous statement, and his cultivation that was far inferior to the patriarch, who was at the third level of the earth spirit realm, when Lan Liking heard his voice, there was nothing but confidence in her heart. And the invisible weight that has been weighing down on her for the past week suddenly disappeared, almost as though it was all an imagination. Once Lan Liking calmed down and returned to her normal state of mind, she looked at Su Yong with yearning eyes, and she said, When you left the sect unannounced, I felt for the first time in a long time, ever since I joined this sect, a sense of emptiness. Since you look like the type to know everything, do you know how I can make that feeling go away? She continued with her face quickly turning red. Hearing her question, a slight smile appeared on Su Yong's face. He did not open his mouth to answer her and instead directly went for her lips. Lan Liking did not refuse his kiss. She closed her eyes and focused on replying to his answer. A few moments after they began kissing, Lan Liking gently embraced Su Yong, slowly leading him to the bed behind her. Once they were on the bed, Lan Liking began to loosen her robes, seemingly eager to feel the warmth of Su Yong's body. There's no need to be so hasty. I will not be going anywhere anytime soon. Su Yong chuckled upon seeing her eagerness to cultivate. This is all your fault. Lan Liking's face flushed at his words. Ever since you took my yin essence, I have been thinking about this nearly every day. Is that so? He chuckled. Then I will have to take responsibility, don't I? Naturally. Very well, then allow me to fill your emptiness. And very quickly the room began to echo with the sound of Lan Liking's blissful voice. Many hours have passed since Su Yong went upstairs to confront Lan Liking, yet he still seemed to be upstairs. This caused the disciples downstairs to feel anxious. Why was it taking so long? Was the situation that severe? Or did something happen upstairs? They wanted to know the reason, but they were all feeling afraid to find out. I believe that junior apprentice brother Su will manage to cheer Master up. Let's just be patient and wait until he comes down. The others nodded in agreement and continued on with their day, no longer paying too much attention to the two. But alas, it wasn't until after the night had arrived did Su Yong finally reappear before them. Chapter 69. A Goddess Descends. Junior brother Su, you're finally back. When the disciples downstairs noticed him walking down, they all rushed to him with anxious expressions on their faces. "How is Master's condition?" they all asked him. "Everything has been resolved. She will be fine after some more rest," he said. "What happened up there? Why did it take so long?" Someone asked. "Besides talking, nothing else really happened. I guess we were just so into the topic that we forgot about the passing time." "Is that so?" Although the disciples were still doubtful of what happened upstairs, as long as their master was fine, they didn't really care about the rest of the details. After they thanked Su Yang a few more times, they finally allowed him to leave. Once he left, Su Yang began making his way to his living quarters. Upon arriving at his home, Su Yang jumped onto the roof and silently sat there with his gaze at the crescent moon that was shining more beautiful and brighter than any of the previous nights he's watched it. What a beautiful moon. Seeing the elegant moon that was hanging in the starry sky like a piece of art, Su Yang reminiscences of his previous life with the moon goddess, where the moon would always shine beautifully just from being gazed at by her. "It feels almost as though you are here beside me, yet here I am, alone." Su Yang sighed. Whenever he would have the time or feel nostalgic, there would always be someone on his mind, as that was his only way to cope with the loneliness that was deep in his heart. Time slowly passed, as Su Yang continued to gaze at the refined moon, seemingly lost in his thoughts. However, his dreaming was suddenly interrupted when a gentle and seemingly normal wind blew through the area. Sensing the wind, Su Yang pushed his thoughts behind his mind and stood up. He then started to look around the place, looking as though he was searching for something. However, a few moments later, when he cannot see anything out of the ordinary, he began speaking loudly to the air. "Although I cannot see you, nor am I able to feel your presence, I can sense your profound gaze staring directly at me." Completely silence. "I know you can hear me." Again, no reply. "Who are you and what do you want from me?" Su Yang tried again. Still no answer. If there were other people to witness his actions right now, they would surely be convinced that he was crazy. By now, Su Yang was feeling wary, even troubled. Although it was only for a split second, he was certain that he'd felt someone looking at him. Who could this person be that even he cannot sense? Forget about Earth Spirit Realm cultivators. Even those at the Heavenly Spirit Realm would not be able to escape his extraordinary senses that were further improved by the all-seeing celestial eyes technique. His all-seeing celestial eyes not only allowed him to distinguish beasts with monster cores from those that don't, but they also increase his senses by many folds, allowing him to see and sense things that are normally impossible for someone at his level of cultivation. Somewhere behind the night clouds, a silver-haired figure stared at Su Yang with eyes, feeling astonished by his profound senses. To think someone at the profound spirit realm was able to sense her concealing techniques just because she looked at him. Just who is this young mortal, and what kind of secrets does he have hidden? Not only was he able to pluck the extreme yin flower, but he also has this ridiculous awareness. Just as the silver-haired figure prepared to reveal herself due to her curiosity, Su Yang's voice suddenly resounded again. "You are clearly adapted to concealing yourself, but I doubt even someone at the sovereign spirit realm would be able to hide as well as you, the divine spirit realm, perhaps?" Su Yang's words dumbfounded the silver-haired figure, but what shocked her was not his speculation that she was at the divine spirit realm. It was his knowledge of the divine spirit realm that had greatly surprised her. The knowledge of the cultivation bases, and cultivation in general, in this world was greatly lacking. It was so much so that even those at the sovereign spirit realm have little to no knowledge of the divine spirit realm that was right above their current stage. Yet why did such knowledge come out from the mouth of a young mortal who wasn't even at the true spirit realm? Not to mention the clear voice he spoke in that clearly showed his familiarity with the divine spirit realm. The silver-haired figure's interest in Su Yang instantly soared. She wanted to know how this mortal knew of the divine spirit realm and where or who he'd learned it from. "So, when are you going to reveal yourself? Surely you did not come all the way here just to look at my handsome face, right?" Despite the utter lack of response, Su Yang did not give up on trying to convince whoever was watching him in the shadows to come out, and continued to speak to the air, his gaze constantly trying to find this individual. A few more moments later, Su Yang obtained his goal when a heavenly voice suddenly resounded in his ears. "First the extreme yin flower, now this. You really are an interesting individual," said the heavenly voice. A female. Su Yang felt a sense of familiarity with the heavenly voice, even though he was positive that he has never heard of such a voice before. Suddenly, the surrounding moonlight began brightening like magic, and a slim figure appeared from behind the clouds that were right above Su Yang. This figure was extremely beautiful, so extremely beautiful that calling her a goddess would not be an exaggeration, but an understatement. She had long silver hair and silver eyes that seemingly blended in with the moonlight that shone in the background. Her white robes fluttered in an unnatural way, making her look like a goddess descending from the heavens, and surrounding her was an otherworldly aura that could not be described with words. When Su Yang first saw the peerless face of this figure, his eyes immediately widened with shock, and his heart throbbed like war drums at war. "Why, Yuehai?" The image of the moon goddess suddenly appeared in his head, as she also had silver hair and silver eyes just like this flying individual. However, after taking another look, Su Yang quickly threw away that thought, as they were only similar looking. "No, that's not Yuehai, but I feel like I have met her before." Suddenly, looking as though he was enlightened, the figure of another individual appeared in his head, but unlike the mature moon goddess, this figure was much smaller. Impossible. Su Yang didn't want to believe it at first, but as doubtful as he was with his own speculations, the more he looked at this silver-haired girl's face, the more resemblance he found her with the individual in his head. "Kiayu," he mumbled in a dumbfounded voice, which was very clearly heard by the silver-haired figure. "What did you just say?" The silver-haired beauty instantly halted all of her movements the moment she heard Su Yang's mumbling, her face full of shock and bewilderment. However, almost an instant later, she frowned and released her entire cultivation base and directed it at Su Yang, who was unable to protect himself from the tyrannical pressure, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. "Who are you?" she exclaimed loudly, her gaze filled with cautiousness. "Are you someone from the 4 divine heavens? Did the sacred moon palace send you here to come after me? Answer me right this instant, before I start tearing your limbs and force you to talk." The silver-haired beauty had expected Su Yang to begin begging for his life and reveal his identity after her threats, but shockingly, Su Yang did not do any of that, and instead stood there with a profound smile on his face that was still dripping with blood. When the silver-haired beauty noticed his gaze that was staring at her with affection and joy, a weird feeling arose inside her heart, causing her to unconsciously weaken the pressure on him. "Answer me. Who are you and how do you know my name?" she repeated, her voice filled with uncertainty. Hearing her question again, Su Yang straightened his back and clasped his hands behind it. "Who do you think I am, little Kiayu? Although my appearances may have gotten younger, I shouldn't look that different from the me in your memories. Perhaps a few slaps on your buttocks will help you recall," he said to her in a tone that was different than any tone he has spoken so far. The silver-haired beauty named Kiayu suddenly trembled violently. She stared at him with a wavering gaze, and her lips slowly moved. That tone, I impossible? You are supposed to be dead," she loudly exclaimed, sounding like a terrified cat, and her face paled, looking as though she was looking at a ghost. End of Vol. 1, Chapter 70, How Are You Still Alive? Kiayu staggered in midair, feeling as though the entire world was spinning. "Why you can't possibly be alive? That is impossible," she repeated, her voice filled with disbelief and shock. Su Yang found her statement quite interesting. Why would she say that he was dead? After all, I have seen your lifeless body with my very eyes," she continued, dumbfounding Su Yang. She had seen his dead body. How was that possible? "What do you mean by that, you saw my dead body?" he asked her with a frown. 2,000 years ago, you were announced dead, and I had even attended the funeral. That was also where I witnessed your lifeless body within the casket with my very eyes." Su Yang didn't know what to think of the situation. If she really saw his dead body, then what about his current body that looked exactly the same as his previous body? And where did that supposedly dead body come from? Surely, it can't be real, right? Or was his current body the fake one, and his real body had long collapsed? More importantly, what did she mean by 2,000 years ago was when she attended his funeral? Could it be possible that over 2,000 years had passed since he left the eternal retribution cliff? Even though to him it felt like an instant. However, as doubtful as it sounded, that explained why she, who was only a little girl when he'd last seen her, become so developed and mature-looking. Why you are farting? This is all a ploy created by the sacred moon palace to capture me. A rascal like you cannot possibly be my senior Su. Kiayu denied his existence as the tyrannical pressure reappeared, this time even stronger than the previous. I will make you die an excruciating death for trying to fool me with Senior Su's appearance. Su Yang's eyes widened at the vicious killing intent emitted by her, even panicking when he confirmed the seriousness within her diamond-like eyes. At this rate, she will really kill him out of anger. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Su Yang's head, and he furiously shouted, "What an ungrateful kid you are, Kiayu. After all that I have done for you when you were just a baby, and this is how you repay me. By aiming for my life. I am disappointed in you. I have even changed your dirty diapers numerous times. I still remember it clearly. That small crescent moon birthmark you have imprinted right under your belly button." When Kiayu heard Su Yang's furious shouts, her heart skipped a beat even though her cultivation base was many times superior to his profound spirit realm. However, what caused her to drop from the starry sky was not his voice, but his remarks on her birthmark that only two people in this world knew. One of these two people being her mother, and the other being the mentor who treated her as though she was his real daughter because her real father, the moon god, was never there for her, Senior Su. All the killing intent in the air quickly dispersed like smoke on a windy day, and Kiayu descended from the sky to stand before Su Yang on the roof, nearly tripping and fall upon landing. She looked at him with her beautiful silver eyes, her mouth trembling, looking as though she was holding in her tears. Why you are really Senior Su?" she asked him in a low, shaky voice that was still filled with doubt. After all, she had definitely witnessed for herself Su Yang's dead body during the funeral 2,000 years ago, and she'd believed that he was gone since then. How was he still alive? What really happened to him? And why was here in this world? Su Yang showed an affectionate smile towards her, who was slowly approaching him like a toddler trying to reach her parents. He widened his arms and said in a gentle voice, "Although I do not know what had happened to you or the four divine heavens after I left, there is anguish deep in your eyes, and I can clearly see that. Come, Kiayu, tell me about it, as you'd always complain to me about your troubles." "Senior, sniff, Senior Su." Kiayu jumped into his arms and began crying her eyes out. Despite her age that was over 2,000 years old, when in front of Su Yang, she felt like she was still a child who barely knew how to talk. "You are alive. You really are alive." When she felt the way Su Yang caressed her hair and patted her head, all the doubt in her head about his identity instantly disappeared, as the feeling of his touch was the only thing in this world that could not be duplicated. As for Su Yang, there was only joy in his heart at this moment. Even though he was embracing a peerless beauty that could easily destroy a continent or two with just her appearances, there was not even a tiny fragment of impure thoughts in his head, only pure love and tenderness. You are already an adult, yet here you are, crying in the arms of a 16-year-old like a crybaby. Su Yang chuckled at her actions, but she didn't care and continued to tightly hug his robes. After taking a few moments to cry all of her tears out, Kiayu looked at Su Yang and said with a serious expression, "Where have you been for the past 2,000 years, and what are you doing here in this world, even taking the appearance of some mortal kid? Do you have any idea the turmoil that happened around the four divine heavens after your death?" Su Yang smiled bitterly and explained his situation to her. He started from when he met the mysterious old man who offered a helping hand to help him escape the eternal retribution cliff to how he ended up in this world instantly after. So you see, although 2,000 years may have passed for you, only a month's time has passed for me. Unbelievable. Kiayu mumbled, feeling dizzy from his story. Enough about me, now tell me about your end. What happened to the 4 divine heavens, and why are you here? Where is this place? And you mentioned the sacred moon palace wanting to capture you. Why is that? You are the daughter of Yuehai, the goddess of the moon from the sacred moon palace, who particularly owns the place alongside the moon god. When Su Yang mentioned Yuehai, her mother, Kiayu's expression darkened, and her skin paled. Mother, she is no longer in this world. She suddenly said in a low voice, "WWH, what did you just say?" Upon hearing her words, Su Yang's eyes widened with disbelief, his gaze filled with shock, and a wave of deep pain jolted his mind, nearly causing him to fall to his knees. He began staggering backward, and suddenly, all the blood from the pressure that was suppressed within his body were all coughed up at once, staining the roof with even more blood. "Senior Su?" Kiayu made a terrified expression when Su Yang suddenly collapsed on the roof. Her body instantly reacted, and she flew towards his falling body. Chapter 71. Do you blame me? I apologize, that was unsightly of me. Su Yang said once he regained consciousness a few seconds after being in Kiayu's hold. Kiayu felt slightly guilty upon seeing the condition of his body, which was mainly caused by her pressure. Su Yang slowly stabilized himself and stood up, his lamenting gaze at the solemn moon. A moment later, he said in a composed voice, "Yuehai, your mother, she's gone, huh? 2,000 years is an insignificant amount of time for immortals and is no different than a few years of time to her, yet in such a short time, how?" He turned to look at her with a serious expression. "What happened? How did she die? Is it related to why you are being chased by the sacred moon palace?" He asked. Kiayu slowly nodded. "It happened a few years after your death when father learned of her relationship with you, which caused a massive turmoil within the grounds of the sacred moon palace." Su Yang inwardly sighed at her words. He instantly understood the situation, and knowing the goddess of the moon, Yuehai's character, she must have been the one who revealed their secrets. "So you now know about my relationship with your mother. Huh, do you blame me for her death?" he asked her with a bitter expression. Kiayu stared at him silently for a few moments before saying, "I did." "You did?" Su Yang's eyebrows raised at her use of past tense. "When mother died and I first learned of the reason, I blamed you, even loathing you for her death. But as time passed, I recalled how my mother was always smiling beside you and only you. Father never paid attention to mother unless he needed her for something, and it was the same for me. Life within the sacred moon palace was always boring and suffocating, but your presence there changed everything. At first, I never understood why my mother never smiled when she was beside my father, but would always laugh when your presence was there. I never gave a thought about it, because as long as mother was laughing and you were there, nothing else mattered. But after my mother and your death, I finally understood everything." Kiayu stared at Su Yang's trembling eyes with a clear and meaningful gaze. "So I want to thank you, Senior Su, for making my mother smile." Su Yang slowly closed his eyes. He didn't want her to see the emotions flickering within. "As for why I am here, I lied to father saying that I wasn't her daughter and that you, Senior Su, was my real father." "You what?" Su Yang's eyes quickly snapped open, his mouth wide open from shock. "Because of that, I am now being hunted by the sacred moon palace," she said with a bashful smile with not even a single hint of regret in her tone, even looking proud of her decision. "Why would you do that?" "Now the entire sacred moon palace will hunt you down until you die," Su Yang said with a huge headache. "Because I wanted him to feel pain for killing mother. I do not have the strength to avenge mother even now, nor do I have any authority within the sacred moon palace, so I did what I did. I had planned on leaving the place anyway, so I might as well leave while knowing that I managed to make that bastard feel like shit. After all, what better way to make someone puke blood than to tell him that his child isn't actually his?" She said with her nails digging into her skin, her eyes radiating killing intent. "Aya, what a silly girl you are," Su Yang sighed deeply. Although her method was effective and had definitely dealt some serious and irreversible damage to the moon god, how did she plan on surviving this harsh world by herself without her family's background? "How long has it been since you left?" he asked her. "About 1,500 years. What cultivation base are you at right now, and how much has your cultivation base advanced since then?" "The third level of Divine Lord Realm, and it has barely advanced since I left." "Aya, and you plan on avenging your mother. At this rate, you will die from a natural death before avenging your mother. But I have you now, Senior Sue. And did you also plan to meet me, who is supposedly dead, here today?" he asked her with narrowed eyes. Kiayu instantly went quiet. A few moments later, she said, "I am aware that I had acted too rashly, but what else am I supposed to do? Continue cultivating myself in the sacred moon palace until I have enough strength to avenge Mother. How long will that take? Millions of years. I cannot wait that long. I left the place with everything on the line, hoping that I would encounter a miraculous event that could help me. And today, my hopes have been realized by meeting you, Senior Sue." Su Yang sighed at her words. "Forget about avenging your mother, Kiayu," he suddenly said, dumbfounding her. "Why? Aren't you also angry? Don't you also want revenge?" she asked, her face filled with puzzlement. Su Yang turned around and said in a nonchalant voice, "Exactly why I am telling you to forget about it, because I alone will be enough to deal with the moon god." Kiayu's eyes instantly widened with shock. "Eh? I said I will be taking care of the moon god, so you do not have to worry about him," he repeated, and he continued. "However, don't misunderstand my intentions. I am not doing this for the sake of revenge. This is something more personal," he said in a profound tone. He then said to her, "It's getting cold out here. Let's continue talking inside." Kiayu nodded, following Su Yang into his room. "Before I can return to the four divine heavens, I must know where I am first. Tell me, Kiayu, where are we, and why is the cultivation world here so lousy?" Su Yang asked her after closing the door. "Long story short, shortly after you died, many new and smaller worlds began appearing around the four divine heavens from seemingly out of thin air, and this world is probably one of them. The cultivation world here is lacking simply because this world is still new and developing." "Probably. What do you mean by that?" "Well, before arriving here, I'd entered the ancient portal of the four heavenly realms without setting a destination." "Ai." Su Yang sighed again, feeling like he was talking to a child who has been doing nothing but mistakes. How could she, who was over 1,000 years old at that time, keep making so many careless and dangerous decisions? Was he at fault, since he was the one who taught her everything as he watched her grow? The ancient portal of the four heavenly realms was a heavenly device that allowed people to travel from any of the four divine heavens to another. But entering one without setting a destination would cause the individual that entered to be teleported anywhere in the universe, randomly. Su Yang then continued to listen to Kiayu with a pondering expression as she answered questions he's had in his mind since arriving at this world. Chapter 72. Treating her things as if they were his own. This world has 5 major continents, and we are currently in the eastern continent. I am aware of that, but how could there be 5 continents when I've been told that there are only 4, one in each direction? The 5th continent is the Holy Central Continent, and it is located in the middle of the other 4 major continents. Each continent is separated by a vast sea called the Jade Sea, and it is not something easily traversable by the people of this world, as only those at the sovereign spirit realm can fly with the assistance of flying swords, so I wouldn't be surprised if not many knew of its existence. And from what I have seen from my time here thus far, the heavenly spirit realm seems to be the apex of cultivation for cultivators within every major continent besides the Holy Central Continent, where heavenly spirit realm cultivators are seen more often. Not to mention a few that had managed to achieve the sovereign spirit realm. Kiayu continued to explain to Su Yang the standard of the cultivation world in this world. Additionally, their progress in cultivation is slowly but steadily progressing. Just a little over 1,000 years ago, the true spirit realm was considered the limit of cultivators. Su Yang hummed with a pondering expression. From the looks of it, this world really seemed to be a new and growing world, as all the evidence given to him by Kiayu, who was apparently here since the early stages, seemed to suggest it. No wonder why the profound Kai in this world lacks both quality and essence. Compared to our four divine heavens that has existed for billions of years, the profound Kai here is barely 2 millennia old and has yet to cultivate itself. Su Yang then looked at Kiyu and said, "No wonder why your cultivation base is practically still the same after 1,000 years. Even if you cultivate all the profound Kai in this world, it wouldn't be enough for you to make a breakthrough." Kiyu blushed from embarrassment when he mentioned her cultivation base. She was considered a cultivating genius in the four divine heavens before becoming a fugitive, yet she couldn't make even a single breakthrough after 1,000 years in this world. If she returned to the four divine heavens now, she would no longer be considered a genius, but a complete and utter piece of trash with zero talents in cultivation. HM? Suddenly a question appeared in Su Yang's head. If you are not able to cultivate properly in this world, why are you still here after 1,000 years? Kiyu made a distressed expression after hearing his question, and she sighed. I have been trying to find a way out of this world for the past 1,000 years, but alas, even after traveling the entire world, I was unable to find an exit, not even a single clue. What? Su Yang was surprised to hear her words. She couldn't find a way to leave this place even after 1,000 years. Normally, even without the ancient portal of the four heavenly realms, there were alternate and more natural ways to travel between worlds, as that was considered to be a heavenly law in this universe. After a moment of pondering, Su Yang said in a nonchalant voice, "We can think of a way to leave this place when we reach that point, but for now I need to quickly advance my cultivation base. Are you in need of resources?" Kiyu suddenly pointed to her storage ring and continued, "I have a few things that can benefit even sovereign spirit realm cultivators in here. Do you want it?" She casually offered, sounding as though it was only natural for her to give him her things. Not to mention her cultivation base was already at the Divine Lord realm, 2 whole realms above the sovereign spirit realm, making the majority of the resources in this world useless to her. Su Yang instantly raised his eyebrows, his interest piqued. "What do you have in there?" "Let me see your storage ring," he said without feeling any shame, treating her storage ring as though it was already his property. "Here you go." Kiyu quickly handed him her storage without a second thought, feeling as if there was nothing out of the ordinary in their actions. HM. What is this empty storage ring? This is all you've managed to gather after being here for over 1,000 years. Do you even know how to look for treasures? However, instead of being grateful, Su Yang began scolding her for the pitiful-looking storage ring she handed him, as it was truly an embarrassment for someone at her level to collect so little with so much time. "I can't help it, as it usually takes thousands of years for divine-grade medicines to grow." "You do have a point," Su Yang nodded, and he returned the storage ring to her shortly after identifying the things inside. "You don't want them?" she asked with surprise. "Of course I do. However, what am I, a mere profound spirit realm cultivator, going to do with medicines at the sovereign grade? Even the celestial body refining scripture that I am cultivating will not be able to fully suppress such strong medicines in my tiny and fragile body." "I see. Huh." Kiyu's eyes suddenly widened with shock. What did you just say? You are cultivating the celestial body refining scripture?" she asked him, making sure her ears weren't playing tricks on her. The celestial body refining scripture is a heaven-defying technique that allowed the user to surpass boundaries unreachable by even immortals, and was also undoubtedly one of the best cultivation techniques in the universe, with no other body refining techniques even close to being able to compare. With its heaven-defying features. However, this technique was also widely known to be an unattainable treasure by many, because it was always in the hands of the heavenly emperor, who was known to treat the technique as though it was his own child. How did such a treasure end up in Su Yang's hands? Surely he did not just grab it out of the heavenly emperor's hands, right? Even after many moments of pondering, nothing came to Kiyu's mind no matter how much she imagined, as it was simply an unimaginable feat, Chapter 73, Emperor-Grade Heavenly Constitution. Indeed, I am cultivating one of the 7 heavenly sublime scriptures, the celestial body refining scripture. If I want to consume the sovereign-grade medicines, I will have to be at least within the earth-spirit realm, said Su Yang. You must have gotten it from the heavenly emperor, right? I didn't know you were so friendly with the exalted ruler of the 4 divine heavens. But then why did he send you to the eternal retribution cliff? Asked Kiayu with skepticism on her face, who unaware of the real reason behind his sentence. Don't tell me it was because you stole it from him. However, it was natural for her to not know the reason, as the heavenly emperor had kept the story of Su Yang sleeping with his daughter under the rug so that it wouldn't cause a ruckus within the world. Su Yang laughed loudly. The heavenly emperor is one of the strongest existents in this universe. How could I possibly steal from him when I was barely considered a peak cultivator in my previous life? I had naturally obtained it legitly. His gaze suddenly narrowed, and he mumbled. However, even I did not expect her to give me the celestial body refining scripture at that time. Kiyu, who heard his mumble, did not ask him about it. Although she has been with him since she was just a baby, there are still many things about him that is shrouded in mysteries. How did he meet her mother? How did he end up staying at the sacred moon palace as a tutor, eventually becoming someone like a father figure to her, speaking of body refining? Su Yang turned his gaze to look at Kiayu, and he said, Kiayu, although you cannot do anything about your cultivation base here, what about your heavenly constitution, the lunar eclipse? You were able to create 2 moons the last time I saw you. How many can you create now? The lunar eclipse is an emperor-grade heavenly constitution unique to the families within the sacred moon palace. And Kiayu, who is the direct descendants of the moon god and the goddess of moon, would naturally have it. And in comparison to Zai Xingfeng's royal-grade 100 poisons body, it was 3 grades superior. Kiayu felt a drop of cold sweat slide down her forehead as she heard his question. T3, she said in a timid voice. Only 3, Su Yang exclaimed loudly. What have you been doing for the past 1,000 years? And you are the daughter of Yuehai, who had one of the most powerful heavenly constitution within the family. I can only imagine the disappointed face she'd make if she were here. Despite the difference in their cultivation bases, Su Yang lectured Kiayu as though she was just a child. Kiayu lowered her head and received his lecturing without uttering a single complaint, as she was used to being lectured by him in the past when she'd screw up. And strangely, although she was being lectured by Su Yang, there was a smile on her face. In Kiayu's mind, it was a parent's job to lecture their kids, so being lectured by Su Yang made him look more like a father in her eyes, and that gave her a feeling of joy. What are you smiling about? Do you think I am joking with you? Listen here, Kiayu. When your mother was alive, I made a promise with her that if something happens to her, and she could no longer be here to guide you anymore, I will be here for you until I am confident in leaving you alone. Su Yang's words quickly wiped the smile of Kiayu's face, and she stared at him with trembling, wide eyes. Even though he was treating her like a child who could not walk by herself, despite being 2 millennia old, she could not help but cry tears of joy from hearing his words. HMPH. To think you were so brave and domineering just a few hours ago when we first met, you are still just a little brat. Su Yang laughed, and then he retrieved a jade box from his storage ring. Here, take this extreme yin flower that I'd found by chance. It should help your heavenly constitution even if just a little, he said to her with a nonchalant expression. Thank you, Senior Su. Kiayu, who was already aware that he had one in his possession, chuckled upon accepting the flower he'd taken from her without being aware that it was hers. Su Yang, we are no longer at the sacred moon palace, so just call me Su Yang from now on, he suddenly said to her. Su Yang, she said with a stiff expression, feeling a bit awkward to use his name after calling him Senior Su for so long. Or you can just call me Father, ha ha ha. Su Yang said jokingly. However, his joke was taken seriously by Kiayu, who has been wanting to say these words to him ever since she was young. I understand, Father. Albeit it sounded shy, there was a sense of joy and pride in her voice. Su Yang looked at her with a surprised expression, but he didn't correct her, thinking it would be better for her mentally. From that point forward, the two began talking about random things. The two spoke to each other without stopping throughout the entire night, only stopping when the sunrise arrived. When the morning arrived, Su Yang walked out of the room, leaving Kiayu inside to cultivate the extreme yin flower he gave her. Although she had requested to follow him, he quickly denied her and told her to focus on cultivating herself while he walked his own path as a disciple in this sect. While Kiayu was strong enough to avoid any danger in this world, the same could not be said for Su Yang, and he was not willing to shamelessly throw away his dignity as her mentor and his pride as a man by using Kiayu as a shield whenever danger would arrive. Su Yang stood outside his house, feeling more refreshed than he's ever been since arriving at this world, and it felt to him as though a large mountain was lifted from his back after speaking with Kiayu. Then he began walking toward the center of the sect, where the examination halls was located, a place where outer court disciples go to take exams if they wish to become inner court disciples. Chapter 74, Inner Court Disciple Assessment. Once an outer court disciple advances to the profound spirit realm, they earn the qualifications to enter the examination halls, where they will undergo many assessments to prove if they have what it takes to become an inner court disciple, or not. If they pass the exam, then they will leave the examination halls as a proud inner court disciple of the Profound Blossom sect. Not only do inner court disciples receive more and better treatments than outer court disciples, but they are also allowed to enter the Chamber of Embrace, a place where the profound Kai that gathers there are extremely rich. And inner court disciples would rent the place with their partner for as long as they can afford. The Chamber of Embrace, besides the extra support from the sect, is one of the biggest reasons every outer court disciple are striving to become an inner court disciple. Su Yang now stood in front of the examination halls. The examination halls was a single-floored octagonal building with seemingly nothing out of the ordinary for its appearance besides its shape that looked like a Bagua symbol. When Su Yang walked inside, he was greeted by a large and spacious room with doors in every direction. And standing in the center of this octagon-shaped building was an elderly woman wearing the robes of a sect elder with some sort of jade stone in the shape of a ball on a stand right beside her. The sect elder didn't say anything when Su Yang walked inside the place. She only looked at him silently. "I am here to take the exam for the inner court," he said to her. "Put your hands on the stone of evaluation. It will determine whether or not you have reached the profound spirit realm," she said to him in a nonchalant voice. Su Yang nodded and approached the rock-looking thingy on the stand beside her, and he casually placed his hands on it. A few moments after he touched the stone of evaluation, the jade stone began glowing a green color brightly. The sect elder nodded upon seeing the green light emitted from the stone of evaluation, and she said, "I have confirmed that your cultivation base is within the profound spirit realm. Stand by for a moment until one of the examiners come to retrieve you for the exam." Su Yang nodded and began standing around. He looked at the 20 doors that surrounded this place and pondered what kind of assessments was required to be recognized as an inner court disciple. Was it an evaluation of strength? Perhaps it was a test of knowledge. Because the previous Su Yang never paid attention to these kinds of things, there were no memories in his head that could be of any help to him at this moment. After standing around for many minutes, someone finally showed up inside the examination hall. It was a charming lady wearing casual robes that did not belong to the sect, and her gaze emitted a profound feeling when her eyes met with Su Yang. However, when the sect elder noticed the face of the newcomer, her eyes widened with shock. What are you?" "You must be Su Yang. I am one of the examiners for this place, and I will be the one to see whether you have the ability to become an inner court disciple or not," said the examiner without stopping her steps, quickly overwhelming whatever the elder lady was going to say. Su Yang glanced at this charming examiner up and down, and he inwardly chuckled at his discovery. "Elder Wu, which one of these rooms are free at this moment?" the examiner asked the dazed sect elder, who quickly responded after hearing her voice. "They are all free to use right now." "Good, then we will use this one." The examiner then walked to one of the doors randomly and beckoned Su Yang to follow her. The sect elder named Elder Wu watched with astonished eyes as Su Yang entered the room with the charming examiner, her mind filled with many questions. What is she doing here at the examination halls, and as an examiner to the boot? Elder Wu silently pondered as the door behind Su Yang closes. Inside the room that Su Yang had entered for his examination, there was only a single object in sight, which was a small bed with seemingly comfortable materials that looked more like a massage table than anything, placed in the center of this small room. This is... Su Yang looked at the charming beauty with a questioning look, despite already having a pretty good idea what this examination signified. I'm sure you are aware that our sect is slightly different from others. Unlike normal sects, we do not care about your combat abilities, nor your raw strength as much as we care about your techniques when it comes to satisfying your partner. Thus, you will be using your techniques on me without touching any sexual body parts, and I will be grading you based on your techniques, explained the examiner. I will be grading everything from the way you move your arms and hands, the pressure of your fingers, your ability to spot your partner's weaknesses, and the overall pleasure I received from your techniques. And I will let you know in advance. My standards are extremely high and I am strict in my judgment, so if you suck, I will embarrass you, she continued, emphasizing on the will. Su Yang stood there silently while he listened to her words, his expression looking stumped. You don't look as confident now. Do you want to leave before I make you lose your pride as a man? Said the examiner with a grin on her face. Ha ha ha. Su Yang suddenly burst out laughing after hearing her words. You think you have what it takes to embarrass me? Then I shall say the same thing to you. Are you sure you want to be my examiner today? I will give you a chance to leave through that door now before I turn you into an animal only capable of screaming in pleasure. The examiner glared at him with narrowed eyes, her grin flipped upside down. Good. Then let me experience for myself your techniques and see if they are as good as you believe, or if they are as lousy as your mouth, she said in a cold voice, and she began approaching the bed that looked like a massage table. Su Yang smiled and thought to himself in a laughing tone. Who would have thought that becoming an inner court disciple would be so easy? Chapter 75. I want you to touch me here. Inside the dimly lit room, the examiner slowly removed her robes in a seductive manner, revealing her jade-like skin and black undergarments. You have only an hour to showcase your techniques on me, she said. She then laid on the bed with her back facing the ceiling and she looked at Su Yang. Well, what are you waiting for? There is a grade on your efficiency, too, she said. Su Yang smiled at her words and slowly approached her. He rolled his sleeves and began feeling her soft skin that was smooth like tofu. I know my skin is very smooth and captivating, but can you hurry up and show me your techniques already? Said the examiner a few seconds later, sounding impatient. Su Yang did not reply to her words and continued to caress her skin. A few moments later, he began applying pressure into his arms, and his fingers slowly dug into her skin. He then began massaging her small shoulders, her slender arms, and her graceful back, all the way until he reached her feet. Su Yang normally massaged the examiner without using any crazy techniques, which dumbfounded her when she realized it a few minutes into the examination. What the hell is he doing? She wondered to herself. She was aware of Su Yang's little massage parlor before becoming his examiner, but that only confused her even further. How could his techniques at this moment be so mediocre when everybody that has experienced his massage services praised him as some sort of massage god? There was something wrong here, and he was definitely hiding his techniques. Is he purposefully holding back? But for what? Doesn't he want to become an inner court disciple? She asked herself. Unable to understand his thoughts, the examiner decided to wait a few more minutes. But alas, 10 minutes later, Su Yang still continued to massage her with mediocrity, and this angered the examiner who came here with high expectations. After all that ignorance you show me this crap? This is no different than going to a normal massage parlor. What the hell are you doing? If you think these trash techniques for yours will be enough to qualify you as an inner court disciple, then you might as well just get out now, she angrily exclaimed. Su Yang chuckled upon hearing her words, and he said in a calm voice, "There is no need to rush this examination, as I still have plenty of time left to make you regret being my examiner today. But if you are in such a rush to turn into an animal, then I wouldn't mind helping you fulfill your desires." The examiner's expression turned cold upon hearing his words. He was actually looking down on her. If he knew her real status, he wouldn't dare speak to her with such an arrogant tone. "If you don't do it seriously from now on, then I will instantly fail you." "Very well." Su Yang began stretching his body, looking like he was going for a run. A few moments later, he stood before the examiner and gently pressed his fingers on her back with each of his 10 fingers at a different spot, and he abruptly pushed it into her skin. Wah, ah, tilde. The examiner suddenly felt an intense feeling of pleasure spread throughout her body, causing her to unconsciously moan. "What did he just do to me?" she cried inside her heart. The examiner was sure that his fingers were on her back, yet why did she feel pleasure all over her body? It felt as though Su Yang had more than a pair of hands touching her body at once. You are already feeling it, when I've barely put any effort into it," Su Yang teased, causing her face to redden. "I don't need your commentary, just continue doing. Like this?" Tilde. Another wave of pleasure assaulted her mind, this time stronger than the last, forcing another sudden moan to escape her mouth. Su Yang began pressing his fingers into particular spots on her body, each made with flawless precision along with the perfect pressure applied. What is this? I have never felt anything like this before." The examiner continued to moan with delight, her body overwhelmed with tingling pleasure. However, the feeling of her body being consumed by pleasure did not lessen as time passed. It only grew stronger. A few minutes into the real massage, the examiner suddenly said in a passionate voice, "Touch my other parts, too. It is burning from the desire to be touched." Which part are you speaking of? I will not understand if you do not tell me clearly where you want to be touched." Su Yang said with a smug face. "Here, I want you to touch me here," the examiner said as she pulled the black cloth between her legs aside, revealing her soaking wet pussy. But you said in the beginning that I am not allowed to touch any sexual parts." Su Yang began acting innocent in order to stimulate her. "And I am now saying that you can. Hurry up and do it already." Feeling impatient and irritated by his attitude, the examiner grabbed Su Yang by his wrist and pulled it towards her bottom lips. Su Yang chuckled at her actions and began moving his hands. He started by rubbing her slippery lips with one hand, and with his other hand, he was pinching her aroused nipple on one of her large breasts. Tilde. The examiner screamed at the top of her lungs at the profound stimulation that assaulted her body. Furthermore, the pleasure in her body was so strong that within only half a minute since Su Yang started touching her vagina, she could already feel an intense tingling feeling appear in her body. This tingling feeling that was seemingly in her blood caused her body to tremble violently, and it quickly traveled across her entire body until it reached the area that was being rubbed by Su Yang. Tilde. She suddenly moaned at the top of her lungs, and a stream of sparkling water gushed out from within her body, covering almost the entire wall. Su Yang stood there silently with his gaze on the examiner's twitching body, and despite witnessing such a scene, his expression remained nonchalant. Chapter 76. What else are you hiding from me? What a sight to behold, said Su Yang in a calm voice. The examiner remained silent, but her face seemed more flushed than just a second ago. After another moment, Su Yang continued, "We still have more than half an hour left for this assessment," he said as his hands approached her body again. Wait, I have not recovered yet." Without giving the examiner a chance to recover, Su Yang said, "Senior, I earnestly wish to become a proud inner court disciple of the profound Blossom sect, so I will be taking this examination with absolute sincerity. Until this assessment ends, I shall give it my all." Su Yang, you bastard. I know the game you are trying to play. Don't you dare try your luck with me. Tilde. Midway through her sentence, she suddenly felt Su Yang's fingers caress her bottom lips, causing her already twitching body to bend upwards like a bridge. Don't worry, Senior. I will try my best for the next half an hour in hopes to not disgrace the sect. Why, you are serious? The examiner looked at him with a terrified gaze. She was worried that if Su Yang continued to massage her for the next half an hour, her mind would go crazy from the intense pleasure. In other words, she was afraid to get addicted to the feeling and wouldn't be able to control herself. Did it sound like I was joking? Su Yang looked at her with astonishment. I am taking this examination very seriously, and so should you. I do not have time for jokes. He said to her as his fingers slipped into her slimy cave. Ah, Tilda, the examiner's eyes rolled back, and her tongue stretched out of her mouth, making an obscene expression. Seconds that felt like hours quickly turned into minutes, and by the time half an hour passed, the examiner was barely able to stay conscious. Her entire figure was soaking wet, looking as though she just came out of a steaming hot room. The lower part of her body was jerking nonstop, and liquid would occasionally squirt from her bottom lips. Senior, it has been an hour. I will now leave you alone and give you time to judge my shameful performance, said Su Yang as he adjusted his robes and tightened the sash on his waist. The examiner did not reply, only lay there silently. Though, to be precise, she wasn't able to respond to him, as she was so exhausted from the constant moaning that she'd long lost her voice. However, as Su Yang left the room, her eyes followed his movements, and within her gaze flickered with many complicated emotions. I never really understood why they would want to send someone like him to this sect, but I think I am now starting to understand their thoughts more clearly. She sighed inwardly. Once he left the examination room, the elderly woman that was waiting outside looked at him. What are the results? Did you manage to pass, or did she have a bored expression on her face throughout the whole examination, as usual? Su Yang smiled at her question, and he shrugged. She didn't give me a grade yet, so even I do not know the results, he said in a composed tone, sounding as though he wasn't the least concerned about the results. That's odd. You would normally receive the results before coming out of the room. Speaking of which, where is the sect, your examiner? She asked him with a puzzled expression. Senior is still inside the room, but I don't think she will be coming out for some time, said Su Yang in a way that made it sound as though everything was fine. Why won't she be coming out? Did something happen to her? She further questioned him. It is a bit complicated, but if you ask her yourself, I'm sure you'll understand the situation, he replied with a slight smile. Complicated? The elderly woman frowned at his words. What complications could there possibly be for the examiner, whose real status far exceeded hers, when it is only a mere inner court examination that they are talking about? Su Yang then continued. I will be taking my leave for now. Until the results are finalized, I will be staying within my living quarters, so you'll be able to find me there. The elderly woman did not stop Su Yang when he walked out the door. Instead, she walked into the room that was used for Su Yang's assessment. However, upon entering the room that was oddly humid, the elderly woman cried out in shock at the eye-popping and mind-boggling scene that was before her. Matriarch. The sect elder ran to support the examiner, who was one of the 2 sect masters of this profound blossom sect. However, when the sect elder got close enough to touch her, the sect master said to her in a panicked voice, Don't touch me. My body is too sensitive right now and will go crazy even if you do as much as gently touch it. Seeing the shameful state the matriarch was currently in, a fire began burning in the sect elder's eyes. Was this all caused by that disciple? I will find him right now and— Wait! The matriarch quickly stopped her from running out the door to capture Su Yang. I am sorry that you had to witness such a shameful sight of me, but forget everything you saw here and most importantly, do not touch Su Yang. What? Why are you trying to protect him? Isn't he the reason that you are looking like this? Asked the sect elder with astonishment. How could she still protect Su Yang, who had clearly overstepped his boundaries? Not to mention that he was only a mere outer court disciple. A mere disciple who still isn't an inner court disciple had seemingly assaulted the matriarch, for heaven's sakes. If the patriarch knew of this incident, he would surely flip the sect upside down in fury. I am to be blamed for this incident, sighed the matriarch. I have my reasons for showing up at the examination hall today, especially as his examiner. But it is also true that I didn't expect such an outcome. His techniques. I didn't expect him to have such dreadful techniques hidden within him all along. The matriarch could feel the temperature in her body rising again as she recalled the way he handled her body. The sect elder was speechless. Why does the matriarch have a smile on her face at this moment? Additionally, he is a mere disciple at the profound spirit realm while I am at the earth spirit realm. If I didn't approve of his actions, would he still be able to walk out that door after I am done with him? Said the matriarch, who suddenly narrowed her eyes at the sect elder and continued to speak in a low voice. Anyway, forget about what happened here today. If I hear even a slight rumor of what happened today, you will be the first I visit. This is an official decree directly from me, the matriarch. When the sect elder saw the killing intent in the matriarch's eyes, she quickly realized that the matriarch was not joking, and that she would definitely be killed if she leaked even a tiny peep about what happened here today. This disciple, understands and obeys the matriarch's decree. The matriarch smiled slightly and said, "Good, now get out and let me rest for a bit. You have already seen enough of my shameful displays." The sect elder quickly ran out of the room and left the matriarch alone inside. When she closed the door, she realized that her robes were soaked in sweat. Although the matriarch is normally laid back, once she becomes serious, then even the patriarch might cower in fear. Still, inside the room, the matriarch slowly sat up after she regained some of her body's strength. That little rascal Su Yang, to think he's been hiding such an unexpected talent from me for so long. She chuckled out loud. She then used her fingers to dig inside her own pink cave, looking as though she was searching for something within her hole. After a moment, she retrieved her fingers that were covered with some sort of sticky substance in between her fingers. Taking a few seconds to look at it, she began sucking her fingers in an erotic manner, tasting the sticky substance that was on her finger along with her own holy water. "I can taste the pure yang flower within his yang, and quite a large amount, too," she mumbled to herself, and a profound smile appeared on her lovely face. "What else are you hiding from me, you little rascal?" Chapter 77. What if I become your partner instead? When Su Yang returned to his living quarters, he went directly into the bathroom to clean his sweaty body. After taking a few minutes to clean himself, Su Yang sat on his bed and closed his eyes to cultivate. Meanwhile, Kiayu sat beside him on the bed, her eyes staring at him with a profound gaze. Why did he come home with that funny smell just now? Where did he go? And most importantly, why does he have the scent of a mature woman all over his body? Kiayu was curious about his life in this mysterious sect that she knew nothing about, but seeing how Su Yang had already started cultivating, she decided to wait until he was finished. As Kiayu waited for Su Yang to finish, she used her spiritual sense as a divine Lord Realm cultivator to look around the sect, hoping to understand more about the sect that Su Yang decided to join. Spiritual sense is a unique ability possessed by cultivators above the heavenly spirit realm, and it allows them to scan their surroundings with their spirit, permitting them to look at things from afar without the need to use their eyes. For example, a cultivator with spiritual sense would be able to see the person behind a wall even with his eyes closed. The range of their spiritual sense also grows with the user's cultivation base, so the stronger the user, the further and clearer they can see through their spiritual sense. As for Kiayu, who was a Divine Lord Realm expert, her spiritual sense would naturally cover a large area. It was strong enough to cover every inch of the entire Profound Blossom sect. Whoosh! An invisible ripple suddenly swept the Profound Blossom sect, and many scenes appeared in Kiayu's head. Kiayu's eyes widened with shock at the number of vulgar scenes she'd witnessed from her spiritual sense after just a few moments of peeking. How could there be so many couples in one sect? It's almost as if everyone within this sect was partnered up with another disciple. Additionally, from what she saw through her spiritual sense, there were sexual activities occurring in nearly every house within this sect. And while there are protective barriers in the living quarters to prevent peepers like Kiayu, when used against a Divine Lord Realm expert like her, These barriers might as well be clear glass. This sect, could it be one of those places? Qiayu looked at Su Yang with conflicted eyes. After a moment, she sighed to herself. She didn't want to think too much and decided to wait until Su Yang was finished with his cultivation. A few hours had passed since Su Yang started his cultivation. In his cultivation, he was absorbing the yin kai he'd obtained from the matriarch during the last few minutes of the assessments, where the matriarch decided to increase the difficulty by adding dual cultivation into the examination. Initially, Su Yang refused to dual cultivate with her. But when he recalled the conversation he had with Zhang Xiu Ying at the Burning Lotus auction house, how he decided to cultivate for real so he could quickly return to the 4 divine heavens, he accepted the matriarch's body into his embrace and dual cultivated with her. I also have Qiayu by my side now. I cannot afford to be picky with my partners anymore, as I really have no choice but to cultivate with whoever I can in this world and quickly return to the 4 divine heavens. Su Yang suddenly opened his eyes, and within his gaze flickered with a profound light. His body also began to change when a refreshing feeling spread all over his body, almost as though his warm blood had turned into cool water that relinquished all the stress within his body. He's reached the true spirit realm. Qiayu immediately noticed the changes in Su Yang's body the moment he succeeded in breaking through the profound spirit realm. However, she was confused at his sudden breakthrough. Although Su Yang was already at the peak of the profound spirit realm before cultivating, how did he manage to achieve the true spirit realm so quickly without using any resources, such as spirit stones or monster cores? Qiayu also couldn't smell the scent of pills anywhere on his body, so he clearly didn't consume any pills. So he's really... Just as Qiayu wanted to sigh, Su Yang gazed upon her. "If you have questions for me, there is no need to hold them back," he said. Qiayu silently stared at him for a few seconds before opening her mouth to ask, "Are you also participating in dual cultivation with the disciples of this sect?" Su Yang suddenly chuckled. "Is it odd for me to do such a thing as a disciple of this sect?" He answered her question with a question of his own. "Did you also do it with my mother?" Qiayu's following question caught Su Yang off guard, causing his jaw to loosen from surprise. "I think you already know the answer to that," said Su Yang after clearing his throat. The room turned silent after Su Yang's words, and Qiayu closed her eyes to ponder. "Did you love my mother?" she asked him a moment later, her eyes still closed. "Naturally. Do you still love her now?" "Of course." "Then why are you sleeping with another woman?" Su Yang suddenly smiled. "To cultivate," he answered without taking even a second to think. "Is it because you are lacking in resources? What if I supply you with all the resources you need for cultivation? If you need sovereign-grade treasures, I will have them by the following day. If you need anything else, I will obtain it even if I have to cross the Jade Sea multiple times. This way, you wouldn't have a reason to dual cultivate anymore, right?" After doing the same thing for countless years, dual cultivation has become something like a second nature to me. It won't be easy even for someone like me to suddenly change my path of cultivation. Qiayu returned to being silent. Although she was already aware of Su Yang's playboy nature, as she'd learned it from her mother after his assumed death, it still bothered her to no end that the man her mother used to love was embracing another woman, especially when she will be staying beside him starting now. Then what if I become your partner for dual cultivation instead? Will that prevent you from touching another woman? Even as she was saying those words, her face was flushed red from embarrassment, and her eyes instinctively avoided Su Yang's eyes. Su Yang's eyes were widened with shock, and his mouth that was seemingly trembling slowly opened. However, before he could even utter a single sound, Qiayu continued, "I am obviously joking. Even if my mother is no longer here, I cannot." Qiayu made an awkward pause in between her sentence before she cleared her throat and continued, Anyway, although I said that I do not blame you for my mother's death, you are still part of the reason as to why she's dead, and I want you to keep that in your mind every time you embrace another woman. As long as you do not forget your love for my mother, I will not be bothered by your... I will try not to be bothered by your scoundrel-like actions. Scoundrel-like actions? Su Yong smiled bitterly at her words that felt like sharp swords poking his heart. However, he did not argue with her and promised her that he will never forget even for a moment the love he has for her mother. I promise, he said, still with the bitter smile on his face. Chapter 78, Depraved Techniques. Outside Su Yong's living quarters, an elderly woman stood before the door with a nervous expression on her face. This elderly woman was Elder Wu, the sect elder who happened to be there for Su Yong's inner court disciple examination. Why did the matriarch order me to come here, specifically me? This is the young bullying the old. Elder Wu didn't want to come here, nor did she wish to see Su Yong, especially not after what happened at the examination hall. However, since this was an order coming from the matriarch, she had no other choice but to appear here. A few moments after knocking on the door, Su Yong appeared before Elder Wu at the door. Outer court disciple Su Yong, I am here to inform you that you have passed the assessment with flying colors. Congratulations on becoming an inner court disciple, said Elder Wu, as she handed him a new identity badge and 5 spirit stones. 500 premium points and 5 spirit stones has been given to you as a gift for passing the exam. Additionally, you will now be supplied with 3 spirit stones at the beginning of every month. Furthermore, you now have the privilege to enter the Chamber of Embrace at a price of premium points or spirit stones. Chamber of Embrace? Su Yong, who has never heard of such a place, asked. It's a divine spot within the Profound Blossom sect. If you cultivate there with your partner, the effects will be doubled. Oh, such a place exists here. Su Yong's eyes slightly opened with surprise, his gaze filled with curiosity. Could this divine spot possibly have that growing there? I will make sure to visit there when I have the time, he said. Elder Wu nodded, and she continued. Once you are ready to receive your things, you can head to the distribution center to receive your new robes as an inner court disciple. It is also where you go to receive your monthly spirit stones. Do you have any questions for me before I leave? I do have one. What are the requirements to become a core disciple? Su Yong's unexpected question dumbfounded Elder Wu. He'd just become an inner court disciple and he already wants to take the test for core disciples. However, as ridiculous as Su Yong looked in Elder Wu's eyes, she still said, one of the biggest requirements is that you must reach the true spirit realm before you are 21 years old. The next requirement is that you must participate in the regional tournament. Regional tournament? It's a tournament held only once every 4 years at the Holy City, the largest city in the Eastern Continent, where geniuses under the age of 30 from all over the Eastern Continent gather to showcase their talents in a duel against each other. The winner of the tournament will not only receive a handsome reward that's worth a fortune, but they will also get the rare chance to meet the rulers of the Eastern Continent and its 4 great family, the Zai dynasty. The Zai dynasty. Su Yong suddenly recalled Zai Xingfang, the young lady who he'd given an immortal-grade technique so she could cultivate her heavenly constitution, the 100 Poisons body. While Su Yong had easily guessed that Zai Xingfang was someone of a profound background back then, he didn't expect her family to be the overlord of the Eastern Continent. When is the next region tournament? He asked with the intention of joining, as he has unfinished business with Zai Xingfang. The next one is at the beginning of next year. There is still another 5 months until then. Are you intending to join? Asked Elder Wu. Naturally, if that is what I need in order to become a core disciple. Also, you do not have to win the tournament in order to take the examination. You just need to enter the arena once. I understand, he nodded. When she finished speaking, Elder Wu realized that she'd stayed for longer than intended, so she quickly said her farewells and turned to leave. After she left, Su Yong went back into the house. When he closed the door and turned around, he noticed a figure was staring at him from the room that was beside his room. It was his roommate that he hasn't seen in a while, Tang Hu. Su Yong's eyebrows raised upon seeing Tang Hu's horrible-looking appearance and pale complexion. Heavens, what happened to you? I thought for an instant that I was looking at a ghost when I first saw you, Su Yong said to him, who looked extremely sick. Why, you are an inner court disciple now. Instead of answering Su Yong's question, Tang Hu wanted to make sure that he'd heard their conversation properly. "That's right," Su Yong nodded. "Is that so? See, congratulations to you, I guess," Tang Hu said in a weak voice, sounding as though he was already out of breath. Seeing his unusual appearance, Su Yong narrowed his eyes at Tang Hu. "You." Before Su Yong could say anything, Tang Hu quickly went back into his room and closed the door. Su Yong stood there silently with a pondering expression on his face. After standing there for a few moments, he released a long sigh before returning to his room. "What's the matter now?" Kiayu asked him the moment she saw his face, reading his nonchalant expression like an open book. "Do you know of depraved techniques?" Su Yong suddenly asked her. "Depraved techniques? Is it something like forbidden techniques?" Kiayu shook her head. Even she has never heard of such a thing before. "Right. Just like forbidden techniques that are frowned upon in the cultivation world, because of the corrupt methods required to cultivate them. Depraved techniques deprives the users of their morality and drives them into doing heinous acts, mostly in a sexual sense, and it slowly pushes them into a state of madness." "Are you talking about that kid in the next door?" Kiayu suddenly asked him. When she used her spiritual sense a while back, Tang Hu was the first person she noticed because of their distance. However, because there was no relationship between them and she couldn't be bothered by a mortal like Tang Hu, she didn't even bother to stop to wonder about his condition. Su Yong nodded and said, "That fool somehow managed to obtain a depraved technique and cultivated it, hence his sickly condition. If I don't quickly do something about it, he will not only cause great harm to himself, but he will also hurt those close to him, if he hasn't already. He's just a single foolish mortal. Why bother wasting your efforts on him? It was his decision to cultivate the depraved technique in the first place, and there is no reason for someone like you to help him." Although Kiayu exhibits deep care and affection for Su Yong, that was only because of the special position she gave Su Yong in her usually cold heart. As for Tang Hu, who she has no relations with, he is just another foolish mortal that is no different than an ant in her eyes, hence her cold reaction towards him. Chapter 79, Worse Than Expected. Indeed, I have no reason to help him, nor do I intend on being his guardian angel. However, I do not plan on ignoring him, as there's no telling what he'll do once he reaches that point where he's fully consumed by madness," said Su Yong. "Those who walk the path of cultivation using corrupted techniques are usually violent in nature, and as a resident of the profound Blossom sect, Su Yong didn't want his peaceful residence to be disturbed by anyone. So what do you have in mind? Are you going to kill him?" asked Kiayu, who supports such an idea, as it is a quick and efficient method of getting rid of problems like this one. He's only recently started cultivating the depraved technique, so he's not completely helpless. However, if words cannot convince him, I'll have no choice but to silently take care of him, as this place prohibits disciples from killing each other unless it's an official death match. Why don't you just leave him to the sect? That'll lead to an investigation, and will cause an even louder ruckus than if I deal with it myself. It is very common for disciples to disappear or die without anyone knowing, and the sect will usually ignore the situation if the individual is not someone of importance, people like outer court disciples, said Su Yong. And I'm sure the sect would also prefer to deal with him silently, as having a corrupted cultivator as a disciple would greatly tarnish their reputation if word gets out. Then, I will be here if you need me to erase him without leaving a trace, said Kiayu in a nonchalant voice. Su Yong smiled and left the room. After leaving the room, Su Yong went directly to the medicine hall to seek for Lan Liking, who was giving lectures to her disciples at the time. Su Yong, what are you doing here? Lan Liking stopped her lecture to ask him. The disciples there all turned their heads when they heard the name Su Yong. I apologize for interrupting your lecture, but I need your help with something, he said. You need my help. Lan Liking suddenly recalled the previous time he went to her for help and the results of her helping him, and her face naturally reddened for some reason. Don't worry, I did not eat anything weird this time, said Su Yong with a smile. His words gave Lan Liking the impression that he somehow knew what she was thinking about, and that caused her face to flush even more. "Will this take long?" she asked. "No, this will only take a few minutes of your time." "Very well," she nodded. Lan Liking then turned to look at her disciples and spoke. "Go take a small break and be back in 20 minutes. "Yes, master." The disciples dispersed and Lan Liking approached Su Yang. "Well, what do you need help with?" She went straight to the point. "I am looking for the living quarters of a certain outer court disciple," he said. "You are looking for another outer court disciple? Why don't you just ask around your fellow disciples? I may not even know this disciple you are looking for." "Even if you don't know that person, don't you, as a sect elder, have something that records the whereabouts of disciples? I'm sure it'll be a lot faster than going around and asking people randomly." "Naturally, we as sect elders have something to keep us informed of our own disciples. However, that is not something we normally use unless there's an emergency. Who are you looking for anyway?" "I am looking for a disciple named Meng Jie. She is the partner of Tang Hu, my roommate." "You were looking for a female disciple?" Lan Liking frowned upon learning the fact. "Why are you looking for her?" she then asked, her heart feeling uncomfortable for some reason. Su Yang chuckled at her reaction and said, "It's not what you think. I just wish to speak to her regarding a slight problem I'd recently encountered." "Who said I was feeling jealous because you are looking for another female?" Lan Liking said in a voice that was slightly louder than a whisper. Su Yang's mouth opened slightly from surprise. When did he say anything about her being jealous? Lan Liking blushed when she realized her blunder, and she quickly cleared her throat and continued, "Give me a moment to look for her." She then swiftly went upstairs to her room while taking large strides. After a few minutes, Lan Liking came back down with the information Su Yang wanted. "Outer court disciple Meng Jie, correct? She's currently located in Court 1 at Building 136. "Thank you, Liking," Su Yang said in a low voice so the other wouldn't hear him addressing her so intimately. "If I come to find out that you had used me to fiddle with another woman, then this will be the last time you'll ever receive any help from me," Lan Liking said to him with a serious expression. Su Yang simply smiled at her threats, and he turned to leave. Once Su Yang left, Lan Liking slowly calmed down, wondering why she was feeling agitated. "Is this jealousy?" she pondered with a frown on her face. Su Yang arrived at Court 1 shortly after leaving the medicine hall. He then followed the single wide path that was surrounded by buildings on both sides until he arrived at his destination, Building 136. When he finally arrived in front of Building 136, Su Yang frowned at the solemn atmosphere that surrounded the place. Although nothing seemed out of the ordinary in appearances, it was obvious to Su Yang's sharp senses that there was something amiss about this place. Ignoring the atmosphere, Su Yang knocked on the door until a pretty young lady opened the door. This young lady, however, was not the person he was looking for. It was Meng Jie's roommate that had opened the door. "Who are you?" the young lady asked him with a frown on her face, and her narrowed gaze at him was filled with worry, looking as though she was on high alert. "I am Su Yang, an acquaintance of Meng Jie. Is she here now? I would like to speak with her," he said, ignoring her unfriendly gazes. "She's not here right now, please go away," she immediately replied. It was now clear to Su Yang that something unpleasant had happened to Meng Jie, which explained her roommate's unnatural reaction to his visit. "I know something happened between Tang Hu and her, and I am here to give her my assistance. If you do not let me speak to her, things will only worsen from this point forth." Su Yang's words caused many complicated emotions and thoughts to appear within the young lady. After a few moments of silence, the young lady finally nodded and allowed him inside. "Where is she? And what's her condition?" he asked the moment he entered. The young lady solemnly answered, "She's currently inside her room. As for her condition, I have never seen anything so terrible in my life." Su Yang silently followed the young lady to Meng Jie's room that was left slightly open. "Please wait out here for a moment while I let her know about your arrival." The young lady opened the door and entered the room while Su Yang remained outside, and although he didn't enter the room, he was still able to see inside the room. Inside the room, Meng Jie was on her bed, seemingly asleep. However, what Su Yang first noticed when looking at Meng Jia was not her sleeping face but the brutal wounds that were all over her arms and legs. She had clearly been physically abused by someone, and it was to a great extent. Su Yang's eyes immediately narrowed with disgust upon seeing her horrible condition. "Tang Hu, you bastard, what have you done?" he mumbled, his voice filled with coldness. "Sister Meng, you have a visitor." When Meng Jia heard her roommate's voice, her eyes slowly opened to look at the handsome figure outside her room, but even that small movement looked like it was causing her pain. "Su Yang," she quickly recognized him and mumbled. "Did he send you here?" she asked him with fear in her eyes. "No, Tang Hu has no clue," he said while shaking his head. The fear in Meng Jia's eyes vanished after hearing his relieving words. "How did you know?" she then asked. "I knew something was wrong when I first noticed his terrible appearance, so I came here to ask you about it. However, I didn't know it was this serious," he sighed. "May I come inside?" he then asked. After getting her approval, Su Yang entered the room. Once he was beside the bed, he took a closer look at her bruises. "Tang Hu, Meng Jia tried to speak, but was quickly interrupted by Su Yang. "You can tell me your story after I relieve you of your pain." Su Yang then looked at her roommate and asked, "Do you have any medicine in the house?" Yes, we have some. Bring me all of the medicines you have here and I will immediately start my treatment," he said. "Yuan." The roommate then swiftly ran out of the room to look for medicines. "We can deal with Tang Hu later, but for now let me see your wounds," he said to Meng Jia in a tender voice, giving her a sense of security and comfort. "I will have to remove your clothes for the treatment, okay?" Meng Jia's eyes widened with surprise, but she still nodded a moment later. "Okay," she mumbled, feeling all kinds of emotions at this moment. Su Yang nodded and began cutting her robes open until she was fully naked so she wouldn't feel pain from the robes touching her wounds during the removal. Chapter 80. Relieving her pain. When the roommate returned to the room after taking all the medicines she could find with her, her eyes nearly popped out of its socket from shock upon witnessing Meng Jia's naked body on the bed. "Ah, what do you think you are doing to her, you barbaric pervert?" she shrieked loudly. Just as she was prepared to pounce on Su Yang, Meng Jia spoke in a low voice. "Sister Chen, stop. It's not what you think." Sister Chen, whose full name was Chen Yu, quickly stopped her movements after hearing Meng Jia's voice. "Do I look like someone to assault a young lady, much less an injured one?" Su Yang sneered coldly, and he continued. "Hurry up and give me the medicines in your hand so I can start my treatment." Right. Chen Yu snapped out of her daze and handed what little medicine she had in her hands to him. "This is it. You won't even be able to heal a small bruise with this amount of medicine, much less this many serious wounds," Su Yang sighed. "It is uncommon for disciples to receive injuries that require much medical attention here in the Profound Blossom sect, as we usually avoid physical activities that could possibly lead to injuries." Chen Yu explained to him the reason for their lack of medicine supply. When one's appearance within the Profound Blossom sect, where everybody is either handsome or beautiful, mattered more than their life most of the time, they wouldn't do something as foolish and as dangerous as fighting, as that could easily lead to permanent scars on their figures, which will greatly lower their charm and overall chance of finding a partner. Their appearance was something the majority of the disciples didn't dare to risk, as even something as little as a permanent small scratch on their face could potentially change their life as a disciple within the sect drastically. Whatever. The medicine isn't required for the treatment, but I asked for it anyway just so I have a little more resource in my hands. Su Yang then began mixing all of the medicines together until it was a paste. After putting the medicine paste on his hands, he spoke. "I will now begin my treatment. I won't ask you to leave as long as you don't bother us during the treatment." "I understand." Chen Yu quickly moved to a corner where she silently watched Su Yang begin rubbing the paste onto Meng Jia's body. "I will now start the treatment. You do not have to worry about anything, just close your eyes and relax," said Su Yang to Meng Jia. Meng Jia, who had expected the pain on her body to increase from Su Yang's touch, even steeling her resolve, was pleasantly surprised when she first felt Su Yong's soft hands rubbing the medicine onto her body. Instead of feeling pain like she'd expected, her body was actually feeling pleasure despite the clear pressure Su Yong was putting into his arms. How did he manage such magical and profound effects? The first area Su Yong covered in medicine was Meng Jia's soft and seemingly fragile neck, slowly moving to the lower area as time passed, first her neck, then her chest, her breasts, her stomach, her arms, and her thighs and legs. Once he was finished with applying medicine to the front part of her body, he flipped her over to her back where he continued to rub medicine on her soft back and tender buttocks, leaving every part of her body that was bruised covered in a green paste in a matter of minutes. Furthermore, Su Yong saved her pelvic area for last, as that seemed to be the most sensitive and wounded part of her body. When he reached that point, he gave extra care to her bottom lips, even sticking his fingers into her hole to reach for the areas that could not be physically seen. Ah! Meng Jia could no longer hold her breath and released a low moan when Su Yong began caressing her sweet paradise. MMM. The way Su Yong touched her was unlike anything she has ever felt before, and she quickly forgot about the pain in her body, as she was so enthralled by the heavenly pleasure that embraced her body that she was unable to feel anything else but pleasure. And after experiencing many days of rough assaults to her poor body, there was nothing in this world that could possibly relieve her the pain in her body, and mind more than Su Yong's gentle touches at this moment. Meanwhile, Chen Yu's mouth was wide open from shock during the entire time Su Yong treated Meng Jia. Is this what he considered as a treatment? Isn't he just giving her a massage while covering her body in medicine paste? And why does Meng Jia look so blissful despite having her bruised body rubbed by Su Yong? Hell, she could even see Su Yong's finger pressing into Meng Jia's muscle. Surely that must have hurt like hell. However, after watching them for a prolonged time and seeing the way Su Yong touched her bottom lips, Chen Yu started feeling sweaty, even imagining herself in Meng Jia's position. Su Yong. Chen Yu suddenly found the name familiar sounding, and she quickly recalled the talk of a massage parlor within the outer court that was quite popular among the girls that was still being talked about until just a few days ago. Don't tell me he's the divine hands that everyone and their mother has been talking about lately, she wondered. After spending an hour treating Meng Jia's injuries, Su Yong finally retrieved his hands and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Because he was using his profound Kai to heal her wounds by directly pushing it into her body, Su Yong felt as though he had just given over 100 continuous massages, despite only giving one massage in reality. Her injuries, they are nearly all gone. Chen Yu exclaimed loudly after witnessing Meng Jia's body for herself once the treatment was finished. Chen Yu has never seen or heard of anything like this before. Meng Jia's body that was almost entirely black and blue just an hour ago has changed drastically after the treatment. Now, her body no longer looked like a bloody mess but much healthier, looking as though she had received some sort of plastic surgery. Even Meng Jia looked at her body with astonished eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Although there was still slight pain in her body, it was not to the degree to where she could not even move her body without feeling the need to cry. It was a heavenly miracle. Su Yong, how can I thank you for this? Meng Jia looked at him with teary eyes. There is no need to thank me, as I am a man who cherishes woman, even if that woman already belongs to someone else. So if I see one in great pain, it is only natural for me to help her, said Su Yong, still managing to show her a bright smile despite his exhausted state. Chapter 81. Don't worry, I will be gentle. After taking a few minutes to gather herself, Meng Jia began recalling all the things Tang Hu had done to her to Su Yong, while Chen Yu went outside to leave them alone. His behavior seemed normal at first, and I'd thought that he wanted to change things up when he started being rougher during our cultivation. However, as the days passed, he quickly became more aggressive and violent. Initially, I believed his unusual behavior was due to stress or something similar, so I didn't say anything and endured it. But things changed when he started beating me without holding back, and he'd even started shouting nonsense like someone in frenzy. What kind of nonsense was he shouting? Su Yang suddenly cut in to ask. Meng Jia looked hesitant to reply at first, but Su Yang's intense gazes quickly changed her mind. He was shouting things like, "I won't ever hand you over to that bastard Su Yang," said Meng Jia, feeling awkward and embarrassed from the sentence. "So it is because of that, huh?" Su Yang sighed inwardly. He instantly understood the situation, as he has encountered similar events multiple times in his past life, where people would become paranoid and insecure because of his mere presence, pushing them into doing things that they normally wouldn't think about. He also said things like, Su Yang suddenly raised his hands and he said, "Enough. I have heard enough to understand the situation. Although I cannot compensate you for the pain you had to endure because of me, I will deal with Tang Hu to make sure he will never hurt you again, as that is the least I can do." He apologized to her despite taking no part in this fiasco except by just existing. What do you plan on doing to him, if you don't mind me asking?" Meng Jia asked with a concerned expression. "Are you going to tell the sect about him, or will you?" While the thought of Su Yang risking his life by killing a fellow disciple just to avenge her was laughable, Meng Jia couldn't help but feel that such a thought was also in Su Yang's mind. "You have a problem with me killing him?" Su Yang suddenly said in a calm voice, dumbfounding her. Meng Jia's eyes widened from shock, and her body trembled. Although she has come to despise Tang Hu from this incident, somewhere in her heart was still trying to seek forgiveness for him without actually being aware. Perhaps it was because of the time they'd spent together, or maybe because there was a part of her that still loved him, but she simply didn't want Tang Hu to die because of this incident. And naturally, Su Yang was able to see this reluctance within her. "I see." Su Yang no longer felt like staying in this place and stood up to leave, where Chen Yu was patiently waiting outside for the two of them to finish. "Wait!" Meng Jia quickly stopped him. "Although what he did was terrible, I can tell that he's also feeling pain." "Pain?" Su Yang coldly sneered. He then turned to look at Meng Jia in the eyes and said, "That man has already lost his mind from cultivating a depraved technique, and you still want to protect him after all he's done to you? How foolish." Meng Jia trembled violently at his clearly displeased tone, and she sat there silently with a blank face, looking perplexed. A moment later, with a nonchalant expression, Su Yang spoke. "Can you walk?" "Why, yes." "Then follow me," he said as he walked out the door. "Hey, where are we going?" "To visit Tang Hu, obviously." Meng Jia stared at him with wide eyes, looking baffled and terrified at the same time. Why would he take her to Tang Hu now? You are done," Chen Yu asked him when the door opened. Then she noticed Meng Jia, who was walking behind him, and her eyes widened with shock. "Sister Meng, are you sure you should be standing, much less walking?" "Don't worry about me, I am fine," Meng Jia said with a bitter smile. "I have to go somewhere with Su Yang now, so I will be leaving now." "What?" Chen Yu looked extremely puzzled at this moment. What happened during their talk for this to be happening? After a moment of silence, Su Yang continued to walk, and Meng Jia followed him. "Sister Chen, please, this is very important." Chen Yu sighed and nodded a bit later. "Hurry up and come back to rest, okay?" Because she didn't want to attract attention with the obvious bruises on her face, Meng Jia covered her face with a veil before leaving the house. After they left, Su Yang brought her directly back to his living quarters. Once they arrived, Meng Jia received cold feet and couldn't approach the house unless she was standing close to Su Yang with her hands tightly grasping onto his sleeves, looking like a terrified child in front of a scary monster. Upon entering the house, Su Yang brought her directly to stand in front of the door to Tang Hu's room. "Do we really have to do this?" Meng Jia asked in a mosquito-like voice, clearly afraid that Tang Hu might be able to hear her voice from behind the doors. Su Yang smiled, and he suddenly shouted, "Tang Hu, I know that you are cultivating a depraved technique. You have 3 seconds to get out of your room before I start making love to your beloved Meng Jia here right outside of your room, not that I haven't done it already." "What?" Meng Jia experienced the scare of her life after listening to Su Yang's bold announcement, and she quickly began making a run for the door. But alas, Su Yong swiftly reacted by grabbing her by the waist and pulling her directly into his embrace. Tang Hu, aren't you scared that I will take her from you? I am removing her clothes even as I speak. Su Yang then looked at Meng Jia, who was still in his embrace, with a passionate gaze along with a charming smile, and said, "Don't worry, I will be gentle, unlike a certain individual." Almost instantly after Su Yang said those words, the door to Tang Hu's room violently opened, and Tang Hu appeared before them with red eyes and bulging veins all over his body. When Tang Hu noticed Su Yang embracing Meng Jia, whose face was bright red from blushing, he roared like a vicious animal filled with rage. "Su Yang, I will fucking kill you." Su Yang smiled when Tang Hu reacted to his provoking just like he'd expected. With his arms wrapped intimately around Meng Jia's body, he spoke. "What a foolish man you are, Tang Hu. Because you were paranoid about a problem that never existed, you have not only made that unexisting problem a reality, but you have also harmed your partner physically and mentally. If you weren't so foolish and insecure, then she wouldn't be in my arms right now, but yours?" Tang Hu began beating his chest like a gorilla, and his eyes turned crimson red in bloodlust. His skin was also darkened to the point that it was gray in color, almost like elephant skin. At this moment, Tang Hu no longer resembled a human but more of a demonic being instead. "What a pity!" Su Yang shook his head in silence. Chapter 82, Everlasting Sacred Fire. Tang Hu. Tears began forming in Meng Jia's eyes when she looked at Tang Hu, whose appearance resembled a monster. This is what happens when you cultivate a depraved technique. You cut all your connections to the human realm and lose your humanity, becoming a depraved creature. Said Su Yang, his expression calm despite the grave situation. "Leave if you do not want to see him die before your eyes." "Is there really no other way? There must be something we can do to help him." Meng Jia cried out, clearly unwilling to see him die despite the terror he acted upon her. Su Yang remained silent. There are indeed methods that could still save Tang Hu even in his current state. However, such methods required resources and effort. It was something Su Yang wasn't willing to expend for a person like Tang Hu. "I will not repeat myself. Leave while you can," he said again. Meng Jia looked at Tang Hu's face one last time before nodding and turning to run outside. When Tang Hu noticed her movements, he pounced towards her to prevent her from escaping. "Where do you think you are going, Meng Jia?" he roared. Suddenly, Su Yang disappeared from his original spot and appeared before Tang Hu like a ghost. "And where do you think you are going?" Su Yang waved his sleeves, and a loud slap resounded an instant later. "Pa!" Tang Hu was sent flying backward by a casual slap from Su Yang, who was at the true spirit realm. Even if your cultivation base is increased by another tenfolds, you are still at the elementary spirit realm, not even qualified to fight those at the profound spirit realm, let alone me. Tang Hu coughed up a mouthful of blood from the impact of the slap. Although it seemed like a casual slap to the face, the force of that slap was strong enough to send him flying like a rag doll, and that caused a fearful feeling to appear deep in his heart. He roared, trying to scream the feeling of fear out of his body. A moment later, Tang Hu pounced at Su Yang again. "HMPH, what a waste of my time." Su Yang shook his head and sighed. "Kiayu," he suddenly called for her. An instant later, the door to his room abruptly opened, and a beauty that resembled a real goddess appeared from the room. When Kiayu emerged from Su Yang's room, Tang Hu's movements spontaneously froze. Despite his lack of ability to think or reason, Tang Hu couldn't help but stare at Kiayu's peerless face and graceful figure with a dazed expression, his red eyes seemingly mesmerized by her beauty. Su Yang raised an eyebrow at the situation. As expected of Yuehai's daughter, even her ability to charm men is similarly devastating. Kiayu's otherworldly beauty had managed to captivate Tang Hu, who had long lost his mind and ability to think. "Why did you call for me, father? Surely you can handle this ant by yourself." Kiayu looked at him and said, sounding puzzled, "I don't want to stain this house with his blood, but alas, I am not at the level where I can erase someone without causing a bloody mess," he said with a regretful tone. Kiayu looked at him with an unbelievable face. After a moment of silence, she spoke. I can take care of him for you, but you will explain to me your relationship with that little girl just now and how far you have gone with her. Su Yang smiled bitterly and said, There is nothing between us, and I doubt that even you were fooled by my little act just now. HMPH. I just wanted to make sure, she said with a cute pouting expression. A moment later, Kiayu narrowed her gaze, and a tyrannical pressure suddenly forced the still dazed Tang Hu to drop to the floor with his face kissing the ground. With a cold expression on her flawless face, she spoke. Disappear, you insignificant ant. Suddenly, a small silver flame the size of a candle fire appeared directly on Tang Hu's forehead. This small flame quickly expanded and within seconds consumed Tang Hu's entire body. Tang Hu rolled around on the floor while screaming in agony, trying to disperse the flame, but alas, the silver fire continued to burn lively. And strangely, the silver flame did not spread outside of Tang Hu's body when he rolled around, nor did it burn anything besides his body. When Su Yang first noticed the silver fire, a glint of surprise flickered within his eyes. Everlasting sacred fire. He easily recognized the type of fire Kiayu was using, as her mother also cultivated the same technique. It was a terrifying technique that cultivates a profound fire that would not stop burning until its target completely disappears, leaving not even the ashes behind. And within seconds, Tang Hu's body was reduced to being nothing. His entire existence had been erased by the everlasting sacred fire, leaving not even a speck of ash behind. I'm surprised, Su Yang suddenly said. He looked at Kiayu with a proud look on his face and continued. I have known you since you were a baby, and you were cultivating a different technique prior to my departure. But now, out of all the profound techniques that you could have cultivated from the sacred moon palace, you decided to change to the everlasting sacred fire technique that your mother also cultivated. Why? It's simple. Because my mother treasured this technique more than any techniques that were available at the sacred moon palace, she replied. Then what do you think of the technique? Do you like it? I love it, she instantly replied with a beautiful smile. Although it may not be as strong as the strongest techniques within the sacred moon palace, I feel the most comfortable when cultivating the everlasting sacred fire. Is that so? Said Su Yang, showing a tender smile. What is it? Kiayu said, looking puzzled by his reaction. Well, you see, that technique was a gift to your mother from me, he said, shocking Kiayu, who never learned the origin of the technique. Father gave this technique to mother, she mumbled. Chapter 83, Inheritance. The everlasting sacred fire is an ancient grade technique that I had created solely for Yuehai as a symbol of my eternal love for her. Su Yang expressed melancholy, his gaze seemingly distant. Kiayu remained silent. It was no wonder why her mother had treated this technique with great love and care. But why did mother give me this technique before she passed away? Kiayu silently looked at the ball of silver flame that was flickering on her palms like a candle fire, her gaze filled with uncertainty. How much of the technique have you comprehended so far? Su Yang suddenly asked her. Only the beginning stages, she replied in a regretful tone. That's pretty decent for someone at your level, Su Yang nodded with approval. It seems like you have inherited more than just your mother's beautiful appearance. What do you mean by that? She looked at him with a puzzled face. The everlasting sacred fire was created with everything I knew about Yuehai in mind, so you can say that it was a technique tailored to match her aptitude, making her the only person in this world who can possibly comprehend and fully master it. Since you are able to use the technique that was only meant for Yuehai, it means that you also have what is required to learn the technique, just like your mother, Su Yang explained to her. Kiayu stood there silently, seemingly in shock. After listening to Su Yang's explanation, Kiayu was more shocked at the fact that he was able to create a technique at the ancient grade that was tailored for a single person. Creating cultivation techniques itself required immense talent, let alone creating a cultivation technique that was specifically meant for one individual in the world. And for Su Yang to achieve such a feat, his talent could only be considered abnormal. It should also be mentioned that cultivation techniques almost never discriminate against anyone who wishes to learn their secrets. So whoever has the ability to comprehend its contents would be able to master it as long as they were capable. However, a cultivation technique that was made so that only one person in the world could comprehend was something Qiayu has never heard of. Just what kind of existence was Su Yang back in the four divine heavens? Other than the things she'd learned about him from the time she spent with him, Qiayu only knew Su Yang as a mentor and an esteemed guest at the sacred Moon Palace, who later also became a father figure to her. But that was about the limit of her knowledge regarding his background. Her mother, Yuehai, also almost never spoke of Su Yang's background outside of the sacred Moon Palace, nor his real relationship with her. Hell, the only time Qiayu ever really learned something about Su Yang was after his death, when her mother shared with her some of her memories with Su Yang out of grief and loneliness. Su Yang suddenly approached her and lifted her hands, and he spoke as he stared at the silver flame flickering on her hands. "When I have a chance, I will give you guidance to help you better understand the everlasting sacred fire." Qiayu slowly nodded with a slightly rosy face. Su Yang then turned to look at the spot Tang, who disappeared from with a pondering expression. "I never got the chance to figure out how he'd obtained the depraved technique. Was it given to him, or did he stumble it by chance?" After a short moment of pondering, he shrugged his shoulders, clearly uninterested by his situation. Many minutes had passed since Meng Jie stared waiting outside the house, yet there was no sign of Su Yang appearing anytime soon. Because these houses are covered in soundproof barriers, she was unable to hear the commotion inside the house. However, this silence only made her even more anxious. What was happening inside? Is Tang Hu still alive, or is he long dead by the hands of Su Yang? What if Su Yang was the one in trouble? Dozens of questions appeared in Meng Jie's head, each one making her desire to return inside a little bit stronger. And finally, after a few more minutes, the door opened. Su Yang emerged an instant later, his expression calm and without a single hint of distress. Meng Jie looked at him with a puzzled expression. Why does he look so tranquil at this moment, making it seem as though nothing had happened inside? What happened to Tang Hu? She asked him after a moment of silence. Su Yang did not reply to her question and only beckoned her to come back into the house. Once Meng Jie entered the house, she was dumbfounded by the scene. Besides a tiny puddle of blood that was on the floor, there was not even a slight hint of Tang Hu being there, almost as though his existence had been erased. "Where's Tang Hu?" Meng Jie asked, her heart overwhelmed with a strong sense of unease. "He's dead," said Su Yang without any excuses. When Meng Jie heard his nonchalant words, her body trembled, and she dropped to her knees with tears flowing down both sides of her face as she wept her heart out. What am I supposed to do now with him gone? I have only ever been with him ever since I joined this sect with him 1 year ago." Meng Jie said as she stared at Su Yang with sorrowful eyes, looking as if she wanted him to help her decide. "That is not something for me to decide," said Su Yang after a moment of silence. "Life is always full of unknown paths, each with sorrowful moments waiting for you at some point. Although I cannot help you decide your life, feel free to look for me if you need guidance at any time while I am still here." A moment after he said those words, Meng Jie, still with tears flowing down her cheeks, spoke. "What about things besides guidance? Can I come to you for other things too?" She asked him with a glint of desperation in her eyes. Su Yang smiled, but just as he opened his mouth to speak, the atmosphere suddenly became unpleasant and gloomy. The smile on Su Yang's handsome face instantly turned into a bitter smile, and he glanced at his own room with the corner of his eyes, where Qiayu was clearly watching their interaction with her spiritual sense. Chapter 84, Appearance Reforming Pill. If you need anything, even if that something is as small as a chat over some tea, I will gladly be there. However, you should leave those thoughts till after you fully recover, said Su Yang after a moment of silence. Meng Jie nodded, and a few minutes later she quietly made her way back home, where Chen Yu was anxiously waiting for her. Once she was fully out of the picture, Su Yang went back into his room. I really despise this place, Kiayu said to him the moment he entered the room. With a smile, Su Yang spoke. You will quickly get used to it. But I don't want to get used to this place. Why are we even here? Since Father has me now, we can go anywhere we want in this world, so why don't we just leave this place that stinks of impurity? Su Yang shook his head and said calmly, My ultimate goal is to return to the 4 divine heavens, but neither of us have any knowledge as to how to get there, and you have already traveled the entire world. Until we find a way to return to the 4 divine heavens, it does not matter if I am here or at another place, as it is all the same at the end of the day. Additionally, there are still a few things I'd like to do here before leaving. If I don't do these things and just leave, it will affect my Tao heart for future breakthroughs. This profound blossom sect is also a great place for me to increase my cultivation base quickly without harming my foundations. Not to mention this place's environment really suits a scoundrel like me, he added, causing Kiayu to sigh with a dejected expression. What would Mother do if she was in this situation? She wondered. Kiayu, do you happen to have any appearance-reforming pills? Su Yang suddenly asked her. Appearance-reforming pills? I do have some, but why do you need them? She asked in a curious tone. Appearance-reforming pills are just as it sounds. It has the ability to change an individual's appearance temporarily, altering the face entirely, and becoming a new individual with a new identity. These pills are commonly used in the cultivation world, where quarrels and skirmishes occur every day, and cultivators would more often than not disguise themselves using the appearance-reforming pills in order to make it more difficult for others to find them. As for Kiayu, who possesses otherworldly beauty and a profound presence, she would normally travel while under disguise to avoid unnecessary attention from the masses. However, the appearance-reforming pills are not without flaws, as it could easily be bypassed by those with higher cultivation bases or those with sharp senses. So I can cause trouble without being recognized, he said with a grin. Kiayu stared at him with a weird look on her face. And after a moment of awkward silence, she retrieved a small black pill from her storage ring and handed it to Su Yang. The moment he received the appearance-reforming pill, Su Yang threw the pill into his mouth and swallowed it. An instant later, his handsome face began twisting with his young body also growing taller, looking as though there was a pair of invisible hands playing with his face. After another moment, Su Yang's no longer looked like a handsome young man, but a handsome middle-aged man instead. This middle-aged man had fierce eyes, sword-like eyebrows, a straight nose, and gave off the feeling of an intimidating ruler. If Su Yang were to walk around in this world with his new face, then it was guaranteed that nobody would recognize him. But if he went into the streets of the 4 divine heavens with such a face, then he was basically asking for trouble. When Kiayu saw his new appearance, her eyes widened from shock. The Heavenly Emperor? She exclaimed loudly, her voice even trembling from the bewilderment. Ugly looking, right? I know, Su Yang chuckled, but since he was using the Heavenly Emperor's face, Kiayu found it extremely unpleasant, even intimidating. I am speechless, she shook her head. Are you not afraid of offending the heavens for using His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor's face? Not to mention that you'll also be causing trouble with such a face. You will get struck by lightning at this rate. Kiayu expressed her worries, as it was considered a heavenly offense to use the Heavenly Emperor's face in any way, shape, or form, much less to cause trouble. What is that old man going to do? Come here and arrest me again? Su Yang laughed, his laughter carrying slight malice. Clearly, Su Yang held a grudge towards the Heavenly Emperor from being thrown into the eternal retribution cliff by him, and he wanted to get revenge no matter how small the details may be. Kiayu could only sigh at his behavior, thinking that even someone like him has his childish moments. What about your clothes? She then asked. You look ridiculous in those robes that were clearly meant for your previous and smaller figure. There's no need to change it, he quickly replied. The worse I look while using this face, the better it makes me feel. You really are helpless. Kiayu shook her head. Right, let me take a look inside your storage ring again, he suddenly said. Kiayu didn't even bother asking why before giving him her storage ring, After looking through the storage ring for a few moments, Su Yang nodded with a satisfied expression. Many hours have passed since Su Yang consumed the appearance-reforming pill, yet he remained inside his room the entire time. It was not until the stars began twinkling did Su Yang finally decide it was time to leave his room. "You need me to come with you?" Kiayu asked him before he left the house. "It's only someone at the Earth Spirit realm, nothing I cannot deal with by myself," he said with a smile before disappearing into the night. Perhaps that's the reason he was thrown into the eternal retribution cliff in the first place. Because he nonchalantly uses His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor's face all the time. She silently wondered as her spiritual sense activated to follow Su Yang. When Su Yang sensed a pair of invisible eyes watching him from afar, he smiled inwardly. That girl worries too much. But since I am probably the only person left in this universe that she currently trusts, I won't say anything about it. Su Yang traversed the dark profound blossom sect with his 9 astral steps, appearing and disappearing in the shadows like a ghost. His destination was clear. It was the Yin-Yang Pavilion where the current sect masters resided. I should have asked someone for their location. Su Yang facepalmed after realizing that he had no idea where they were located. Suddenly, his eyes began glowing gold, looking as though 2 golden suns came to life inside his eyes. That spot has the presence of 2 Earth Spirit Realm experts, so they are probably there. Within seconds, Su Yang was able to locate the Yin-Yang Pavilion with his all-seeing celestial eyes, a profound technique that could allow the user to look at stars from millions of kilometers away with their naked eyes when completely mastered. Once he'd guessed their location, his figure flickered and disappeared like a ghost, appearing into the distance many houses away in the next instant. A few minutes later, Su Yang stood atop a tall and luxurious 4-story-tall pavilion that emitted high-quality, profound Kai that could not be found anywhere else within the sect. As expected of the home to the sect masters, the quality of profound Kai found here is far superior to any other hot spots found in this profound blossom sect. If he cultivated here with land liking, then he's almost certain that he'll reach the Earth Spirit realm within half a year's time, perhaps even higher. It's decided. I will take this Yin-Yang Pavilion for myself when I get the chance. After that silent promise to himself, Su Yang began snooping around the place to look for a certain individual. Inside the Yin-Yang Pavilion, 2 figures were together inside a room with dimly illuminated light. These 2 figures were obviously the matriarch and the patriarch, and they had just finished their daily cultivation. "What's wrong, Liu Lanjai? You seemed disheartened during our cultivation," said the patriarch in a puzzled tone. "Disheartened?" Liu Lanjai looked at him with a nonchalant face, sighing inwardly. "I think the term bored would be better suited for my mood right now," she said. "Be bored." Although the patriarch already knew that, he continued to play dumb to avoid embarrassing himself. Liu Lanjai left the bed and got dressed before walking to the window to stare at the night sky with a dazed expression. After a moment of silence, she turned around to look at the patriarch and said in a calm, yet cold voice, "Do not be mistaken, Lai Qiang, your techniques are great, but I am no longer satisfied with your techniques." "What?" Lai Qiang's eyes popped out of his sockets at her words. How could that be possible? She was still enjoying his techniques just yesterday. How could her body possibly change so much in a single day, to the point where she could no longer feel satisfaction from him? "You are not satisfied with my performances tonight? I do not believe it. Lose your clothes and we will do it again." Lai Qiang's pride and ego took a huge hit from her words, but he wasn't convinced. Liu Lanjai slowly shook her head and said, "Forget it. I am already saving you face by being lenient with my words. How am I supposed to forget this?" Lai Qiang suddenly roared in anger, his fist deeply embedded into the bed. Not only was his pride as a man greatly damaged by her words, but his position as the patriarch would also become at risk if he really could no longer satisfy the matriarch. While the majority believed that the patriarch would have the final say within the profound blossom sect, the truth was actually the total opposite, as it has always been the matriarch who's in full control of the Profound Blossom sect since the founding of the sect. And if the patriarch, who was chosen by the matriarch, could no longer satisfy her, then it was obvious that a new patriarch, one who could satisfy the matriarch in her cultivation, would be selected for the sect. I do not believe that I am unable to satisfy your body anymore. Hurry and get back on the bed, Liu Lanjai. He continued to speak loudly, his voice filled with anger and embarrassment. Liu Lanjai suddenly frowned, and her gaze sharpened at Lai Qiang. Who do you think you are talking to with that tone, Lai Qiang? She suddenly snapped back, startling him. Do I have to remind you who's the true sect master of the sect? I. Get lost. And until you improve your trash techniques, I do not want you in my room, she said with her finger pointed to the door, her narrowed eyes glaring daggers at him. Afraid of her short temper, Lai Qiang hastily scrambled out of the bed and ran out of the room naked, even leaving his clothes in her room. Once he left, Liu Lanjai coldly snorted and returned sat on her bed to cultivate. But alas, her mind could not be calmed even after many minutes, and her heart was wavering, so she quickly gave up trying to cultivate and went straight to sleep. However, even then, she was having difficulties sleeping. Damn it, this is all his fault. Of course, my body is not satisfied. After experiencing that from him, there is no way I will be able to feel stimulation by normal means anymore, and today's cultivation with Lai Qiang proved that perfectly. Liu Lanjai rolled around in her warm bed in frustration. After her experience with Lai Qiang tonight, she finally realized just how far and distant Lai Qiang's techniques were when compared to Su Yang. It was a feeling akin to eating dog food right after savoring luxurious food meant for divine beings. And as the night passed, Liu Lanjai began feeling regret that she didn't extend the assessment and had only managed to cultivate with Su Yang for a mere few minutes. Inside his own room that was only one floor below Liu Lanjai's room, Lai Qiang vented his anger by destroying what little furniture he had inside the room the moment he returned. Fuck. What do you mean by not satisfied with my performance? I was even feeling more energized tonight than normal, yet the results were worse than the last time. I don't fucking believe it, Lai Qiang exclaimed in a furious manner, feeling as though he'd been humiliated. After venting for a few moments, Lai Qiang suddenly looked enlightened. What if she only said that as a mean to find a new patriarch because she is bored of me? He thought to himself. That's right. My technique couldn't possibly be trash. She's afraid because I am quickly overtaking her with my superior talent. Lai Qiang quickly convinced himself that Liu Lanjai was trying to remove him as the patriarch to find another one, and being the egotistic person that he is, there was no way that he'd sit still until that would eventually happen. I am only one level beneath her in cultivation. If I cultivate quickly enough and surpass her before she replaces me, then I will not only retain my position as the patriarch, but I will also obtain full control of the sect. With that in mind, Lai Qiang began thinking of ways to quickly raise his cultivation base. And within seconds, a thought came to his head. That's it. Although she's only at the true spirit realm, that Elder Lan still has her yin essence. If I take her yin essence, then my cultivation base will surely greatly advance, he mumbled out loud from excitement. Lai Qiang began making his way to the door, but just as he took his first step towards the door, the window violently opened, and a tall figure jumped into the room through the window. Chapter 85. You can't give me what is already mine. When he first saw this intruder, Lai Qiang was alarmed by his sudden entrance, only to be bewildered by his absurd appearance an instant later. The intruder was a handsome, middle-aged man with sharp features, looking like a natural-born ruler. However, not only was he wearing white robes that only outer court disciples from the Profound Blossom sect would normally wear, but the robes were also clearly too small to fit his large figure, making him look quite ridiculous, even like a pervert to some extent. Who the hell are you? Lai Qiang cried out with alarm. A messenger from heaven, said Su Yang jokingly in a disguised voice. What nonsense are you spouting? Lai Qiang looked at him with ridicule, like he was looking at a clown. I didn't come here to kill you at first, but after hearing your mumble, I've decided that it would be better to kill you after all." Lai Qiang looked dazed for a moment before bursting with laughter. "I don't know which circus you came from, nor why you are here in the first place. But if you think that I will let you kill me and leave after intruding my room like this, then you really are a clown, a foolish clown. Pretty big talk for someone who just got scolded by his woman for being useless." Su Yang laughed without reserve, causing Lai Qiang's face to flush red from anger. "If I don't kill you tonight, then I am not a man," Lai Qiang roared, his forehead filled with veins of rage. Seeing his eagerness to fight, Su Yang casually shrugged his shoulders with a smile on his face. "I am pretty confident that you have already exhausted a good amount of your profound Kai after your cultivation tonight." When Lai Qiang heard Su Yang's words, his complexion instantly paled, looking as though he'd just swallowed something filthy. He then touched the ring on his hand, and a steel sword that radiated with profound Kai emerged from within the ring and into his grasp. A spirit-grade spiritual treasure. "Do you really believe that some rubbish toothpick will save you from me?" Su Yang scoffed as he slowly approached Lai Qiang with empty hands. His actions caused Lai Qiang to be taken aback. Does he really think that he can fight me, who has a spiritual weapon, empty-handed? He inwardly sneered at Su Yang's arrogance, but the ominous feeling that was weighing down his heart did not disappear and instead continued to increase as Su Yang got closer. "Die for me. 8-point strike." When Su Yang reached a certain distance from him, Lai Qiang suddenly thrust his sword forward at a speed that made it seem like there were 8 swords heading towards Su Yang instead of just one. What cheap tricks! When the sword was seemingly an instant away from piercing a hole between his brows, Su Yang's hands vanished from his sides and appeared before his face to catch one of the 8 strikes, ignoring the remaining 7. What? Before he could penetrate Su Yang's skin with his sword, Lai Qiang suddenly felt as though he'd struck a steel wall, and his sword would not move forward even the slightest, no matter how much he pushed or pulled. It was as if he had stabbed the ground so hard that his sword was stuck inside the dirt. Yet what he aimed his sword at was not the ground, but the middle-aged man in front of him. Lai Qiang was dumbfounded for an instant, but when he realized what had happened, all the hair on his body stood up like spikes on a certain rodent. Indeed, what the people say about the profound Blossom sect having only high cultivation bases and lacking in techniques is true, and not one bit misleading, said Su Yang, who was currently holding Lai Qiang's sword with only 2 fingers, even looking a bit bored of the situation. "I am possible." After struggling for a moment and realizing that his sword would not budge unless Su Yang released his fingers, Lai Qiang willingly removed his grip from the sword and slowly staggered backward. In his mind, he was shocked speechless at the clear disparity between their strength that was like heaven and earth. At your current condition, you are equal to someone at the middle stages of the true spirit realm at best, not even worth my effort. Su Yang directly threw Lai Qiang's spiritual treasure into his storage ring the moment he released his grip on the handle, stealing it for himself. Because Lai Qiang had just finished cultivating with Liu Lanjai, his cultivation base was exhausted. And Su Yang, who cultivated his physique to the late stages of the profound spirit realm with one of the best body refining techniques in the world, he was capable of taking care of the weakened Lai Qiang without the assistance of his cultivation base at the true spirit realm. While body refiners are too few and far between in the cultivation world, due to the harsh cultivating methods being too difficult for the majority to endure, they are also the strongest type of cultivators when in close combat with a prowess that could easily overwhelm any Kai refiners that are 1, even 2 realms above them if the technique they used is of superior quality. And at Su Yang's current state, he has the capabilities to fight someone at the earth spirit realm with his physical body alone, and perhaps even heavenly spirit realm if he used his entire cultivation base. As such, dealing with Lai Qiang, who is not only weakened but also an earth spirit realm master, Su Yang naturally wouldn't have any problems with him in close combat. Who are you? Why are you doing this? I do not recall ever offending someone like you. Lai Qiang began sweating profusely once he realized that he stood no chance against this mysterious intruder, especially not when he was in a weakened state. Hell, even if he was in top condition, he still wouldn't dare say with confidence that he could fight Su Yang survive, much less come out as victorious. You didn't offend me directly, but when you decided to lay hands on her, your fate has already been dictated by the heavens, said Su Yang as he began taking steps towards the trembling Lai Qiang. Her? Who are you referring to by her? I don't even remember. Lai Qiang's expression suddenly froze and the image of Elder Lan emerged from his chaotic mind. Elder Lan, are you talking about Elder Lan? Why you can have her? If you spare my life today, I will never look at her again, much less think about touching her. I am the patriarch of this sect, if I die. Although he was puzzled by Lan Liking's relationship with this mysterious intruder with profound strength, he wasn't in the situation to think about it properly and begged for his life instead. Su Yang suddenly burst out laughing, and he spoke in a slow and calm manner. I don't need your permission to take her, as you can't give me what is already mine. He then raised his hand and aimed for Lai Qiang's heart with a palming strike. Soul-sealing palm strike. The strike landed directly on Lai Qiang's chest an instant later, and he stared at the heavenly emperor's face before him with hatred while he slowly fell to the ground, until the life in his dimly lit eyes vanished like the light of a blown-out candle. Chapter 86. Little Girl Matriarch. Su Yang silently watched as Lai Qiang's lifeless body lay slump on the floor, his gaze as tranquil as a still lake, looking as though the situation couldn't affect him even the slightest. I had only planned to give you a warning tonight, but seeing how you were so eager to get yourself killed, I went ahead and fulfilled your wish. Su Yang shook his head and turned to approach the window. However, just as he was about to leave, the door to the room violently opened, and Liu Lanjai walked inside while yelling. Why the hell are you making so much noise in the middle of the night? I will fucking kill you, Lai Qiang. Liu Lanjai was already aggravated by her inability to sleep, yet she still had to listen to the commotion in this room, but her expression and lips quickly froze when she saw the situation. The first thing she'd noticed was the handsome middle-aged man because of his absurd and staggering appearance. She then noticed Lai Qiang's lifeless body on the floor with blood dripping from his lips, looking as though he'd sustained grave injuries. Who are you? Liu Lanjai was on guard after a quick observation of the scene, her hands already touching her storage ring in preparation for battle. However, she did not immediately attack Su Yang and only stood there, looking apprehensive. Although Lai Qiang was below her in terms of his cultivation base, he was still one of the top experts in this sect. Yet for him to be dealt with so quickly and efficiently by this middle-aged man. Liu Lanjai did not dare to overestimate her abilities by attacking him without knowing anything about his identity. Relax, little girl. I came here tonight only for that fool who is already dead on the floor, said Su Yang with one leg on the window. Little girl? Liu Lanjai frowned. While her appearance resembles that of a young lady who is still in her prime, she is actually well over 80 years old. Su Yang noticed the anger in her eyes when he treated her like a little girl despite her efforts in hiding it, and he smiled and continued. Perhaps if you manage to live another 1,000 years, I will consider calling you a young girl. Liu Lanjai was more shocked than offended this time around. Someone who is 1,000 years old was only a young girl in his eyes. Just how long has he been alive thus far? What cultivation base could he possibly have achieved to have such a long lifespan? It was something that she couldn't even mentally fathom since Earth Spirit Realm experts like her normally have a lifespan around 300 to 400 years. Why would someone as profound as you appear here to kill someone small like Lai Qiang? Liu Lanjai suddenly asked him. He was the patriarch of this sect, you know. How am I supposed to explain this to the sect? Despite Lai Qiang's death, Liu Lanjai didn't seem to display any signs of grief for him, which made Su Yang feel a bit surprised. I killed him because he laughed at my appearance while I was passing through, said Su Yang with a serious expression, dumbfounding Liu Lanjai, who clearly wasn't expecting such an answer. Be because he laughed at you. For him to kill a patriarch like Lai Qiang over such a ludicrous reason, Liu Lanjai no longer doubted his old age, as only those old monsters with prolonged life and a deep cultivation base could possibly exhibit such eccentric behavior. You have a problem with that, little girl. Su Yang removed his leg from the window and slowly approached her in an overbearing manner. Liu Lanjai instinctively retreated a few steps when Su Yang's overwhelming pressure filled the room, her back soaked in cold sweat. I had planned on replacing him when I find a better candidate anyway, and he was at fault for offending Senior, so I have no problem with Senior's decision. Instead, I would like to thank Senior for assisting me in dealing with him, even though it wasn't Senior's original intent. Liu Lanjai said with a bow, thanking him for killing Lai Qiang. Su Yang halted his steps and nodded his head with approval, acting like a profound old man. Very well, I accept your gratitude, he said a moment later. Although I didn't plan to cause trouble for your sect, my actions have done exactly that, so my humble self shall compensate for your loss. Senior need not worry about such minor details. Liu Lanjai suddenly said, her forehead dripping with sweat. Although it would be rude to refuse his offer, Liu Lanjai didn't want to accept compensation from someone who just killed the patriarch of her own sect, afraid that his offer might do more harm than good. Not to mention his fearsome presence that was forcing her to sweat buckets from just his presence alone. Having his offer refused, Su Yang frowned, deliberately looking offended despite feeling calm inwardly. You are refusing my goodwill. It's been over 4,000 years since someone had last refused my generosity. Liu Lanjai trembled violently upon hearing his low voice that was spoken in a displeased tone, and her legs were even shaking clearly from the killing intent that radiated from Su Yang's narrowed gaze. 4,000 years. Liu Lanjai exclaimed inwardly, nearly screaming out loud. What cultivation base would one need to have to be able to live for over 4,000 years, and still look so young and energetic? By now, Liu Lanjai was sweating so much that the spot she stood was covered in liquid, making it seem like she'd just pissed herself. To be leaking at your age, you really are a little girl. Su Yang continued to tease her while recalling the arrogant attitude she had with him initially at the examination hall. Liu Lanjai looked down at her feet and came to a realization that the liquid under her feet was actually pee and not sweat. She'd accidentally pissed herself from fear. I apologize for showing such a disgraceful sight before Senior, Liu Lanjai said in a trembling voice, showing more concern for his presence than her own dignity. Seeing that she was really about to cry, Su Yang decided that it was time to stop teasing her, and he said while pointing to Lai Qiang's dead body, My compensation to your sect for killing your patriarch is that I am willing to become its patriarch until you find another replacement for that trash over there. What? Liu Lanjai looked at him with dazed eyes, looking as though she was in disbelief. She was so dumbfounded by Su Yang's words that she was still doubting her own hearing after many moments. You heard me. Su Yang paused to walk over to the wardrobe, where he retrieved a clean set of the patriarch's robe, even wearing it over his outer court disciple robes, and continued. I happen to have a lot of time on my hands, so I do not mind wearing this clothing until you find a proper replacement. But Liu Lanjai wanted to express her concerns, but Su Yang was already a step ahead of her. What is there to be concerned about? I will only be the patriarch in name, so not only will I not change anything within sect, but I will even protect this place for as long as I am here. Despite his words, Liu Lanjai was still feeling doubtful towards his actual intent. Why would he offer to become this sect's patriarch when there is nothing he could benefit from being the patriarch? Why was he wearing clothes meant for her outer court disciples? Did he also forget that he was the reason why the sect no longer has a patriarch? How about this? Su Yang continued to speak. I understand that you are wary of my intentions, as anyone would feel the same way. However, you seem to have forgotten that I have the ability to crush this small place without the need to waste my time by role-playing as the patriarch. I really have no malicious ambitions towards this place. only being bored and wanting to find something to do to pass my seemingly eternal time. Although I did kill your patriarch, that was truly just an unfortunate incident that he'd brought upon himself. After a moment of silence, "What do you say, little girl? I may even bless this sect with a few cultivation techniques that I'd obtained during my humble life." Liu Lanjai remained silent, yet her eyes seemed to have changed drastically after his explanation. There was still doubt in her heart, as everything he said sounded too good to be true, but he also gave her little reason to refuse his offer. As a matter of fact, the advantages that could be gained from his offer far outweighs its disadvantages. Chapter 87. Bedtime Story. Liu Lanjai continued to stand there with a pondering expression after many moments of silence. Although she didn't want to accept someone who wasn't even a disciple of the sect to become the patriarch, she really had no other choice, as his prowess was seemingly too profound for a small sect such as the Profound Blossom sect. Additionally, if what he said was true, that he was willing to protect the sect and even bestow them a few cultivation techniques, then the sect's status within the cultivation world may even soar to the skies, allowing them to hover beside the truly big names in this world. The current position the Profound Blossom sect held within the cultivation world wasn't anything worthy, even looking like ants in the eyes of the giants such as the Divine Sword sect. But with this mysterious old monster's appearance, perhaps they may become something bigger than just ants. Liu Lanjai suddenly closed her eyes, sighing in a defeated tone. She then began to lower her body until she was kneeling on the floor. "Liu Lanjai greets the patriarch," she said loudly. Seeing this, Su Yang nodded with a smile. "Very well, then I shall remain in these clothes for a bit longer. And as agreed, I will not touch the sect, nor will I change anything, so you can continue every day as usual. Unless the sect is in peril, I will not intervene with your business," he continued. "What about him?" Liu Lanjai pointed at the lifeless Lai Qiang and asked. "I will leave his body and the announcement of a new patriarch to you. Even if you have to lie to everyone within the sect, I do not want too much of a commotion, as I hate loud noises," he replied, essentially leaving all responsibilities of Lai Qiang's death to her. Feeling bitter, Liu Lanjai nodded. "I understand. Good. Then I shall leave for the time being. If you need something from me, you can contact me using this jade slip." Su Yang threw at her a jade slip meant purely for communication, before turning to approach the window again. And Liu Lanjai watched him leave without saying a word despite her many questions for him. At this moment, all she wanted was for him to quickly leave so she could finally organize her chaotic mind, not to mention that she has to think of an excuse for Lai Qiang's death and the sudden emergence of a new patriarch without causing too much commotion within the sect. "Ah, why is this happening?" Liu Lanjai mumbled in a dazed voice. Su Yang returned to his living quarters after leaving the Yin-Yang pavilion, where Qiayu patiently waited for his return. "You're still awake. Although cultivators at your level doesn't require much sleep, you look tired. Get some sleep, or else it'll affect your beautiful skin," said Su Yang to Qiayu the moment he returned, pretending that he wasn't aware of her sneaky surveillance. Qiayu silently nodded. She then uncrossed her legs from her lotus position and laid on his bed, treating it as though it was her own bed. Su Yang could only smile at her actions and decided to leave her alone. However, just as he turned around, a low and sweet voice resounded. "Tell me a story like you used to," mumbled Qiayu, her gaze staring at his back with a lonesome feeling. Halting his step, Su Yang spoke with a smile on his face. "Which story would you prefer tonight, my spoiled little princess?" It was a phrase he'd regularly use whenever she'd ask him for a bedtime story. "The story of the mortal girl who traversed the universe in search for her missing father. It became a favorite of mine ever since I first heard it," she replied. "I know," said Su Yang. "Out of the hundreds of stories I've told you, it's the only story you've ever wanted me to repeat." Su Yang then sat on the bed beside her, and he began narrating the story in a tender voice, as Qiayu slowly closed her eyes to listen. There was a young girl named. She loved her caring father, who'd worked until he'd fall from exhaustion to feed her very dearly. But one day he suddenly disappeared like a ghost. Devastated by her father's disappearance, she went on a journey in search for him. On her journey, she had slain countless demons and beasts, even becoming a famous name throughout the world. But alas, despite her worldwide fame and profound power, she was still unable to find her father even after many years. However, she did not give up and continued to search. One day, she broke the boundaries of a human being and soared higher than any cultivator in the world. Eventually, she reached a point where she was able to traverse the stars and travel the starry sky. Countless years have passed since she started her journey in search for her father. But the chances of her father, who was a mere mortal when he disappeared, still being alive at this point, was non-existent. However, despite already aware of such facts many years ago, the stubborn daughter continued to look forward to the day her father appears before her again every day. Ultimately, she became one of the strongest existents in the universe with the power to influence even fate. She then traveled to a mythical place where mindless souls awaited for reincarnation, with some souls there having existed for thousands of years. Kiayu was long asleep by the time Su Yang reached this point, her sleeping face as beautiful as a sleeping fairy and as peaceful as a baby who was deeply asleep. Su Yang stopped telling the story and reached for her face that was stained with tears with his hands, wiping the trail of tears from her silky face. He stood from the bed and left the room shortly after, closing the door behind him. Ha! Su Yang released a deep sigh once he was alone, his gaze seemingly filled with countless profound thoughts as he recalled the story of the young girl trying to find her father. And for the remainder of the gloomy night, Su Yang sat in the living room in silence, seemingly in deep thoughts. Chapter 88. Do you still remember me? When morning arrived, Su Yang silently left the house and headed for the distribution center, where the disciples of the sect go to receive their monthly allowances and rewards. At the distribution center, a beautiful lady sat inside a pavilion while distributing spirit stones and other things to the disciples that were waiting in line one by one. Su Yang went to the back of the line, standing behind dozens of outer court disciples that had arrived before him. Hey, look at him. That's Su Yang, right? One of the disciples in line recognized him and mumbled to the surrounding disciples in a concerned tone. The result of the death match between him and Dai Zheng still resounded in the head of many outer court disciples, so there were still many who felt fear towards him. Su Yang. When one of the surrounding disciples heard his name, she turned her head to look at him with excitement in her eyes, the complete contrary to the other disciples there that were looking at him with fearful eyes. Once she confirmed that he was indeed Su Yang, this young disciple willingly left the line to approach him. Su Yang, do you still remember me? This disciple was a young beauty with a prideful demeanor, and she stood beside Su Yang with her arms crossed. Su Yang looked at this young beauty, and he smiled. Naturally, I remember you. How could I forget my first customer within this sect? This young beauty was indeed Zhu Xuan, who had the privilege of being the first within the entire sect to experience Su Yang's techniques. I never had the chance to thank you properly for fixing my back, so I would like to take this chance to thank you. Zhu Xuan gracefully lifted her robes and bowed to him in an elegant motion. Thank you, Su Yang, she said with a face full of smiles. When the other disciples saw the way Zhu Xuan acted so respectfully towards Su Yang, their jaws dropped. As fellow disciples, they knew her very well, especially her arrogant and prideful character that wouldn't waver even when facing fearsome beings like Su Yang. So when she acts the total opposite of her character, they would naturally be dumbfounded. There is no need to thank me. I only did my job, something you'd had already paid for back then, said Su Yang while shaking his head. Zhu Xuan stared at him intensively for a moment, her face looking as though she wanted to say something. A moment later, she spoke with her face slightly red. About that, it is almost a month since then, and I'm wondering if you are still providing such services. Because the news of Su Yang closing down his service had long reached her ears, Zhu Xuan wanted to make sure that the rumors were indeed true. I am willing to pay 100 premium points, even 200. She continued to speak, her voice sounding a bit desperate. Ever since Zhu Xuan experienced his godlike techniques, she had been longing to return to his room every day, a place she considered to be a real paradise. Seeing the yearning in her passionate eyes, Su Yang smiled. While I have no need for premium points anymore, there is no harm in taking a few breaks throughout the day to stretch myself. He then moved closer to her ears and whispered, "However, I will be doing more than just massage you." Zhu Xuan's whole body trembled at his enchanting voice, and she stood there with a dazed expression, her heart beating like war drums, more than just a massage. Zhu Xuan believed that he was just poking fun at her, yet she couldn't help but feel elevated anticipation towards such a day. Zhu Xuan's beautiful face was flushed with redness at this moment, baffling the disciples there even further. What did he say to her? Her entire face is flushed red, the disciples there wondered. "Oh, okay." Zhu Xuan nodded and turned around the next instant to walk back to where her friends stood, her movements clearly stiff like a puppet. She was feeling so bashful from his words that she could no longer stand beside him without feeling butterflies in her stomach, hence her quick retreat. Su Yang only smiled at her reaction and didn't say anything else. He then glanced at the beautiful lady inside the pavilion. The beautiful lady at the pavilion did not once stop distributing things to the disciples in line, but Su Yang had clearly sensed her gaze on him ever since he'd arrived. The line advanced quickly, and within minutes, it shortened by 24 of disciples. It was relatively peaceful at the line, but when it was almost Zhu Xuan and her friends' turn to retrieve their things, the disciples there began making a commotion, causing everybody there to turn their heads. From a distance, 2 disciples in blue robes were quickly approaching the area, one extremely graceful young lady and one exceedingly handsome young man, and they both wore an overbearing expression on their faces as they approached the line. And without the need for the 2 blue-robed disciples to open their mouths, everybody within the line began taking steps backward, forcing the entire line to make space in the front of the line. Su Yang frowned at the situation and the outer court disciples' reaction to the couple's appearance. Core disciples, and 2 of them at that. It's senior apprentice brother Yun and senior apprentice sister Fang, and they are even together. Because core disciples are rarely seen outside of their cultivating areas deep in the center of the profound Blossom sect, the outer court disciples went into a frenzied state upon seeing the 2, treating them as though they were celebrities. So this is the profound Blossom sect's core disciples. Su Yang quickly noticed their peak true spirit realm cultivation base that was stronger than almost every sect elders he'd seen thus far, and he recalled when Lan Liking called the core disciples prodigies chosen by heaven. Where have I seen her face before? Su Yang pondered as he stared at the female core disciple's face. Chapter 89. I will see you soon. When Su Yang saw the female core disciple, he almost immediately recognized her from the Burning Lotus auction house. She was that wasteful rich girl who'd bought all of his monster cores. When he first saw her in during the auction, she was not only wearing outer disciple robes, but her appearance was also disguised. However, Su Yang easily saw through her disguise the instant he saw her at the auction house, hence why he still recognized her now, even though she looked entirely different back then. Cultivators disguising themselves to avoid attention could be seen everywhere, so Su Yang didn't find her actions odd. Though he was slightly interested in why a peak true spirit realm like her would require so many elementary grade and profound grade monster cores, as they wouldn't benefit someone at her cultivation base even if she consumed 100 of them. Perhaps this core disciple wanted to increase the quality of her yin kai by cultivating many yin element monster cores from the lightning cats, but even that seemed unlikely since there are much better and cheaper options. So unless this core disciple was an idiot, there wasn't any need for her to spend so much resource on mere lightning cat monster cores. Senior apprentice sister Fang, she is one of only 8 core disciples that exists in the sect. Not only does she possess superior beauty, but she also has incredible talent, reaching the true spirit realm at the young age of 16 and the peak of true spirit realm only 10 years later. Truly a genius among genius. Senior apprentice brother Yun is slightly behind her in terms of talent, reaching the peak true spirit realm at age 27, but he possesses extremely vigorous yang, meaning his yang kai is twice as effective as normal, hence why there are always female disciples waiting in line to enter his chambers. Su Yang silently listened to the surrounding disciples express their awe for the 2 core disciples, feeling slightly baffled that there are currently only 8 core disciples out of thousands of disciples in the sect. Are the requirements for core disciples really that strict, or are the disciples in this sect just this mediocre? When the 2 core disciples arrived at the front desk, the young sect elder behind the counter stood up to greet them. How can the distribution center be of help to the core disciples today? I am only here to accompany junior apprentice sister Fang today, said the handsome young man with a bright smile, his gaze at Fang Zhelan. Fang Zhelan walked forward and said, I ran out of spirit stones. The moment the sect elder behind the counter heard Fang Zhelan's words, her expression froze. Disciple Fang, what happened to the few hundred spirit stones we gave you just last week? Asked the sect elder, who already knew the answer. It's all spent, she replied calmly. Aya. The sect elder sighed loudly. Disciple Fang, although core disciples are privileged to almost all resources within the sect, there is a limit to how much you can waste. You have already retrieved over 1,000 spirit stones just this month alone. At this rate, we will go bankrupt. When the disciples heard the sect elder's words, they all expressed bitterness. Almost everybody within the sect was aware of Fang Zhelan's exaggerated spending habits, which they consider as her only flaw, so they weren't shocked at the situation at hand. What did you even buy that required you spent such a large amount of spirit stones in such a short time? Asked the sect elder. Monster cores. Fang Zhelan instantly replied, her voice still nonchalant. Why did I even ask? The sect elder sighed again. Well, how much did that gluttonous beast grow from those monster cores? She reached the true spirit realm. The sect elder went silent for a moment. How many spirit stones? She spoke in a defeated voice. 100. The sect elder then retrieved a small leather bag and handed it to Fang Zhelan. If it wasn't for that thing you are grooming, the sect masters would have long restricted your spending limit. Fang Zhelan accepted the bag of spirit stone and turned to leave with the handsome young man. The disparity between us outer court disciples and core disciples are truly too vast. The disciples there sighed in envy at how easily Fang Zhelan was able to obtain spirit stones. What would take them years of effort to obtain 100 spirit stones, all Fang Zhelan had to do was show up and say a few words. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and get the line moving again. The sect elder yelled when the line remained unmoving after the core disciples left. The disciples finally snapped out of their mind and began moving again. I will see you soon, Su Yang. After Zhu Xuan retrieved her things from the distribution center, she returned to Su Yang to say a few words before leaving. A few minutes later, when it was finally Su Yang's turn at the counter, he approached the sect elder. You are Su Yang? Asked the sect elder the moment he'd arrived at the front. Yes, he said as he handed her his identification badge. The sect elder nodded after confirming his background, and she handed him 3 pairs of green robes and a small pouch containing 5 spirit stones and a jade slip that did not belong to the list of things he came here to retrieve. When you feel ready, you may head to the inner court to find a new living quarter. I understand. When Su Yang turned to leave, the disciples there stared at him with wide eyes and dropped jaws. Hey, look at the green robes in his hands. Is that Su Yang? Since when did he become an inner court disciple? What? How is that possible? If I recall correctly, he was only at the 3rd level of the elementary spirit realm just 1 month ago. The people there that knew Su Yang and his position within the sect felt the strength in their legs leave at a rapid pace. How did he manage to become an inner court disciple out of the blue? Surely, he did not reach the profound spirit realm in such a short amount of time. Hell, he was still a crippled trash the last time many saw him, yet a month later, and he'd become an inner court disciple. Impossible. A commotion immediately occurred at the place. The majority of the outer court disciples, there have heard of the name Su Yang at least once since his death match against someone who was 2 cultivation levels above him. However, he was only at the 3rd level of the elementary spirit realm during that time, and in order to become an inner court disciple, one must reach at least the profound spirit realm. Did Su Yang really break through 7 levels and achieve the profound spirit realm in such a short time? How did he do it? Su Yang ignored the many puzzled gazes that were staring at him and calmly left the place. If they knew that he was actually already at the true spirit realm, then who knows what kind of reaction they might show. Shortly after learning of Su Yang's new status as an inner court disciple within the sect, the disciples there began spreading the news like wildfire throughout the outer court. And sure enough, everybody was baffled by the unexpected news, especially those that were more familiar with him. As for those that used to bully and treat him like trash, they all locked themselves in their homes, fearful of the day when Su Yang would return for revenge. Chapter 90. Terrorizing the Sect. The news of Su Yang becoming an inner court disciple greatly shocked many outer court disciples. Nobody could imagine how he'd managed to reach the profound spirit realm in less than a month from the 3rd level of the elementary spirit realm. But there were plenty of speculations going around. Some speculated that Su Yang had a fortunate encounter during his sect mission that allowed his cultivation to soar, and others guessed that he had consumed some sort of heavenly treasure. Either way, the fact that Su Yang, who used to be a cripple and a piece of useless trash, had managed to become an inner court disciple while the rest of them are still mere outer court disciples, aroused a profound sense of envy in many disciples. Inside Su Yang's room, Kiayu slowly opened her moon-like eyes and sat up in a sluggish motion. She then looked around with a dazed expression, feeling a bit lightheaded from the deep sleep. Prior to meeting Su Yang, she was always on high alert for the sacred Moon Palace, hence why she could never sleep peacefully. However, now that Su Yang was in her presence, all of her worries seemingly vanished like smoke and allowed her to sleep like a baby. Father. Being unable to see Su Yang's figure when she woke up, a sense of terror appeared in her heart, feeling fearful that her meeting with Su Yang was only just a dream. Father. Confused, Kiayu jumped out of the bed, and her cultivation base unintentionally erupted out of her body, instantly covering the entire profound Blossom sect with a terrifying pressure that caused everybody within the sect to tremble violently. Feeling as though there was a dreadful beast in the vicinity, the sudden pressure shocked the living hell out of many people and made them believe that they were under attack, and many disciples even directly fell on the ground after their legs abandoned them. Dozens of sect elders could also be seen running out of buildings with alarmed expressions and weapons in their hands, looking as though they were ready for battle. Kiayu was at the Divine Lord realm, 2 whole realms above the strongest cultivators in this small and growing world. So even a small portion of her cultivation base would be enough to scare Earth Spirit Realm cultivators to tears, let alone these poor disciples below the true Spirit Realm. Why are you trying to scare people to death so early in the morning? Suddenly, Su Yang's voice loudly resounded from the living room, snapping Kiayu out of her panicked state. With a dumbfounded expression, Kiayu used her spiritual sense to look at the living room where the voice resounded from. When she noticed Su Yang looking towards her direction through her spiritual sense, her entire face flushed red from embarrassment. The door to the room opened, and Su Yang appeared before her. Suddenly terrorizing the entire sect with your cultivation base, do you care to explain yourself? Even I was startled by your little stunt, Su Yang said to her, looking a bit baffled by the situation. I had a nightmare. She replied in a stiff voice. A nightmare? Su Yang looked at her with wide eyes. Unbelievable. If I wasn't in time wake you up, everybody in this sect would have suffocated to death from the pressure today. Kiayu was beyond speechless, feeling even more dumbfounded than everybody in the sect currently. To think she'd caused such a commotion by accident, even she was in disbelief at the situation. After a moment of awkward silence, Su Yang sighed and said, Forget it. Just remember that we are surrounded by mortals, so we need to be more mindful of our actions, especially you, Kiayu. Hearing his words, she nodded. I understand. It will not happen again. The moment Kiayu apologized, Su-Yang reached into his storage ring and retrieved a jade slip that was glowing brightly. Senior, what is this pressure? Liu Lanjai's terrified voice resounded from the jade slip, clearly worried about pressure caused by Kiayu. Ahem. Su-Yang cleared his throat and began speaking in a disguised voice. I have already dealt with the problem. There is no need for you to worry about it anymore. What? It has already been dealt with. If you do not believe me, you can go look around yourself. I believe. She quickly replied, If there is nothing else, I will return to my business. Su-Yang deactivated the jade slip and turned to look at Kiayu with a weird expression. Kiayu also turned her head, purposefully avoiding his gaze. Anyway, I have somewhere I need to attend to. Su-Yang suddenly said, Where are you going? Su-Yang retrieved another jade slip, the one he received at the distribution center today, from his storage ring and handed it to her. Take a look yourself, he said. Kiayu then used her spiritual sense to read the content of the jade slip. After reading the contents, she looked at Su-Yang with a weird expression. Why did they pick you? She asked with a frown. It'd be weird if I wasn't picked after what happened at the examination hall, he chuckled. What happened at the examination hall? Because she didn't follow him with her spiritual sense during his assessment at the examination hall, she was unaware of exactly what happened there. Are you really going? She then asked. It seems fun, so why not? Which part of this seems fun to you? She said in a disappointed voice, clearly unhappy about the contents of the jade slip and his decision to attend such farce. Su-Yang remained silent, showing her only a smile on his face. You really are a scoundrel, father, she sighed. Hearing her remarks, Su-Yang began laughing out loud. Anyway, I have to talk to someone before I leave for this event. Make sure you do not repeat what happened today when I am gone, he said to her as he left the room. Once Su-Yang left, Kiayu looked at the jade slip in her hand again. I really hate this place. I should have destroyed this place when I had the chance just now. She released a deep sigh before crushing the jade slip with her hands until it shattered into countless fragments. Chapter 91. Reunion between Master and Slave. Nearly every disciple within the outer court stopped whatever they were doing and stared at the handsome young man in a set of green robes casually strolling towards the medicine hall. Fuck, the rumors are true. Su-Yang really became an inner court disciple. He is actually at the profound spirit realm. The disciples expressed disbelief and shock upon seeing Su-Yang in his new sect clothes. Although the news of Su-Yang becoming an inner court disciple was already widespread, there were plenty of people who did not believe the news. However, now that they witnessed for themselves Su-Yang in his inner court disciple robes, they could only bite their lips and recognize his new standing within the sect. And no way. Damn it! How did that cripple reach the profound spirit realm before me? This must be the heavens playing a sick joke on us. The disciples complained inwardly, thinking that it was a big mistake to promote Su-Yang, but none of them spoke out loud, as they were all afraid of his new profound status as an inner court disciple. Meanwhile, Su-Yang didn't even bother paying attention to the gazes being directed at him, only focusing on the road. A few minutes later, he arrived at the medicine hall, and the moment he entered the doors, many shocked cries resounded inside the place. Junior apprentice brother Su? Why your robes? They are green. The news of Su-Yang becoming an inner court disciple did not appear here in the medicine hall yet, hence the shocked reaction from the disciples there. Of course, they'd be green. I have passed the examination and became an inner court disciple, he said with a smile. Wow. Congratulations, junior apprentice brother Su. What junior apprentice brother? He's our senior now, even if he is younger than us. The girls at the medicine hall all crowded around Su-Yang, each giving him their congrats without thinking too much as to how he'd managed such a feat. Meanwhile, disciple Xiao, who was the only one out of the group of sisters to have disliked Su-Yang since day one, stared at him with a dumbstruck expression, seemingly in a daze. Although she still found him unpleasant, there was a sense of regret in her heart, regretting that she didn't try to get closer to him when she had the chance. Is Elder Lan here? I'd like to speak to her, Su Yang asked them a moment later. Master. She went to some sort of meeting this morning along with many other sect elders and have yet to return. Meeting? It seemed urgent, so Master left without leaving any words behind. Is it because of that? Su Yang wondered if this meeting had anything to do with Lai Qiang's death, as such a possibility seemed very likely. Very well, then I will return later. It's not anything important, so it can wait, he said to them before leaving. After leaving the medicine hall, Su Yang walked towards the inner court of the sect, where all the inner court disciples dwelled. This was his first time entering the inner court, and his first impression of the place was more or less disappointment. Compared to the lively and always active outer court with disciples commonly seen chatting and relaxing outside their houses, this inner court was more of an abandoned area with not even a single disciple outside. After standing there for a short moment to look at the place, Su Yang resumed his steps, walking straight to a large area within the inner court, where a few disciples could be seen gathered in the center. There were at least 20 disciples standing around, and all of them wore green robes, meaning that they were all inner court disciples like him. When Su Yang noticed the disciples there, they also noticed him, and they all looked at him simultaneously. Who's that? This is my first time seeing his face here. I have never seen his face before, too. A new inner court disciple. How is it possible that none of us have heard of him when he's obviously talented enough to become one of us? The inner court disciples all looked at him with their interests piqued. Normally, before any outer court disciple becomes an inner court disciple, their name would have already been known by the inner court disciples, as only those who are talented enough could possibly become one of them. And such talented individuals would naturally enter their ears before he or she becomes one of them. Su Yang, however, became an inner court disciple out of the blue, and he was known for being a useless cripple within the outer court, so it wasn't weird that these inner court disciples, people that only care about the talented, didn't know of him. He's Su Yang. However, not everybody there didn't know Su Yang's face, since there was clearly someone there that was aware of his identity. Huh, you know him? The inner court disciples there turned to look at the young lady who exclaimed very loudly in a surprised voice just now. The young lady just realized that she'd said his name out loud by accident, and her face reddened. A troubled expression appeared on this young lady's face. She clearly didn't want to associate herself with Su Yang, especially not when all her friends were there. When Su Yang first saw her familiar-looking face, he instantly recognized her identity, and a grin appeared on his face. He began approaching the group at a slow and steady pace, seemingly unfazed by their fearsome presence as a group. Once he reached in front of the group of inner court disciples, or more precisely, the young lady that had called out his name, he bowed sincerely and said in a respectful voice, "It's been a while, Master." Huh. The inner court disciples looked at Su Yang and the young lady, and after a moment of thinking, they finally realized the situation. So he's your servant all along, senior apprentice sister Lai. Ha. Even though I have seen this plenty of times, it still never fails to entertain me, your habit of turning others into your own slaves. The surrounding disciples began laughing out loud. Ooh. The young lady, who was precisely Lai Xiaomo, began sweating profusely at their words, and all of the memories of her trying to subdue Su Yang only to be conquered by him quickly returned to her head. Chapter 92. Are you regretting your actions now? What's wrong, Master? Have you already forgotten about me? Su Yang took the initiative to speak to Lai Xiaomo when she was seemingly speechless. What are you doing here, Su Yang? And your clothes? You are an inner court disciple now. The tone Lai Xiaomo used when speaking to Su Yang was not anything like a master speaking to her servant, and instead sounded more reserved, almost as if she was talking to someone above her, but didn't want to make it sound so obvious. It's all because of you, Master. If it wasn't for your help, I would have never made it here. Su Yang continued treating her as though she was his master, even throwing in a few lies to make things difficult for her. Senior apprentice sister Lai, why don't you introduce this manservant of yours to us already? Someone suddenly said out loud, and the surrounding disciples nodded. Ainz Audioverse looked at the surrounding disciples with a perplexed expression on her face, silently cursing each and every single one of them inwardly. After another moment of silence, Ainz Audioverse showed a graceful smile and said, "Junior apprentice brother Su, why must you tease me like this? You made everyone here believe you to be my servant, which is far from the truth." Huh! The smiles on the surrounding disciples froze, and they glared at Su Yang with sharp eyes after realizing that he had played all of them. "How boring. You really are no fun, Ainz Audioverse." Su Yang shook his head, feeling disappointed that she didn't play along with him. Ainz Audioverse. A few disciples there frowned at the way Su Yang casually addressed her, even calling her by her full name. It gave the two a feeling of intimacy, and that secretly displeased a few people there that felt a certain way towards Ainz Audioverse, who was relatively popular within the inner court disciples. "Who the hell are you, new kid? Do you not know senior apprentice sister Lai's background here within the inner court?" A handsome young man with long hair and sharp eyebrows spoke out loud as he looked at Su Yang with an unfriendly gaze. "Junior apprentice brother Gu." Ainz Audioverse narrowed her eyes at the individual who just spoke, which only made him feel even more irritated. Senior apprentice sister Lai protected the newcomer. When the disciples saw this, their interest in Su Yang skyrocketed. Ainz Audioverse was known for her arrogant and overbearing demeanor, so for her to go out of her way to defend someone, that individual must have some sort of special background that even she has to respect. Anyway. Ainz Audioverse cleared her throat and turned her attention back to Su Yang. "What are you doing here?" Su Yang looked around at the surrounding disciples and said, "This is the gathering place for that, right? Why else would I be here?" "What? You are also participating in this event?" Not only was Ainz Audioverse shocked at the reveal, but even the other disciples were also dumbfounded. "That's impossible. You are clearly a new inner court disciple. There is no way that you could have been chosen for this," exclaimed the disciple surnamed Gu. "Are you kidding me? How could someone who just become an inner court disciple participate this event that upholds the sect's reputation? Based on what qualifications?" "Junior apprentice brother Su, only those with a substantial amount of experience as an inner court disciple may participate in this event. Yet you being here does not make sense." Ainz Audioverse partially explained to him why everybody there was surprised. "Is it really that surprising for me to be here?" Su Yang nonchalantly shrugged. "As for my qualifications," he looked at Ainz Audioverse and continued, "Ainz Audioverse here should know whether or not I am qualified to participate in this event based on her own experiences." Ainz Audioverse instantly blushed once she realized the meaning behind his words, and even her body began reacting by feeling heated. "What?" As for the other disciples, their eyes widened with shock. Some of them even felt as though their heart was being hammered by an invisible hammer. "Senior apprentice sister Lai, surely he must be farting. There's no way that you would have done that with him," the one surnamed Gu said in disbelief. "That's right." The other disciples also decided to join. "After all, you already have. Shut up. Of course, he's just joking with you all." Ainz Audioverse suddenly shouted. The place immediately became silent, and just as someone was able to curse at Su Yang for his untasteful jokes, the sound of someone clearing their throat resounded. "It's the matriarch." The disciples there quickly began bowing to the approaching Liu Lanjai one by one. "This disciple greets the matriarch?" Liu Lanjai nodded. However, when she noticed Su Yang, who was just standing there with a nonchalant expression on his face, Liu Lanjai pointed at him and said, "I see that nothing about you have changed since we last met, still as disrespectful to your elders as always." Su Yang did not say anything regarding her remarks and continued to stand there silently. Liu Lanjai frowned upon seeing no reaction from him. Did he not hear what the others there just called her? Or was his body along with his face frozen from shock after learning of her real status? Because Liu Lanjai did not expose her identity to Su Yang as the matriarch at the examination hall, she believed that Su Yang only saw her as a mere sect elder with zero clues as to her true identity as the matriarch. How's that, Su Yang? Are you so shocked that you cannot even react properly? Liu Lanjai laughed inwardly. After the passionate session inside the examination hall, Liu Lanjai has always been looking for a way to pay him back for what he'd done to her. And what better way to get her revenge than to show up suddenly as the matriarch of the sect? But alas, too bad for Liu Lanjai that Su Yang had long guessed her real identity the instant he saw her. Hell, if she knew that Su Yang was actually the current patriarch, who knows how she'll react. Look at you, shocked, speechless over something so small. Liu Lanjai suddenly said with a grin on her face, poking fun at him. Are you regretting your actions at the examination hall now? Chapter 93. This is not prostitution. When Su Yang heard Liu Lanjai's words, he nearly burst out laughing from how ridiculously wrong she was in her guesses. After what happened at the examination hall, you still have the courage to speak with such arrogance. You have no face. Su Yang shook his head, his words shocking the disciples there. For him to use such a disrespectful tone towards the matriarch of the sect, does this guy have balls made of steel or something like that? The audacity. The one surnamed Gu exclaimed loudly. Who do you think you are speaking to? Not only did you refuse to greet the matriarch, but you also dared to show such disrespect towards her. Are you even a disciple of this sect? Su Yang looked at the handsome young man surnamed Gu, and he lowered his head to look at the green robes on his body. Are you stupid? Can't you see my clothes? If I am not a disciple here, then what am I? He said in a voice of ridicule, causing the young man to flush in anger. I swear to the heavens that if I do not. Enough, Liu Lanjai interrupted the two and said, We are already late to the event because I had a meeting to attend. There is no time for your little games right now. If you wish to argue, then do it afterward. Chi, you lucked out for now, but just wait until after all of this is over. The disciple surnamed Gu gnashed his teeth at Su Yang before turning away to ignore him. Hearing his threat, Su Yang didn't even lift an eyebrow, as such empty threat was just that insignificant to him. A moment later, Liu Lanjai continued. Anyway, let me brief you all on the situation before we head to the Chamber of Embrace. First and foremost, all of you here were handpicked by either another sect elder or myself, so I am very confident that you will not disappoint the sect, as a great deal of our sect's resource and reputation depend on this event. The next thing is that the female-to-male ratio here is clearly uneven, with 2/3 of the participants here being female. But as you all know, the overall majority of the guests that will be coming here today are males, so the guests will have no trouble in finding a partner for the day. As for the males, you all should already know what will happen, right? Yes, matriarch. The male disciples there looked at each other with intense gazes, looking as though everyone there had turned in rivals. Because there will only be a few females attending this event, these male disciples will have to use their own abilities to outshine the next if he wants to attract attention. As for the event itself, matriarch. Su Yang suddenly raised his hand. What is it? Liu Lanjai looked at him and asked. Although I have an idea of what this event entails, the invitation was not exactly clear in the details. Oh, right. This should be the first time you've heard of this event, as the previous one happened a year before you joined. Liu Lanjai nodded, and she continued. Our Profound Blossom sect would organize this event every 1 to 2 years in order to raise resources and create connections with sects and families near our sect. And these sects and families that we have invited may bring along with them at most 2 prominent disciples or descendants that still has their essence intact to cultivate with disciples from our Profound Blossom sect. Hearing her explanation, the only thing Su Yang could think of was prostitution, as one party was required to pay the other for services that involve sexual activities. You actually dare to prostitute me to others? Su Yang was dumbfounded. The jade slip he received only mentioned about the chosen ones improving the sect's reputation by showing off their techniques, and said nothing of prostitution. Liu Lanjai frowned at his choice of words, and she said, This is not prostitution. This is the sect assisting its disciples by giving them yin and yang essences from talented individuals. Not only will our disciples grow, but our sect will also become richer. Additionally, nobody will be forcing you to choose a partner. If you do not like the individual requesting for your time, then you may refuse it. Su Yang was speechless at her logic. No matter how she explained it, this method of exchanging their bodies for resources is fundamentally defined as prostitution. Even if she disguised its true intent by saying it benefits the disciples, they are still being paid to cultivate. This is basically cultivator prostitution. This is ridiculous. I will be damned if I am going to participate in this farce. Su Yang turned around and began walking away. He was someone with great pride and dignity, and the thought of selling his body was unthinkable for someone like him. However, it was not as if nobody has offered him wealth in exchange for his time in bed before. Hell, in his previous life, there were countless times when someone would offer him heavenly treasures and divine herbs for his services. This is also one of many reasons as to why Su Yang didn't go beyond massaging his clients during his earlier days, as he despised anything that resembled prostitution. Su Yang? Liu Lanjai did not expect such a reaction from him and was shocked when he turned to walk away. Although his presence was not necessary for this event, his godlike techniques would surely cause the sect's reputation to soar, and Liu Lanjai was not willing to ruin such a chance for her sect to rise. Wait a moment. Liu Lanjai quickly chased after Su Yang, who was already far away from the group. The disciples were dazed at the situation. Why would the matriarch chase after such a rude kid? If he wanted to leave and miss out on the easy harvest, then she should just let him leave. This would mean less competition for the males. 2 Chapter 94, Root of Vitality. Where do you think you are going, Su Yang? Liu Lanjai blocked Su Yang's path by standing in front of him, and she looked at him with a displeased expression. I will not be taking part in this event. My dignity will not allow it, he said with a nonchalant expression, yet his voice was as cold as ice. If there weren't any payments involved, there wouldn't be a need for me to turn around. Aya, Liu Lanjai sighed loudly. Why are you being so stubborn? I am telling you that this is not prostitution. Of course, we are being paid by our guests for this event, and that may make it seem as such, but they are the ones offering these payments, and it has always been like that since the founding of the sect. I have no problems with the sect participating in such activities, as that is its nature. However, that has nothing to do with why I refuse to participate. Su Yang said as he walked around Liu Lanjai. Liu Lanjai could feel her body trembling from anger at this moment. How could he be so disrespectful towards his seniors, much less the matriarch of this sect? She has never seen a disciple as troublesome as him. However, as much as she hated dealing with Su Yang, she also admired his techniques as much if not even more. Hold it. Liu Lanjai blocked his path again and began persuading him again. Then how about this? You are not participating this for the sect and instead will be participating for me? Su Yang looked at her as though he was looking at an idiot, and he continued to walk. However, Liu Lanjai blocked him off again before he could really go anywhere, and she continued to persuade him. Fine. Then I will return to all the guests their payments. Will you stay now? Seeing her odd behavior, Su Yang remained silent, causing Liu Lanjai to feel apprehensive. The only reason she was going this far to satisfy him was because of what happened during the meeting she attended prior to coming here. The meeting consisted of nearly every sect elder within the sect, and it was there that Liu Lanjai revealed to everybody Lai Qiang's death, which greatly shocked everybody there with ease. And although it took some time, after everyone there organized their minds and calmed down, they began analyzing the situation of having a new and unknown patriarch. At the end of the meeting, long story short, the sect has decided to start the processes of grooming a new patriarch a few years earlier than planned. And naturally, after Liu Lanjai experienced Su Yang's godlike techniques, he became one of the highest priorities in her list of talented individuals that are worthy enough to be groomed as a future patriarch. You really want me to participate in this event, huh? Is there a specific reason as to why you are so determined to have me stay? No, forget it. Su Yang decided to remain silent instead, as he could already guess her inner thoughts. Since you are this adamant on having me participate this little event, to the point where you are willing to throw away so much resource, I guess I could spare some time to check it out. Does this mean? However, I have another request, he suddenly said. You still want more from me. Surely this must be the famous saying, give an inch and they'll take a mile. It's not much, really. I only want to use the yin-yang pavilion to cultivate for a few days. What? You want to use the yin-yang pavilion? That's impossible. Even if I ignore the fact that only the sect masters are allowed to use the yin-yang pavilion, the patriarch would never allow it, said Liu Lanzhai. Although she personally wouldn't mind lending him the yin-yang pavilion, she didn't want Su Yang, who was known for being disrespectful to his elders, to bother the new patriarch, someone with an eccentric nature. Who knows what the patriarch would do if Su Yang offended him? Not to mention that Su Yang was also a candidate for the next patriarch, and it'd be a tragic event if he died because of something like this. However, Liu Lanzhai then continued, I can give you the privilege to use the Chamber of Embrace for as long as you'd like, all free of charge, of course. You're being awfully generous today, matriarch. Did you wake up on the right side of the bed this morning? Su Yang chuckled. Liu Lanzhai became speechless. She didn't know how to respond to him, so she decided to end their conversation there. Meanwhile, the disciples all wondered what they were talking about for it to take so long. If recalled correctly, weren't they already pretty late to the event? The guests might just forget about today and leave if they are kept waiting for too long. When Liu Lanzhai finally left Su Yang's side and returned to the other disciples, she began leading them to the Chamber of Embrace. The Chamber of Embrace was located in a small valley near the center of the inner court. Once they arrived at the place, the group of disciples was greeted by a small mountain the size of a 9-story-tall building with 5 cave entrants spread around the mountain. So this is the Chamber of Embrace. Su Yang narrowed his eyes at the small, unremarkable mountain before him. If one looked at it normally, the mountain looked no different than any other mountain beside its abnormal small size. However, when Su Yang used his all-seeing celestial eyes to look at the place, he was pleasantly surprised by what he'd found within this Chamber of Embrace. The root of vitality, it's bigger than I'd expected, he mumbled to himself. Beside the small mountain and its 5 entrances, there was also a few dozens of people standing around in the large open area beside the Chamber of Embrace. And once Su Yang and the others arrived at the place, they all turned to look at them with sparkling eyes, clearly excited to see so many handsome young men and beautiful young ladies. Chapter 95, Chamber of Embrace, 1. When the guests noticed the group of disciples approaching them, their hearts throbbed profusely, as they will be embracing someone within that group today. As expected of the profound Blossom sect, their appearances are truly the best within the Eastern continent, one of the guests praised. I have never seen so many top-notch beauties in one place at once. A young man within the group could already feel blood rushing towards his little brother. As a matter of fact, the majority of the guests there were already feeling arousement just from looking at the group of disciples. I apologize for the late arrival, said Liu Lanzhai upon seeing the guests. And since we are already behind schedule, I will be skipping the basic introductions. The disciples I have brought today are all masterful in the art of pleasure and the most experienced within their ranks. If you see one to your liking, you may go up to the individual and request for their time. However, keep in mind that I cannot force them accept your proposal and that there is a chance for refusal. After saying her piece, Liu Lanzhai stepped back to allow the crowd for a better look at her disciples. As for the disciples themselves, they began moving away from each other in order to distinguish themselves from one another. The only one that didn't move was Su Yang. He just casually stood there, looking as though he was just a spectator. The guests immediately began speaking to one another. Young master, how about that beauty all the way to the right? I believe her to be fitting of your taste. Of course, there were also guardians and sect elders within the guests as representatives just in case something happens. Senior apprentice sister Mai, what do you think about that young man with the long black hair in the back? He's clearly the most handsome out of them all. The females within the guests immediately noticed Su Yang that stood out like a sore thumb due to his overwhelmingly superior appearance when compared to the rest. I would love to choose him as my partner, but there's something frightening about him. You think so too? While many within the guests wanted to pick Su Yang, there was something about him that prevented them from approaching him. It was as though there was an invisible barrier around him that warded off others. A few minutes after the event started, the first person stepped forward. He was a young man with a large figure and a slightly above-average face, and unlike most of the males from the Profound Blossom sect, his muscles were bulging with veins. A body refiner? Su Yang instantly recognized the young man's cultivation technique. Because of the rigorous and heavy training body refiners must go, though, they are all usually built bigger than common cultivators. As for Su Yang, whose body was too slim and elegant for a body refiner, it was all because of his unique cultivation technique. This young man with large muscles proceeded to approach the female disciple with the smallest physique within the group, dumbfounding many people there. I am a body refiner at the peak stages of the elementary spirit realm. May I request this beauty for her time today? The young man bowed elegantly despite his stiff-looking body. The female disciple looked at him for a moment before nodding her head with a smile. Seeing her approval, the young man's face bloomed with smiles. Liu Lanjai nodded at the two and said, "The two of you may enter any one of the chambers. You are allowed only one session inside, but there is no time limit for the session. Whether you last a minute, an hour, or an entire day, it is considered one session when the both of you release the Kai within your body once. Do you have any questions? What if only one of the two manages to, release? Then it will be continued until both of them releases their respective Kai," said Liu Lanjai. "And although I have already laid out the rules during the invitations, I will repeat it again here. You are not allowed to harm my disciples in any way, shape, or form. As for rough plays, that'll be at my disciples' discretion." The guests nodded at her words, and the first two began making their way to one of the 5 available chambers. After the first pair entered the Chamber of Embrace, the other guests immediately approached the other Profound Blossom sect disciples in fear that she may be snatched by another. The second person to step forward was a young man with average appearances. Though his average looks was rated by the outside world. If he was graded under the Profound Blossom sect standards, then he'd be way below average, even ugly. "My name is Meng Li, and I am at the 2nd level of the Profound Spirit Realm. No thank you." The female disciple, the young man was trying to court, refused his offer before he could even finish his sentence, causing him to feel not only dumbfounded but embarrassed as well. For him to think that he could court our senior apprentice sister lie with his trash looks, what a fool. The Profound Blossom sect disciples snorted coldly inside their heart at the young man's attempt. After hearing Lai Xiao Mo's refusal, the young man walked back with his head lowered in shame. Although Liu Lanjai did not mention it, there would naturally be a few guests that may not be able to find a cultivating partner today. Meanwhile, Lai Xiao Mo glanced at Su Yang with the corner of her eyes after refusing the young man. "I may not be able to participate in this event with his presence here." She inwardly sighed to herself. Although it was common for disciples of the Profound Blossom sect to cultivate with more than one individual throughout their life in the sect, there are still individuals that did not like the idea of sharing their partners, with some even going as far as rejecting anyone that has already been taken. Lai Xiaomo clearly felt some way towards Su Yang after their first encounter, and afraid that he may be one of those individuals that dislikes the idea of sharing, she decided to sit out on this event despite already showing up. Chapter 96, Chamber of Embrace, 2. Many minutes have passed since the event started, and all 5 entrances to the Chamber of Embrace were closed at this moment. While everybody there waited, a few disciples from the Profound Blossom sect side decided to introduce themselves in order to attract more attention. They talked about their backgrounds and what they hoped to achieve in the cultivation world, quickly gathering the attention of the guests. "Young lady, what do you think about him? He seems like a pretty decent guy," whispered an old man from the crowd. his gaze at a beautiful young lady with short black hair. The young lady coldly snorted at the old man's words. "This is my third time here. If the last two didn't work, what makes you think things will be any different this time?" The old man sighed at her words, and he replied, "Aya, do not blame this old man. I am only here as an escort. If the young lady wishes to make a complaint, please go directly to the head of our family." The young lady's mood seemingly worsened after hearing the old man mention their family. "I cannot comprehend father's thoughts. Why would he send me to this vulgar place to find a husband? This is not only great humiliation to me, but also to the entire family." The old man shook his head at her words. Even he, one of the most trustworthy servants within the family, does not know of her father's intention for sending his daughter to a shameful place like this. Telling me to find a husband from this vulgar place is no different than telling me to pick a husband from some expensive brothel. If this is not humiliation, then there is nothing in this world that could be considered as humiliating, and I will no longer stand for this. Once we are finished here, I will give a piece of my mind to my father." The old man only smiled bitterly at the young lady's endless grumbling. No matter how stubborn the young lady is, her father will always be more stubborn. He sighed inwardly, and he began paying attention to the profound blossom sect again. His job was to find a suitable partner for the young lady with him today. If he fails again like he'd for the last 2 times, then he would be at risk for a beating by the head of the family, who was also the young lady's father. Every young man at the profound blossom sect was more than qualified to be the young lady's partner in terms of look. But one would be required more than just appearances in order to be accepted by her family. After taking a few minutes to analyze all the disciples from the profound blossom sect, the old man realized that he couldn't find anything unique about these young men besides their appearances. Though there was one young man within the group that gave off a completely different atmosphere than the others, setting himself apart from them. His appearances are definitely something to be envied of, even by this place's standards, but the old man scratched his head, feeling perplexed. But he has this dangerous feeling around him, and I don't have a clue as to his character or demeanor. Suddenly, the young lady asked him, "Old Lou, can we go home already? At this rate, we will be standing here until this festival meant for perverts ends. You father strictly ordered us to not return until this is all over." "Chee!" The young lady sucked her teeth in disappointment, and then she began looking at the profound blossom sect disciples out of boredom. Meanwhile, Su Yong stood there with an irritated expression, feeling as though he was a puppet on display from just standing there and being watched. He turned to look at Liu Lanjai and spoke. "How long do we have to be here?" 2 days, she calmly replied. Su Yong narrowed his eyes at her before turning to look at the crowd of guests. There were still at least 40 people there, with only around 10 females amongst the entire group. Out of these 10 females, only half of them had decent faces. And among these 5 young ladies, only 3 of them could be considered average by the profound blossom sect standards, meaning that they were definitely beautiful ladies in the world outside of this weird place. A few minutes later, just as Su Yong was prepared to move, one of the female guests stepped forward, becoming the first from the 10 there. When the disciples saw this, they instinctively straightened their backs to look even taller. Although the benefits these disciples would receive from today's event was nothing really worthy for inner court disciples like them. They are doing this mainly for bragging rights and to boost their pride and ego. If they truly wished to advance their cultivation base, they wouldn't be here standing around and wasting time, and would instead be cultivating with fellow disciples that are clearly more pleasant to cultivate with. In other words, these inner court disciples are only here to show one another that they are the superior one when it comes to their charm, something all the disciples from the profound blossom sect took pride in. As for the female disciples, their reason for joining was much more simple. They wanted more resource from the sect. Unlike core disciples that have an almost unlimited resource for cultivation, they still have to earn the majority of their resources. And although it may sound bad to others, The female disciples actually liked how they get to obtain both resource and yang essence from talented individuals at the same time. Something extremely rare in a sect such as this place, as virgin males are even more scarce than pure maidens in this place. After standing there for a few moments, looking hesitant, the young lady began approaching the profound Blossom sect disciples. When she arrived in front of the disciple surnamed Gu, the smile on his face widened. However, before he could even open his mouth halfway, the young lady walked right past him and continued walking straight towards Su Yang, who was standing not far away behind him. "Hello, I am Zhu Da, inner court disciple of the Blue Wind Valley. May I ask for this brother's time whenever there is an open room?" the young lady asked Su Yang with a shy expression on her face. The smile on Disciple Gu's face immediately froze, and his head began burning from embarrassment a moment later. "Su Yang," he growled inwardly, feeling anger as though his family was just murdered right in front of him. Chapter 97, Chamber of Embrace 3. Su Yang silently gazed at the seemingly docile young lady before him. She had long black hair, delicate features, and a decent figure. If she were in the world outside of this place, then she'd definitely be recognized as a beauty. Zhu Da looked more nervous as time went by without any replies. Su Yang closed his eyes and he spoke. "I refuse." "Wah." Zhu Da's expression expressed shock for an instant before she managed to put on a stiff smile. "May I ask why? Am I not good enough for this brother?" she asked him, trying to stay calm. "Although you may be able to fool others with your little act, I happen to have keen eyes for woman, and you are unpleasant to my eyes. Scram before I help you," Su Yang said to her in a calm voice. Not only was Zhu Da dumbfounded by his seemingly harsh and unwarranted words, even Liu Lanjai's jaw dropped from shock. "Su Yang, what do you think you are? How dare a man-whore like you speak to my daughter like that?" Before Liu Lanjai could scold Su Yang, another voice loudly resounded from the crowd of guests. It was a middle-aged man. Su Yang glanced at the middle-aged man with a furious expression within the crowd. "What did you just call me?" Su Yang's gaze narrowed at him, and the frightening aura surrounding him thickened. When the middle-aged man saw Su Yang's beast-like gaze, his legs nearly gave up on him. However, he managed to stay standing, and he even started yelling at an even louder voice. "I paid your sect a great amount of resources not to have you insult my daughter. I demand even if you decide to give me the world as a payment, I still wouldn't touch her." Su Yang laughed out loud. "Su Yang," Liu Lanjai called for him. She couldn't understand why he was being so rude, even going as far as to make such inappropriate remarks seemingly for no reason. "Ha ha ha." Suddenly, another laughter besides Su Yang's resounded. It was a feminine laugh. Everybody turned to look at the one who just laughed. It was a beauty young lady with short black hair. "This is hilarious. Zhu Da, this is the first time I've witnessed your little act ineffective against someone. Truly a scene to behold. Young lady." The old man beside her looked at her with a surprised expression. What was she trying to achieve by meddling in their conversation? "Lu Lifen, mind your own business." Zhu Da called her name in a chilling voice. The young lady named Lu Lifen laughed even louder at her words. "Or what? What are you going to do to me, surnamed Zhu?" Zhu Da gnashed her teeth with hatred, her gaze at Lu Lifen filled with killing intent, yet she didn't dare to refute, seemingly afraid of the young lady with short black hair. The Lu family. The middle-aged man also looked at Lu Lifen with an unpleasant gaze, but when the old man beside her turned to look at him with narrowed eyes, his body immediately trembled from a dreadful feeling. "Old Lu," the middle-aged man mumbled under his breath, and he turned to his daughter and said, "Dare forget about him. He's clearly not worth your time." Zhu Da nodded, but as she turned to leave, Su Yang mumbled to her, "So it's a family thing, huh?" Su Yang's words caused Zhu Da to halt for a moment, but she managed to ignore him and walk away. However, just as Zhu Da passed Disciple Gu, he spoke to her. "To disrespect a fine lady such as yourself, that bastard clearly isn't a man." Zhu Da stopped her steps this time. "What may this brother's name be?" she asked him in a sweet voice. I am Gu Wai, Profound Blossom Sect Inner Court Disciple. I am Zhu Da, Sister Zhu, correct. How about it, Sister Zhu? Want me to comfort you in place of that idiot behind me, he said, directly going for her hands. Zhu Da remained silent for a moment before nodding. Seeing this, Su Yang grinned. What a great matchup, he laughed inwardly. The two of you may enter once there is an available room, said Liu Lanjai upon seeing the two pair up. After Gu Wai and Zhu Da paired up, the two proceeded to wait in a separate area, where they could connect with each other while waiting for an available room. Meanwhile, Su Yang looked at the young lady with short black hair with a slight smile on his face. He then began moving forward, taking casual steps towards the crowd. Where do you think you are going, Su Yang? Liu Lanjai called him out before he could even move 3 steps. To pick a partner, of course. He said calmly, dumbfounding everybody there, especially the Profound Blossom Sect disciples. Who told him that he was allowed to choose? That's ridiculous. Since when? Are you going to tell me no? Su Yang interrupted the disciple that was speaking and spoke directly to Liu Lanjai, who was looking at him with a frown. Since when did I turn into some toy on display waiting to be picked and played? He continued. I am Su Yang. I choose who I want to embrace. There was profound feeling within the words he spoke, especially the last sentence, and the proud expression on his face as he spoke managed to charm many people there. Even Liu Lanjai looked at him with wide eyes, seemingly a bit dazed by his words. Su Yang continued to walk after his words, and he was seemingly heading towards the young lady named Lu Lifen. When he stood in front of her, Su Yang smiled and said, I can tell that you are also bored of being here, so why don't we go somewhere quiet to drink some tea? The young lady also smiled. Is there such a place here? She asked him. Of course, it's just right over there. Su Yang pointed to the chamber of embrace, giving her a small chuckle. Say, I am curious, how did you know? She then asked. Don't play dumb now. Maybe we can talk about this over some tea. I'm feeling quite thirsty after that conversation just now. Lu Lifen suddenly became quiet. It'll be a boring tea session with no action if you don't mind, she said a moment later. I am only interested in the tea, he quickly replied. After another moment of silence, Lu Lifen nodded. Good. Let's drink some tea, shall we? Liu Lanjai watched their interaction with a puzzled expression on her face. Why did Su Yang suddenly become willing to participate when he was so reluctant just moments ago, even going as far as to invite the other individual himself? Even Lai Xiao Mo looked a bit dazed from his actions. He was willing to embrace someone like her when literally almost everyone within the sect was superior in every way. This caused a bitter feeling in her heart. And just a few moments after Lu Lifen decided to enter Chamber of Embrace with Su Yang, one of the 5 doors opened, and the first 2 that went inside slowly came out walking side by side. The bulky young man looked as though he just came back from paradise, his expression loose and silly-looking, almost as though he was mentally challenged. And the way he walked looked funny, looking as though he would fall after every few steps. The small young lady beside him, on the other hand, looked perfectly normal. Hell, the only thing that was different about her now from before she entered was that her face looked slightly rosier. When the other guests saw this, they all did unconsciously swallowed hard. Although they have heard rumors of this place and its great reputations, their expectations just soared to the heavens. Are their techniques really that great? To the point where someone that small was able to completely tire out a body refiner as though she was taking a stroll in the park. The next pair may go inside. Before Liu Lanjai could finish her sentence, 2 figures could be seen walking towards the open door. Hey, what do you think you are doing? Gu Wai roared at the 2 figures approaching the Chamber of Embrace. What does it look like I am doing? Su Yang only stopped for an instant before walking again, causing Gu Wai to flush red from anger. You bastard. We were clearly first in line. However, no matter how loud Gu Wai screamed at him, Su Yang did not stop moving and walked straight into the Chamber of Embrace with Lu Lifen following behind him. When the 2 entered the cave-like entrance, a large rock appeared to block the entrance, locking them inside. Seeing this, Gu Wai nearly exploded in madness. He turned to look at Liu Lanjai and said, Matriarch. This disciple was clearly wronged and requests the matriarch to seek for justice. Liu Lanjai looked at him with a bitter smile. What could she do to him? Even though she's the all-powerful matriarch, Su Yang was a special entity within the sect, not to mention their complex relationship. I will punish him accordingly afterwards, said Liu Lanjai just to calm Gu Wai down. Thank you, matriarch. Gu Wai bowed with a bright smile on his face. The inside of the Chamber of Embrace looked just like a small cave, but decorated with a luxuriously large bed in the center of the place. Indeed, there was only one bed and a few dimly lit light sources inside this chamber with nothing else. Huh. Did those two that was here just now really do anything in here? It is too clean in here, almost as if nothing happened here. Surely they didn't clean it with such perfection after doing that, right? Lu Lifen pondered out loud. There is something in here that absorbs every last drop of the surrounding yin kai and yang kai, so you won't find anything remaining in here. Su Yang explained to her without telling her the existence of the root of vitality. Is that so? Lu Lifen sat on the bed and turned to look at Su Yang, who was inspecting the place. So, why did you choose me out of everyone out there? Is it because I look the best? She asked. No, I only picked you because you looked bored, he said with a small smile. I don't believe you. She quickly replied. If you are thinking about taking my purity, then you can forget about it. I did not come here because I desired such things, but because I was forced to by my family. Understandable, but I really do not intend on touching you. Su Yang assured her again, his gaze still wandering around the place, looking as though he was searching for something. I don't believe you, she said again. Su Yang stopped looking around and turned to look at her with a grin. I will not benefit much from someone at the 4th level of the profound spirit realm even if I take your yin essence. Lu Lifen's eyes slightly widened at his words. How did he know her cultivation base? Su Yang began looking around the place again, and his weird actions gradually attracted Lu Lifen's curiosity. What are you doing? She asked. Looking for a way to dig something out without uprooting this entire mountain, he casually said, PFT. Lu Lifen laughed at his reply, thinking that he was joking with her. Hey, tell me about yourself, she continued. Su Yang, inner court disciple. I don't care about that. I am a scoundrel that enjoys embracing beautiful women. It is also my sole reason for living. Are you suggesting something? She said with a frown. Don't worry, you are not in my category of beautiful women, he calmly said. Hearing his words, Lu Lifen's face reddened, clearly angry at his remarks. Are you picking a fight with me? I will have you know that I... All right, I am ready to leave, Su Yang suddenly said, dumbfounding her. What? Already? We literally just got here. I have achieved what I came here for, so I am ready to leave unless you want to stay here a bit longer to exercise. Lu Lifen coldly snorted and said, Let's go. I have misjudged you. I came here believing you to be an interesting individual, but I was wrong. She walked to the exit, but after a good minute of looking for a way to remove the boulder from blocking the exit and failing, she gave up on trying to do it herself and turned to ask Su Yang. How do I move this thing? She asked in an irritated voice. Su Yang shrugged and said, This is my first time here, so even I do not know. What? How could this be? After a moment of pondering, Su Yang retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring and began pouring his profound kai into it. Hey, little girl, how does the Chamber of Embrace work? He decided to ask Liu Lanjai as the patriarch. Patriarch. What would the patriarch like to know about it? Although she wondered why he was interested in the place, she didn't dare to ask. How does it function? More specifically, how does it open and close? It opens whenever given spirit stones, and it will remain open until at least 2 individuals enters at the same time. Once it closes, it will open again once everyone inside the chamber releases their passion kai at least once. She quickly explained, so it won't open until the people inside releases their kai. That's right. Su Yang sighed before abruptly cutting the connection. What is it? Did you find a way to open this thing? It won't open unless the both of us release our kai, he said to her. Lu Lifen's expression drastically changed upon hearing his words. So it won't open unless the 2 of them embraced each other. That's ridiculous. I do not believe you. Lu Lifan began attacking the stone boulder with all her strength, throwing every technique she had mastered up to this point at the large rock, but alas, it remained unmoving like a mountain. "Damn it, you tricked me. You knew that this would happen," she said angrily. "Ha! What are you talking about? Why would I need to trick you? Like I have already said multiple times, I do not intend on touching you." He shook his head. "Additionally, we only have to release our Kai in order for it to open. You are overreacting." "Chi!" Lu Lifan sucked her teeth. "Then what do you suggest? That we play with ourselves with each other still in the same small room? That's outrageous. Do you have any better ideas?" After a moment of silence, Lu Lifan walked to the bed, and then she said, "Listen here. You will not turn around until I am finished no matter what, or else I will kill you on the spot." Yeah, he lazily replied. "Don't test me. I will really do it." After saying those words, Lu Lifan laid on the soft bed and began loosening her robes until she could touch her weak spot. She then turned to look at Su Yang again, who was sitting by the entrance in the lotus position with his eyes closed, seemingly cultivating. Seeing this, she heaved a sigh of relief, and her hands slowly approached her nether region the next moment. Chapter 98, Chamber of Embrace, 4. Time quickly passed as Su Yang cultivated in silence. However, the background noises behind him would occasionally disturb the peaceful environment. Lu Lifan's slightly heavy breathing could be heard every once in a while, yet it didn't sound anything like pleasure. Instead, it sounded more like she was getting tired, even irritated. "Are you done yet? It's been over an hour since you started, yet we are still here, even though you seemed quite eager to leave before," said Su Yang, his sudden voice startling Lu Lifan, who was so focused on herself that she'd totally forgotten about his existence. "Shut up. I have never done this before, so I cannot help it. What about you? All you have been doing is sitting there. When are you going to relieve yourself too?" "There's no meaning if only I do it," she yelled back. "You really think I'd do something as shameful as playing with myself? Who do you think I am? I can relieve myself without touching myself." Su Yang said in a bragging voice, dumbfounded Lu Lifan. Was that really something to be bragged about? Although self-pleasure was in no way a shameful act with countless people doing it daily, such a statement could not be said the same for Su Yang, who has never touched himself before, as there was no need for him to do such a thing when he could easily have someone else do it for him at the snap of his fingers. Lu Lifan stopped touching herself and retrieved her hands from inside her underwear, and she stared at Su Yang with an odd expression. "You can relieve yourself without touching yourself. Is that even possible?" she asked him with a doubtful gaze, feeling a bit ridiculous herself for asking such an odd question. "If I can't even do something as simple as controlling my own Yang Kai, can I even call myself a man?" Su Yang said as he shook his head, thinking that it was only natural that he'd be able to do such a thing. "Really? Then why didn't you say so in the beginning? We could have left this place by now if you had told me before I started doing something like that." Su Yang laughed at her words, and he said, "You think an ability like that could be learned through one's mouth? Even if I lecture you for 100 years straight, you still wouldn't understand it." It had taken him thousands of years of experience in order to fully master this technique, yet this little girl who wasn't even 20 years old actually thought that she'd also be able to learn it. How laughable. Lu Lifan frowned at his words, feeling even more helpless now. "Then what else can I do? I have been trying to release my Yin Kai for the past hour without any results. If anything, it's actually hurting right now," she said as she pointed to her nether region. Su Yang looked at her with a strange expression on his face. "Even people half your age would be able to relieve themselves without any help, yet you cannot do something as simple as satisfying yourself. How pure are you, really? Shut up. Unlike you sensual cultivators, I am a normal cultivator who does not need such knowledge in my life. Your future husband will be sad, you know. Fuck, you really are a despicable person," she glared at him angrily. Su Yang shook his head and then he approached her. "We will never leave this place at this rate. How about I help you with your Yin Kai?" he said to her in a nonchalant voice. "You want a what? Get away from me, you pervert. I will kill you if you dare to touch me." Lu Lifan backed herself to the wall when she noticed Su Yang walking towards her. "Do I really look like someone who'd force myself upon others?" I am just offering my services to you so that you can satisfy yourself. I won't touch you anywhere you do not want, he said in a voice filled with sincerity. Lou Lifen stared at him in silence. After a few moments, she opened her mouth to ask, "What will you be doing to me exactly?" "A back massage to loosen your body, strengthening its sensitivity to anything it touches," he said. "A back massage? That's all, really? Are you forgetting where this is?" "We are in the Profound Blossom sect, a reputable place known to many, or else there wouldn't be so many guests such as yourself here today, not to mention the matriarch is right outside. If I, an inner court disciple of such sect, does something as immoral as forcing myself onto a guest, who would want to come here for services anymore? I'm not stupid enough to risk my entire life, even ruining my sect's hard-earned reputation at the same time for a little girl like you." Su Yang shook his head with a dejected expression, looking as though he was offended by her distrust for him. When Lou Lifen saw his expression, she realized that she had been overreacting this entire time. He was right. If the disciples of this Profound Blossom sect could not be trusted, then why are there so many guests here today? "I'm sorry for doubting you, even though I am here as a guest," she apologized in a low voice. "I guess it's probably because I am still mad at my family for sending me here." The sad expression on Su Yang's face instantly disappeared, and a smile appeared in its place instantly. "I will accept that apology if you lay on this bed and allow me to massage your back," he said. Although Lou Lifen was still feeling hesitant, she nodded her head regardless, and she approached the bed in small steps. Once she was on the bed with her back facing to the ceiling, Su Yang slowly moved his hands towards her slim figure. Chapter 99. Lick It More. The moment Su Yang's fingers touched her back, a wave of tingling sensation surged within her body like an electric current. This unexpected feeling in her body caused her to let out a surprised moan. "Ah, Tilda," her moan slightly echoed in this small place. When she realized what she had done, her face flushed red. What had happened just now? What did he do to her body? It was at this moment Su Yang slithered his fingers across her back with snake-like movements, spreading the tingling sensation all over her body. Tilda. Lou Lifen's body trembled, and her hands naturally turned into fists, stiffening the muscle in her body. "Relax your body." Su Yang's gentle voice entered her ears as he pressed his fingers into her soft body. "Ah, Tilda," another unintentional moan escaped her mouth. What is this feeling?" Lou Lifen was shocked at the reaction of her body. It felt as though even a gentle wind created by Su Yang's moving hands could cause her body to tingle with delight. This feeling of pleasure was something she couldn't experience when she was playing with the most sensitive part of her body, yet she was feeling such a strong sense of contentment at this moment from a mere back massage. If only this could last forever. She thought to herself as her body slowly submerges itself into paradise. An unknown amount of time passed for Lou Lifen since she went into a mythical state of harmony, and suddenly, the heavenly feeling that wrapped her body abruptly stopped. She turned to look at Su Yang with a puzzled look, wondering why he'd stopped. "I am done. Your body should now be sensitive enough that even someone as unskilled as yourself would be able to please." Lou Lifen stared at Su Yang with a blank look. "Go ahead, I will be waiting for you to finish over there," said Su Yang as he pointed at the corner, sounding as though he really had no other intentions in his mind. Wait." Lou Lifen grabbed him by the sleeves before he could take 2 steps. Then with a blushing expression, she spoke. "Since we are already at this point, why don't you help me with the rest?" Su Yang turned to look at her with a pondering expression. "I won't understand you if you are being this vague," he said in a genuinely puzzled voice. Although Lou Lifen somehow knew that he was faking his perplexion, she still decided to explain to him in detail her desire. I want you to help me with releasing my yin kai," she said in a timid voice. "Are you sure? Even though you were so reluctant with me touching you?" "Stop playing innocent and help me already. I am saying that you can touch me," she said in an aggravated tone. What should I do?" Su Yang continued playing hard to get. "If you help me, then I will also help you in return," Lou Lifen said loudly. Hearing her words, Su Yang smiled. Since you are this stubborn, I guess I can help you. Lu Lifan pouted at his words, but since he accepted her request, she decided to let it go. Su Yang sat on the bed and he patted his lap. Come, sit on my lap. Ha, you want me to sit on your lap? Why do I have to do something that embarrassing? You find this embarrassing, yet you want me to help you release your yin kai. Are you sure you want to do this? Lu Lifan frowned, but she didn't have anything to refute him with, so she turned her body and pressed her soft buttocks on his lap, sitting on him like a child sitting on her parent's lap. Then I will begin, Su Yang said a moment later, and she timidly nodded. Su Yang then loosened her robes and slipped his right arm into her dress like a snake slithering into its prey's home. Lu Lifan could feel his warm hand slowly approaching the region in between her legs, causing her body to stiffen. Her breathing pattern quickened, and her entire body shivered from Su Yang's gentle breathing on her neck. A moment later, she could feel something touch her bottom lips, and her legs instinctively closed itself. Relax. Su Yang whispered from behind her ears, and as though his voice was imbued with magic, her tense body began loosening itself. He then began spreading his legs, guiding Lu Lifan's legs to spread open with his. Seeing herself in such a position, Lu Lifan's head flushed red. This is so embarrassing, she mumbled to herself. Su Yang then wrapped his left hand around her waist, and his right hand began caressing the closed slit to her cave. Ah! Lu Lifan moaned loudly with her head bending backward. If Su Yang wasn't embracing her waist tightly, then her body would have sprung forward like a bridge. Wow, you are already this wet, Su Yang said in a teasing voice at the slippery sensation. After caressing the outside of her nether region for a few seconds, Su Yang began spreading apart her closed pussy with his fingers to touch the little pearl in her body. Ah! As though a beast was awakened inside her, Lu Lifan howled loudly, and her hands circled behind her, tightly embracing Su Yang's head. Lu Lifan's lower body wiggled around non-stop, yet Su Yang's finger somehow managed to stay on her little pearl with absolute accuracy. What is this feeling? Lu Lifan loudly exclaimed. I feel as if my mind is going crazy. The intensive feeling in her bottom lips aroused a profound sensation all over her body, and after only a few moments she could already feel something welling up inside her. Wait, I feel like peeing. Lu Lifan became terrified at the thought of pissing herself when someone was touching her so passionately. Don't worry, that just means you are almost ready to release your yin kai, said Su Yang as his finger moved increasingly faster. It's coming. It's, ah. Lu Lifan suddenly released a sharp moan, and her lower body squirted a large amount of liquid, soaking Su Yang's hands in holy water. Lu Lifan slumped on Su Yang's chest after she finished releasing her yin kai with an exhausted look on her face, yet her body was still twitching from the burning sensation that continued to excite her body. Su Yang slowly retrieved his wet hand from within her robes. He then licked his hand with a nonchalant expression, and when Lu Lifan saw him tasting her liquid, her body became even hotter. Your yin kai is surprising vigorous with energy, said Su Yang. It'd be a waste to leave it alone. After saying those words, Su Yang laid Lu Lifan's exhausted body on the bed. Let me clean you up, he said with a smile. Lu Lifan did not understand the meaning behind his words at first, but when he began taking off her underwear, her heart raced even faster. After stripping Lu Lifan of her underwear, Su Yang lifted her robes, revealing to him her soaking wet pussy. And although Lu Lifan was nervous, she didn't say anything to him and allowed him to do as he pleased. Su Yang then spread open her legs and approached the slit between her legs with his mouth. Lu Lifan moaned loudly when she felt something warm lick her pussy. What is he doing? She lifted her head, and the scene of Su Yang licking her slit entered her view. The tingling sensation caused her to moan, and her body fell back on the bed, feeling as though all of the strength in her body was being absorbed by a mysterious force. After licking clean the yin kai from outside her cave, Su Yang proceeded to open her closed lips with his fingers, and his tongue began brushing her pink. Feeling something entering her tight cave, Lu Lifen trembled from the intense euphoric feeling in her body. "More, lick it more," Lu Lifen said in an alluring voice. Hearing her passionate plea, Su Yang pushed his entire tongue into her tight cave. "Yes." A few moments later, Lu Lifen could feel the peeing sensation returning. "It's here again. I am going to release my yin kai," she exclaimed loudly, hoping Su Yang would move away from her warning. However, Su Yang did not move even after her warning, and he continued to pleasure her with his mouth. "I'm coming," Lu Lifen suddenly said, and her body began twitching vigorously. A second later, her body released a mouthful of holy water that went directly into Su Yang's mouth. Lu Lifen covered her face as she moaned loudly. A few moments later, Su Yang removed his mouth from her bottom lips, and he swallowed all the yin kai in his mouth. The instant he absorbed the yin kai, Su Yang could feel his cultivation base slightly rise. Although it wasn't anything significant, there was a clear sign of growth in his cultivation. Ha, Lu Lifen breathed in an exhausted manner. For her to experience such intense pleasure constantly, even releasing her yin kai 2 times with almost no breaks in between, her virgin body was nearly out of energy at this moment. However, despite feeling tired, Lu Lifen still managed to lift herself to a sitting position on the bed. "Are all the disciples in this place like you? And to think that you are only an inner court disciple." Lu Lifen couldn't imagine how blissful she would feel if a core disciple displayed his techniques when an inner court disciple like Su Yang was already this skillful. Ha. Su Yang suddenly burst out laughing. "Don't compare me with the amateurs in this place. Although I am only an inner court disciple, my techniques are without a doubt the best in this world, let alone this sect meant for children." Lu Lifen looked at him with an unbelievable face. Although she couldn't compare his techniques with another, she had a feeling that he was not being arrogant at all. "Anyway, I have released my yin kai. It's now my turn to help you," said Lu Lifen, who was no longer feeling as bashful. After allowing Su Yang to do something like licking her treasured area, her sense of shame had reached a new high. "Come lay on the bed and allow me to please you," she said while patting the bed. Su Yang smiled and said, "Although I have no expectations for a virgin like you, who couldn't even satisfy yourself, I am interested in what you'll do." He then laid on the bed and waited for her to make her move. Chapter 100. Are you even a man? Lu Lifen stared at Su Yang, who was resting on the bed with a relaxed expression, looking as though he was taking a nap. How can he be so calm in such a situation? She wondered to herself, feeling as though her pride was damaged by his nonchalant demeanor. Her hands began reaching for his robes, loosening the silk belt around his waist. She then grabbed his pants and pulled it down slowly, revealing a soft-looking, graceful snake that was seemingly in a slumber. This is a man's. This is Lu Lifen's first time witnessing a man's penis, and she was slightly taken aback by its shape that resembled a flawless piece of sausage. But why is it flaccid? It's different from the rumors. Although she had never witnessed a man's treasure in her life until today, her friends had taught a thing or two about it to her. Yet the thing before her eyes was completely different from her friend's description. "If you keep staring at it, it might jump and bite you," said Su Yang, who was falling asleep from the silent atmosphere. Lu Lifen was slightly baffled by his words. "It will jump and bite her. Does it work like that?" "But what am I supposed to do with that?" she asked him in a puzzled voice. "It's all limp, unlike what I've heard." "Then what have you heard?" That it's supposed to be hard and savage-looking, but yours is cute and limp." Su Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry when Lu Lifen called his little brother cute. "You mean like this?" Su Yang controlled the kai in his body, and his slumbering brother began growing longer and thicker, like a rising snake, until it resembled a dragon. Lu Lifen gasped at the shape-shifting phenomenon that happened before her very eyes, and the idiom "a carp leaping through the dragon gate" appeared in her head. But in this case, it was a snake that had entered the dragon gate, evolving into a real dragon. The thing before her was no longer a slumbering snake, but an awakened dragon instead. So big," Lu Lifen mumbled, and her fair hands unconsciously reached for it. A slightly cool sensation entered Su Yong's head, but his face showed no other reaction besides profound calmness. Seemingly fascinated by the shape and its very existence, Lu Lifen began stroking the stiff, warm rod in her hands gently. "Aya, you really are trash," Su Yong sighed when she stroked his little brother whilst it was dry. "It can't be helped as it is my first time doing this." She refuted, using her inexperience as an excuse. "I am not talking about your techniques. Before you touch it, you should at least make it wet, or else the dry rubbing will hurt the individual," he said, baffling her. "It works like that. But how am I supposed to?" Before she could even finish her own sentence, her quick mind recalled how he had helped her with his mouth, causing her to feel perplexed. "Do I really have to use my mouth? Is there no other way?" she wondered. However, as hesitant as she was towards the situation, the very nature of her body was intrigued by the opposite sex, even desiring to experience what a man would taste like. And slowly, the female hormones in her body began overtaking her mind, causing her mouth to approach the thick stick before her eyes, with her tongue slightly sticking out, looking as though she was licking ice cream. When the tip of her tongue touched the hot stick, her body trembled from excitement, and a strong sense of lust surged within her heart. Lu Lifen began licking every inch of the meat stick in her hands, quickly soaking the entire thing with her saliva. Hara, hara. Her intensive licking caused her to be out of breath within moments, forcing her to take a break. However, even as her mouth separated from the thick stick, her gaze continued to linger on it, seemingly ensnared by its tyrannical presence. After she regained her breath, her mouth approached the treat again. Su Yong, who was still resting on the bed with his eyes closed, suddenly felt something warm and soft envelope his little brother. He opened his eyes and lifted his head to look at Lu Lifen, who had managed to stuff his entire thick rod into her mouth. The scene of Lu Lifen swallowing his entire penis had caused him to feel surprised, as he didn't expect her to be so ferocious as a maiden. Lu Lifen's movements stopped when she realized what she had done. Her mouth was full, and she even felt its frame in her throat. However, despite doing something this ridiculous, there was a sense of comfort in her body, feeling as though such actions was only natural for her. Soon, she began moving her head in an up and down motion, causing the small room to be filled with gagging sounds. While Lu Lifen served Su Yong with intensive and deep fellatio service, he stared at her with a weird look. It was an expression someone would have when their expectations had been surpassed. As for Lu Lifen, she was completely absorbed in satisfying her awakened lust at this moment, seemingly in a trance. Time passed quickly, and unbeknownst to her, half an hour had passed. During this time, even Lu Lifen herself couldn't comprehend where all this energy was coming from that allowed her to continuously suck on Su Yong's penis. There were times when her energy almost ran out, but before it could completely vanish, more energy would surge within her body out of the blue, almost as though there was something helping her recover. Little did she know that this was all Su Yong's doing. Every once in a while before her energy would exhaust, he would exert some of his profound chi through his penis and into her mouth, helping her recover. As for why he was going through the effort by helping her keep her energetic, it was simple. He really enjoyed her intensive but amateurish deep throats. It reminded him of someone in his past life who really enjoyed intensive acts like this. Although Su Yong has had his little brother sucked countless times in his past life, there were only a few individuals that would dare to take it all in their mouth. And seeing Lu Lifen, who has never participated in sexual acts prior to today, willing to swallow his treasure whole, he was without a doubt impressed. A minute later, Lu Lifen finally decided to stop. She then looked at Su Yong, who was laying on the bed comfortably with an unpleasant expression, and said, "When are you going to release your Yang Kai? I have been doing this embarrassing act for what felt like an eternity, you know." But despite her complaints, she was actually just displeased by the fact that she wasn't able to make him release his Yang Kai whilst he easily made her release her Yin Kai within minutes. "Oh, I nearly forgot about it," he casually chuckled. As someone with godlike skills in the art of pleasure, if he didn't want to release his yang kai, even if he was feeling pleasure, he could easily hold it for as long as he desired. And it's this perfect control over his own body that differentiates Su Yang from every other disciple within the profound Blossom sect, even other men in general. His control with his own yang kai was beyond perfect and almost limitless, whilst everybody else would only be able to hold it for a few minutes at most before being forced to ejaculate. But are you sure you want me to release my yang kai now? Even though you were so engrossed in satisfying yourself just now. Once I release it, we will be done here, and you may never receive another chance to fully satisfy yourself ever again. HMPH, you talk as if you are the only man in this world. Even without you, I will be able to satisfy myself after today, Lu Lifen said. Su Yang smiled at her words, and he nodded. Very well. If that is what you wish. Wait, Lu Lifen suddenly shouted. Despite my words, since we are already here today, I might as well satisfy myself to the fullest, right? My family did pay a hefty price to bring me here today, after all. About that, the Profound Blossom sect will be returning to everyone what they paid for the event, said Su Yang, dumbfounding her. What? Why would they do that? Lu Lifen asked, looking baffled by the news. Never mind the small details, he said with a smile. Anyway, do you still wish to continue, or are we finished here? HMPH, of course we are not finished here. And we will not be finished until I manage to make you release your yang kai, as that was my original intent. Once I experience something for an extended amount of time and it stops, it'll only get harder to please me if you return to it, he said with a slight shoulder shrug. Lu Lifen stared at him with a pondering expression. After another moment, she spoke. I still have other places I can please you with, you know, she said as she lifted her dress, revealing to him her soaking wet undergarment. Su Yang smiled and said, Are you sure? Do I really have to repeat myself? Are you even a man? She replied in a cheeky tone. The smile on Su Yang's face instantly disappeared at her words, and when Lu Lifen saw this, her body trembled from a dreadful feeling. Very well. I shall show you why a maiden like you shouldn't be so cheeky in front of me when we are on the same bed. He then stood up on the bed and stripped away all of his clothes, dazzling Lu Lifen with his flawless figure. You should strip as well, since it will only get in the way, he said in a calm yet domineering voice. Lu Lifen forcefully swallowed her saliva, wondering what she'd just gotten herself into. Too slow. Su Yang's arms suddenly flickered, disappearing from his sides for an instant. Lu Lifen felt her body suddenly become lighter, so she looked down. What? She was shocked to find out that almost all of her clothes had disappeared. Her dress was gone, and even the undergarment for her breasts was gone. The only thing on her body at this moment was a mere piece of wet underwear that revealed the shape of her bottom lips. Lu Lifen then looked at the thing that was in Su Yang's grasps, and sure enough, it was her clothes. How did he manage to strip her almost naked in an instant? Hell, she didn't even realize that she had been stripped, even though he did it right before her eyes. You? How? Before she could even say another word, Su Yang pressed her down to the bed and seductively stared at her in the eyes. And almost instantly after her back touched the bed, Lu Lifen could feel a gentle air blow past her legs. If she had to take an educated guess, then she was completely naked at this moment from her head to the toes. Last warning, he said to her. Despite feeling a bit dazed at the situation, Lu Lifen still spoke with a grin on her face. Not twice, but 3 times? You really are a pansy? Ah. Before Lu Lifen could even finish her sentence, she felt something enormous and long enter her body through the pink between her legs, and her body overflowed with an indescribable sense of pleasure, forcing an ear-piercing moan out of her. Blood dripped and stained the white bed, indicating that Lu Lifen had really lost her virginity. Lu Lifen continued to moan loudly as the intense heat in her body did not pause. Su Yang did not stop moving his hips despite just tearing her seal, even hitting her harder than any of his previous partners. Yet there was not even the slightest sign of pain on Lu Lifen's delightful face. Her eyes were rolled all the way back, and her slim body curved upwards like a bridge. Clearly, she didn't mind Su Yang being rough with her, even finding it extremely pleasing with her body screaming with lust. Lu Lifen is obviously someone who naturally enjoys rough sex to some extent, but she herself wasn't aware of this. Except Su Yang, who easily saw through her very nature, hence why he decided to do it rougher than usual. Soon, the small, cave-like room echoed with sounds of ecstasy endlessly. Lust flooded through Lu Lifen's whole body. Her blood burned with passion, and all of her reason was washed away by the waves of pleasure viciously hitting her body, slowly becoming a slave for pleasure. More, faster, harder, Time passed slowly as the two indulged themselves in pleasure, and unbeknownst to Lu Lifen, many hours had passed since she entered the chamber of embrace. During this time, her pink hole has naturally shaped itself to fit the frame of Su Yang's rod perfectly, flawlessly wrapping itself around him to ensure that the both of them were enjoying each other to the fullest. Lu Lifen moaned, releasing her yin kai for the countless time. Su Yang continued to transfer his profound kai to her during this whole time, recovering her energy as their session grew more intensive as time passed. Unlike his dual cultivation with Lan Liking, who was a cultivator at the true spirit realm, Lu Lifen was only at the profound spirit realm, so her energy was extremely limited. If it weren't for Su Yang's constant support, both her body and voice would have long exhausted itself. More tilde. Lu Lifen begged for more, and the two continued to cultivate without stop. Outside the chamber of embrace, everybody from the guests to the profound Blossom sect disciples was staring at the chamber Su Yang and Lu Lifen entered at this moment, their mind filled with shock and awe. How long have they been inside? Someone within the crowd asked. They've been in there since the start of the event, and it's almost coming to an end. What the hell are they doing inside? Surely it shouldn't take this long for them to finish. Did they perhaps fall asleep inside? The two of them basically locked this one room for themselves for 2 days straight, reducing the total rooms by one for everybody else. How shameless. While the guests wondered why it was taking so long for Su Yang and Lu Lifen to come back out, the profound Blossom sect disciples stared at the entrance with frowning expressions. Even Liu Lanjai was staring with a serious expression. As disciples of the profound Blossom sect, they all knew how the Chamber of Embrace functioned to some extent. The Chamber of Embrace does not allow people to sleep in there and will automatically open its entrance even if one of them falls asleep for more than an hour, said one of the inner court disciples to the others. And they cannot stay idle inside without cultivating, since the Chamber of Embrace will also automatically open up if neither of them releases Kai within 5 hours, said another. So the only reason why they are not coming out is simply because one of them has yet to release their Kai ever since they went inside. What? Impossible! There is no way anybody can endure this long, for 2 whole days. That is physically impossible, Gu Wai exclaimed loudly in disbelief. He was not the only one. Every other disciple, even Liu Lanjai, was feeling doubt at this moment. That brat Su Yang released his Yang Kai only a few minutes after we started during our time together, so could it be that young lady the reason why they are still inside? Liu Lanjai pondered. However, she quickly found this reason to be even less likely, as she had experienced his divine techniques herself before. It's impossible for Su Yang to be unable to satisfy this young lady, who is clearly a maiden when his techniques had easily conquered even my experienced body. Liu Lanjai thought to herself, just what the hell are they doing inside? Everybody, except a few poor individuals waiting outside, have already had their experience inside the Chamber of Embrace, so it was only Su Yang and Lu Lifen that has to finish their session. Lai Xiao most sighed at the situation. She had been approached by almost every guest here for the past 2 days, yet she declined all of them without a single thought, so she was one of the few here that has yet to enter the Chamber of Embrace. Just what are you doing inside, Su Yang? She wondered to herself, her face filled with a gloomy feeling. When the other inner court disciples saw her condition, they almost wanted to approach her and give her a hug, but knowing her character when she's in a bad mood, none of them dared to actually approach her. After a few more minutes of waiting around, a rumbling sound came from the chamber of embrace, causing everyone there to turn their heads. The only closed door finally opened after 2 whole days, and a figure slowly walked out. "It's him! He's finally out after 2 days." Someone exclaimed in excitement. It was Su Yang, and he looked completely normal. Hell, if they compared him now to when he first went inside 2 days ago, there wouldn't be any noticeable change about him no matter how much they looked. His clothes were speckless, and his long black hair was still neatly tied behind his back, looking as though he'd only went on a stroll. "What the fuck? Does he look like someone who'd just had sex for 2 days straight?" Someone asked out loud. The people silently shook their heads at the question. "Hell, he doesn't even look like someone who'd taken a nap, let alone have sex for 2 days straight." Seeing his clean appearance, the people's doubt grew and their curiosity piqued. Just what did he do inside for the last 2 days? "Huh, what happened to the young girl that was with him?" asked another. When someone questioned about Lu Lifen, the old man that came with her frowned deeply. He then jumped through the crowd and landed in front of Su Yang. "Where is my young lady?" he said with an intimidating air surrounding him. With a smile, Su Yang spoke. "She's resting in heaven now." When the old man heard his words, his expression blanked for an instant. His eyes then quickly turned red from fury, and the cultivation base of a true spirit realm exploded from within his body with his head reduced to a red-faced, wrathful mess.